梁歌制作，老张的哲学，作者老舍。第一，老张的哲学是前本位而三位一体的，他的宗教是三种，回、业、佛；职业是三种，兵、学、商；言语是三种，官话、奉天话、山东话。他的三种。
Production by Liang Gu, Lao Zhangda's philosophy author, Lao Shi. First, Lao Zhang's philosophy is money-based and Trinity. He has three religions, Hui, Yi, and Buddhism. He has three professions, military, learning, and business. There are three types of languages, Mandarin, Fengtian dialect, and Shandong dialect. His three kinds.
他的三种，甚至于洗澡平生也只有3次。洗澡固然是件小事，可是为了解老张的行为与思想，倒有说明的必要。老张平生只洗3次澡，2次夜经执行。
He has three kinds. He even takes a bath only 3 times in his life. Although taking a bath is a trivial matter, in order to understand Lao Zhang's behavior and thoughts, it is necessary to explain. Lao Zhang only took 3 baths in his life. Twice he had already taken a bath.
其余1次至今还没有人敢断定是否实现，虽然他生在人人是预言家的中国。第一次是他生下来的第3天，由收生婆把那时候无知无识的他像小老鼠似的在铜盆里洗的。
No one dares to tell whether the other one has come true, even though he was born in China where everyone is a prophet. The first time was on the 3rd day after he was born. The midwife washed him in a copper basin like a little mouse.
第2次是他结婚的前一夕自动的到清水池塘洗的。这次2个同源的花费至今还在账本上写着，这在老张的历史上是毫无可疑的事实。至于将来的1次呢？
The second time was on the eve of his wedding, when he took the initiative to wash himself in a clear water pond. The cost of $2 copper this time is still written in the account book. This is an unquestionable fact in Lao Zhang's history. As for the one in the future,
按着多数预言家的推测，设若执行，一定是被动的。简言之，就是洗尸。洗尸是回教的风俗，老张是否崇信穆哈默德呢？要回答这个问题，似乎应当侧重经济方面，较近于确实。
According to the speculation of most prophets, if it is implemented, it must be passive. In short, it is body washing. Washing corpses is a Muslim custom. Does Lao Zhang believe in Muhammad? To answer this question, it seems that we should focus on the economic aspect, which is closer to certainty.
设若老张呜呼哀哉上想之日，正是羊肉价钱低落之时，那就不难断定他的遗嘱有按照回教丧仪预备6小件1海碗的清真教习之倾向。自然关于吃酒吊丧的亲友们，
If the day when Lao Zhang woefully mourned the feast was when the price of mutton was low, it would not be difficult to conclude that his will had the tendency to prepare 6 small items and 1 bowl of halal in accordance with Islamic funeral rites. Of course, relatives and friends are accustomed to eating and drinking in mourning.
也可以借此换一换口味，而洗尸问题或可以附带解决矣。不过10年、20年或30年后肉价的涨落，实在不易有精密的推测。况且现在老张精神中既无死志。
You can also use this to change your taste. And the problem of corpse washing may be solved incidentally. However, it is difficult to accurately predict the rise and fall of meat prices in 10, 20, or 30 years. Besides, Lao Zhang has no intention of dying in his spirit.
体质上又看不出颓唐之象，于是星象家推定老张尚有10年、20年或30年之寿命，与断定10年、20年或30年后肉价之增减有同样之不异。猪肉贵而羊肉贱则回。
There was no sign of decadence in his physique, so the astrologer inferred that Lao Zhang had 10, 20, or 30 years to live, and concluded that the price of meat would increase after 10, 20, or 30 years. Reduction is equally difficult. Pork is expensive and mutton is cheap.
猪羊肉都贵则佛，请客之时则业。为什么请客的时候则业？耶稣教是由替天行道的牧师们不远万里而传到只信魔鬼不晓得天国的中华。
If pork and mutton are both expensive, it is a Buddha, and when you are entertaining guests, it is a bad thing. Why do you do it when you are treating guests? The religion of Jesus Christ was spread to China, a country that only believed in the devil and did not know the kingdom of heaven, by pastors who preached for heaven.
老教师们有时候高兴请信徒们到家里谈一谈，可以不说请吃饭，说请吃茶。请吃茶自然是西洋文明人的风俗。从实惠上看，吃饭与吃茶是差得多。
Sometimes old teachers are happy to invite believers to their homes for a chat. Instead of saying, please have a meal, they may say, please have tea. Inviting them to tea is naturally a custom among Western civilized people. In terms of affordability, there is a huge difference between eating and drinking tea.
可是中国人到洋人家里去吃茶，那受宠若惊的心理也就把计较实惠的念头胜过了。这种妙法被老张学来， 于是遇万不得已之际，也请朋友到家里吃茶。这样办。
But when Chinese people go to foreigners' homes to have tea, their feeling flattered mentality outweighs the thought of economic benefits. This wonderful method was learned by Lao Zhang, so when he had to, he would invite friends to his home for tea. Do it this way.
可以使朋友们明白他亲自受过洋人的传授，至于省下一笔款，倒算不了什么。满用平生仿着老牧师说中国话，明天下午5点钟少一课。
It can make friends understand that he has personally been taught by foreigners. As for saving a sum of money, it is nothing. Man imitated the old pastor and spoke Chinese in a flat voice. It will be a quarter short of 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
请从你的家里走到我的家里吃一碗茶，尤为老张的绝技。营商为钱，当兵为钱，办学堂也为钱。同时教书营商又当兵，则财通四海，力达三江矣。此之谓三位一体，此之谓。
Please walk from your home to my home to have a bowl of tea. This is especially Lao Zhang's unique skill. Do business for money, serve as a soldier for money, run a school for money. At the same time, teach business and serve as a soldier, then you can make money from all over the world. This is called Trinity, this is called
钱本位而三位一体。依此，说话3种，信教3样，洗澡3次，莫不根据于三位一体的哲学理想而实施。老张也办教育，真的，他有他自己立的学堂。
Money is the basis but the Trinity. According to this, there are 3 ways to speak, 3 ways to believe in religion, and 3 times to bathe. All of them are implemented based on the philosophical ideal of Trinity. Lao Zhang also runs education. Really, yes. He has his own school.
他的学堂坐落在北京北城外，离德胜门比离安定门近的一个小镇上。坐北朝南的一所小4合房，包着东西长南北短的一个小院子。临街3间是老张的杂货铺，上字鸦片。
His school is located in a small town outside the north city of Beijing, closer to Dishengmen than Andingmen. It is a small quadruple house facing north and south, surrounded by a small courtyard that is long from east to west and short from north to south. 3 rooms facing the street are Lao Zhang's grocery stores, which sell opium.
下至葱蒜，一应俱全。东西配房是他和他夫人的卧房，夏天上午住东房，下午住西房，冬天反之，春秋是天气冷暖以为转移。既省凉棚及煤火之费，常牵动着于身体也有益。
From onions to garlic, everything is available. The east and west bedrooms are the bedrooms for him and his wife. In summer, they live in the east room in the morning and in the west room in the afternoon. In winter, the opposite is true. In spring and autumn, they will be transferred depending on the weather. It not only saves the cost of a pergola and coal fire, but also benefits the body by moving it for a long time.
北房3间打通了木立段，足以容50多个学生。土砌的横3竖8的24张书桌，不用青灰，专凭墨染，是又黑又匀。书桌之间列着杨槐木做的小矮脚凳，高身量的学生。
The 3 rooms in the north room have been opened up with wooden sections, which is enough to accommodate more than 50 students. The 24 desks made of earth are arranged horizontally and vertically. Instead of using green ash, they are dyed with ink, which makes them black and even. Between the desks are small low stools made of acacia wood, tall students.
蹲着比坐着舒服，小的学生坐着和吊着差不多。北墙上中间悬着一张孔子像，两旁配着彩印的日俄交战图。西墙上2个大铁帽钉子挂着一块2尺见方的黑板。
Squatting is more comfortable than sitting. For young students, sitting is about the same as hanging. There is a portrait of Confucius hanging in the middle of the north wall, with colorful pictures of the war between Japan and Russia on both sides. A 2-foot square blackboard hangs from 2 large iron cap nails on the west wall.
钉子上挂着老张的军帽和阴阳合历的线书。门口高悬着一块白地黑字的匾，匾上写着京师德胜训，注：德胜训，训读训，清时北京军队或防地名称。德胜训。
Hanging on the nail is Lao Zhang's military cap and the constitution of the lunar calendar. There is a plaque with black characters on a white ground hanging high at the door, which reads, Dishing Flood of the Capital. Note, Dishing Flood, Sun, is pronounced as Sun, the name of Beijing's army or defense line in the Qing dynasty. Dishing Flood.
即驻防德胜门外的军队。北京入民国后仍沿用各训名称，北郊德胜门外仍称德胜训。公司里官商小学堂，老张的学堂有最严的3道禁令。
That is, the army stationed outside Dishengmen. After Beijing entered the Republic of China, it still used the names of various floods. Outside Dishengmen in the northern suburbs is still called Dishing Flood. Public and private government and business elementary schools. Lao Zhang's school has the 3 strictest prohibitions.
第一是，无论春夏秋冬闰月，不准学生开教室的窗户， 因为环绕学堂半里而外全是臭水沟，无论刮东西南北风，永远是臭气袭人。不准开窗，以绝恶臭。
The first is that students are not allowed to open the windows of the classroom regardless of spring, summer, autumn, or winter, because half a mile around the school is a stinking ditch, and no matter whether the wind blows from east to west, north or south, the stench is always overwhelming. Windows are not allowed to be opened to avoid the stench.
于是50多个学生喷出的叹气比远远吹来的臭气更臭。第二是学生一切用品点心都不准在学堂以外的商店去买。老张的利益是在增加学生爱校之心。
As a result, the charcoal gas spewed out by more than 50 students was worse than the stench blowing from afar. The second is that students are not allowed to buy any supplies or snacks in stores outside the school. Lao Zhang's intention is to increase students' love for the school.
第三，不准学生出去说老张卖鸦片，因为他只在附近烟馆被官厅封禁之后才做暂时的接近，如此危险既少，获利又多。至于自觉身份所在，不愿永远售卖烟土，虽非主要原因。
Third, students are not allowed to go out and accuse Lao Zhang of selling opium, because he only provided temporary relief after the nearby opium den was banned by the government. In this way, the danger was less and the profit was high. As for the conscious reluctance to sell opium permanently due to his status, it was not the main reason.
可是我们至少也不能不感谢老张的热心教育。老张的地位，村里的穷人都呼他为先生。有的呢，把孩子送到他的学堂，自然不能不尊敬他。有的呢，遇着开洋榜、批婚书。
But we must at least thank Lao Zhang for his enthusiastic education. Lao Zhang's status, the poor people in the village call him Sir. For some, if you send your children to his school, you cannot help but respect him. Some, when faced with a disaster announcement or approval of a marriage certificate.
看风水都要去求他，平日也就不能不有相当的敬力。富些的人都呼他为掌柜的，因为他们日用的油盐酱醋之类不便入城去买，多是照顾老张的。德胜逊衙门里的人
Depending on feng shui, you have to ask him, and you have to pay respects to him on weekdays. The richer people call him the shopkeeper because it is inconvenient for them to go into the city to buy their daily necessities such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Most of them take care of Lao Zhang. People from Disheng Zunyumen.
有的呼他为老爷，有的叫他老张，那要看地位的高低，因为老张是衙门里挂名的巡击。称呼虽然不同，而老张却乎是镇里二郎镇一个重要人物。老张要是不幸死了
Some call him master, some call him Lao Zhang. It depends on his status, because Lao Zhang is a nominal patrolman in the yamen. Although the names are different, Lao Zhang is indeed an important figure in the town, Erlang town. If Lao Zhang unfortunately dies,
比丢了圣人损失还要大，因为那个圣人能文武兼全，阴阳都小呢。老张的身材按营造尺是5尺2寸，恰合当兵的尺寸。不但身量这么适当，而且腰板直挺。
the loss is greater than losing the saint. Because that saint can be both civilized and martial, and knows both yin and yang. Lao Zhang's figure is 5 feet 2 inches according to the national standard, which is suitable for the size of a soldier. Not only is the figure so appropriate, but the back is straight as well.
当他受教员检定的时候，却经检定委员的证明他是脊椎动物。红红的一张脸，微点着几粒黑痣，按麻衣相法说，主多才多艺。2道粗眉连成一线。
When he was examined by the teacher, the examination committee confirmed that he was a vertebrate. A red face, slightly dotted with a few black moles. According to Ma Yi Xiangfa, the person is multi-talented and versatile. The 2 thick eyebrows are connected in a straight line.
黑丛丛的遮着2只小猪眼睛，一只短而粗的鼻子，鼻孔微微向上掀着，好似柳条上倒挂的鸣蝉。一张薄嘴，下嘴唇往上翻着，以便包着年久失修渐行垂落的大门牙。
2 little pig eyes were covered by black bushes. A short and thick nose, the nostrils are slightly turned upward, like a cicada hanging upside down on a wicker. A thin mouth, with the lower lip turned upward to cover the front teeth that have fallen into disrepair.
因此不留神看，最容易错认成一个夹馅的烧饼。左脸高仰，右耳几乎扛在肩头，以表示着尸位的尊严。批评一个人的美丑，不能只看一部而忽略全体。
Therefore, if you don't look carefully, it is most easy to mistake it for a stuffed sesame seed cake. The left side of the face is raised high, and the right ear is almost on the shoulder to show the dignity of the teacher. When criticizing a person's beauty or ugliness, you can't just look at one part and ignore the whole thing.
我虽然说老张的鼻子像鸣蝉，嘴似烧饼，然而绝不敢说他不好看。从他全体看来，你越看他嘴似烧饼，便越觉得非有鸣蝉似的鼻子配着不可。从侧面看，有时鼻洼的黑影。
Although I say that Lao Zhang's nose is like a singing cicada and his mouth is like a sesame seed pancake, I never dare to say that he is not good-looking. Looking at him as a whole, the more you see that his mouth looks like a sesame seed cake, the more you feel that he must have a cicada-like nose to go with it. Viewed from the side, sometimes there is a black shadow of the nose depression.
依稀的像小小的蝉翅，就是老张自己对着镜子的时候，又何尝不笑吟吟地夸道：“鼻翅掀着一些，哼，不如此，怎能叫妇人们多看两眼？”第二，那是5月的天气。
Vaguely like tiny cicada wings. Even when Lao Zhang himself looked in the mirror, he didn't smile and boast, "Put your nose up a little, hum." Otherwise, how can you ask women to look twice? Second. That's the weather in May.
小太阳撅着血盆似的小红嘴，忙着和那东来西去的白云亲嘴。有的雏儿一挨慌忙地飞去，有的任着意偎着小太阳的红脸蛋，有的画着恶龙，张着嘴想把它一口吞了。
The little sun pouted its red mouth like a basin, and was busy kissing the white clouds that were moving back and forth. Some lips hurriedly flew away, some leaned against little sun's red face, some transformed into evil dragons, opening their mouths and wanting to swallow her whole.
有的变着小绵羊跑着求他的亲眼。这样艳美的景色，可惜人们却不曾注意，那倒不是人们的错处，只是小太阳太娇羞了，太泼辣了，把要看的人们晒得满脸流油。
Some turned into little sheep and ran around begging for her favor. It's a pity that people didn't pay attention to such a beautiful scenery. It's not their fault, it's just that the little sun is too shy and too aggressive, making the faces of those who want to see it so oily.
于是富人们支起凉棚索性不看，穷人们倒在柳荫之下做他们的好梦，谁来惹这个嫌弃？一阵阵的热风吹来的柳林蝉鸣，荷塘洼区都足以增加人们暴躁之感。
So the rich people put up their arbors and didn't look at it. The poor people fell under the shade of willows and had their sweet dreams. Who would disturb this idleness? The hot wind blowing, the chirping of cicadas in the willows and the singing of frogs in the lotus pond are enough to increase people's feeling of irritability.
诗人们的忧思在梦中引逗着落花残月，织成一片闲愁。妇人们乘着火焰榴花，剪黄小蝶，增了几分雅趣。老张既无诗人的触物性感，又无妇人的及时行乐，只伸着右手，仰着头。
The poet's deep thoughts tease the falling flowers and the waning moon in their dreams, weaving into a piece of leisurely sorrow. The rich people ride on the flaming pomegranate flowers and the cocoons of yellow butterflies, which adds a bit of elegance. Lao Zhang had neither the poet's interest in touching things or the rich man's instant pleasure. He only stretched out his right hand and raised his head.
书院中杏树上的红杏已被分给学生，作为麦秋学生家长送礼的提醒。至于满垂着红杏的一株半大的杏树，能否清清楚楚数个明白，我们不得而知。大概老张有些把握。可
Count the red apricots on the apricot trees in the courtyard in preparation for distribution to students as a reminder for parents of Maichio students to give gifts. As for the half-sized apricot tree covered with red apricots, we don't know whether we can clearly understand it. Maybe Lao Zhang is somewhat sure. Cough.
老张掐数到98上，又数了2个凑成100，把大拇指捏在食指的第一节上，然后回头看了一看。这轻轻的一捏，慢慢的一转，40多年人世的经验。老四，屋里坐。不。
Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang counted to 98, and then counted 2 more to make it 100. He pinched the first joint of his index finger with his thumb, and then looked back. This gentle pinch, slowly a turn of events, more than 40 years of human experience. Fourth, sit in the room. No.
我还赶着回去，这2天差事紧得很。不忙，有饭吃。老张摇着蓄满哲理的脑袋，一字一珠的从薄嘴唇往外蹦。你蒙兄李武才给我一个电话，新任学务大人已到老五的衙门。
I'm still in a hurry to go back. I've been busy with errands these 2 days. Don't be busy, there is food to eat. Lao Zhang shook his head full of philosophy, and word after word came out from his thin lips. Your ally brother Li Wu just gave me a call. The new academic administrator has arrived at Lao Wu's yamen.
这就下来，你快预备。我们不怕他们文面上的，可也不必故意冷淡他们。你快预备，我就走，改日再见。那个人一面擦脸上的汗，一面往外走。是那位大。老张赶了2步，要问个详细。
Come down here, get ready. We are not afraid of their superficial appearance, but there is no need to deliberately ignore them. Just get ready and I will leave. See you another day. The man wiped the sweat from his face and walked out. It's the boss. Lao Zhang hurriedly took 2 steps to ask for details.
新到任的那个，反正得预备，改天见。那个人说着已走出院外。老张自己冷静了几秒钟，把脑中几10年的经验匆匆地读了一遍，然后3步改作2步跑进北屋。小三
The newly arrived one. Anyway, I have to prepare. See you another day. The man said and walked out of the hospital. Lao Zhang calmed down for a few seconds, hurriedly read through the decades of experience in his mind, and then changed his 3 steps to 2 steps and ran into the north room. Mistress.
去叫你师娘预备一盆茶，放在杏树底下。快，小四，去请你爹，说学务大人就来，请他过来陪陪，叫他换上新鞋，听见没有？小三、小四一溜烟似的跑出屋外。你们把《三字经》
Go and ask your mistress to prepare a pot of tea and place it under the apricot tree. Quick. Little 4. Go and ask your father to come and ask him to come and keep you company. Tell him to put on new shoes, do you hear me? Little 3 and little 4 ran out of the house like smoke. You take the 3-character classic.
百家姓收起来，拿出国文，快。周庸呢？废话，旧书全收，快。这时老张的一双小猪眼睁的却比猪眼大多了。今天把国文忘了带来，老师，该死，不是东西。
Put away 100 family surnames and take out 国文, quick. What about the doctrine of the mean? A waste of words. All old books collected. Quick. At this time, Lao Zhang's piggy eyes were indeed whiter than pig eyes. Dash, I forgot to bring my Chinese language today, teacher. Damn. Not a thing.
不到要命的时候你不忘，修身也成，算术成不成？成。有新书的就是我爸爸。老张似乎有些急了的样子。王德，去拿扫帚把杏树底下的叶子都扫干净。李英，你是好孩子。
Don't forget until it's time to die. Cultivation is also done. Is arithmetic successful? To become. The one with the new book is my dad. Lao Zhang seemed a little anxious. Wang De. Go get a broom and sweep all the leaves from under the almond tree. Li Ying. You are a good boy.
拿条湿手巾把这群墨猴的脸全擦一把。快，拿书的拿书，扫地的扫地，擦脸的擦脸，成绩会吐舌头的吐舌，挤眼睛的挤眼，乱成一团，不亚于遭了一个小地震。
Take a wet hand towel and wipe all the faces of these ink monkeys. Quick. The person holding the book picked up the book. The person sweeping the floor swept the floor. The person wiping the face wiped the face. The person took the opportunity to stick out his tongue. The person winked. The chaos was no less than a small earthquake.
老张一手摘黑板上挂着的军帽往头上戴，一手掀着一本国文，找不认识的字。王德，你的字典，书桌上那本红皮子的就是。你瞎说，该死，我怎么找不着？那不是我的书桌。
Lao Zhang took off the military cap hanging on the blackboard with one hand and put it on his head. With the other hand, he opened a book of Chinese language and looked for words he didn't recognize. Wang De. Your dictionary? That's the red leather book on the desk. You're talking nonsense. Damn it. Why can't I find it? That's not my desk.
如何找得到？王德提着扫帚跑进来，把字典递给老张。你们的书怎样？预备好了，都出去站在树底下。王德快扫！老张一手按着字典向窗下看了一眼。哈哈，叫你扫杏叶。
How to find it? Wang De ran in with a broom and handed the dictionary to Lao Zhang. How are your books? When you are ready, go out and stand under the tree. Wang De, scan quickly. Lao Zhang pressed the dictionary with one hand and glanced under the window. Haha. I asked you to sweep the apricot leaves.
你偷吃我的杏子。好，现在没工夫，等事情完了咱们算账。不是我有意，是树上落下来的，我一抬头正落在我嘴里。不是有心，老师，你该死！快扫！你10000个该死！你要死了！
You stole my apricots. Good. We don't have time now, let's settle the score when the matter is over. I didn't mean it, it fell from the tree. When I looked up, it fell right into my mouth. It's not intentional, teacher. You deserve to die. Scan quickly. You deserve to die 10,000 times. You are going to die.
我把杏子都吃了。王德自己嘟囔着说。王德扫完了，茶也放在杏树下，而且摆上今年不用的豆绿茶碗12个。小四的父亲也过来了，果然穿着新缎鞋。老张查完字典。
I ate all the apricots. Wang De muttered to himself. After Wang De finished sweeping, he placed the tea under the apricot tree, and placed 12 bean green tea bowls that had not been used for many years. Xiaoxi's father also came over, and he was indeed wearing a new satin shoes. Lao Zhang finished looking up the dictionary.
专等学务大人驾到，心里越发的不镇静。王德，你在门口去了望。 看见轿车或是穿长衫骑驴的，快进来告诉我。脸朝东，就是有黄蜂是你的后脑海，也别回头。听见没有？
As I waited for the academic master to arrive, I felt increasingly uneasy. Wangda. You looked at the door. If you see a car or a man wearing a long coat riding a donkey, come in and tell me. Face east. Even if a wasp stings the back of your head, don't look back. Do you hear me?
反正不是你脑袋。王德心里说。李英，你快跑到西边冰窖去买一块冰，要整的，不要碎块。钱呢？你衣袋里是什么？小孩子一点宽宏大量没有。老张显示着做先生的气派。
It's not your head anyway. Wangda said in his heart. Li Ying. You run quickly and go to the West Ice Cellar to buy a piece of ice. You want it whole, not broken. Where's the money? What's in your pocket? Children have no magnanimity at all. Lao Zhang showed his magnanimity as a writer.
李英看了看老张，又看了看小四的父亲孙八爷，一语未发，走出去。这时候老张才想起让孙八爷屋里去坐，心里七上八下的，勉强着和孙八爷闲扯。
Li Ying looked at Lao Zhang, then at Xiao Si's father, Mr. Sun Ba, and walked out without saying a word. Only then did Lao Zhang think of asking Mr. Sun to sit in his room. He was so nervous that he reluctantly chatted with Mr. Sunday.
孙八爷看着有40上下的年纪，矮矮的身量，圆圆的脸，一耸一耸肩，一高提脚踵，为的是显着比本来的身量高大而尊严。两道细眉，一双永远发困的睡眼。
Sunbei looked to be about 40 years old, with a short stature and a round face. When walking, he shrugged his shoulders and raised his heels to appear taller and more dignified than his original stature. Two thin eyebrows, a pair of sleepy eyes that are always sleepy.
幸亏有只高而正的鼻子，不然真看不出脸上有一应俱全的构造。一嘴的黄牙板，好似安着磨光褪色的金牙，不过上唇的几根短须遮盖着，还不至金光普照。
Fortunately, I have a high and upright nose, otherwise I wouldn't be able to see the all-in-one structure on my face. The yellow dental plate in one mouth seems to be equipped with polished and faded gold teeth. However, a few short whiskers on the upper lip cover it, so that the golden light does not shine all over.
一件天蓝洋缎的长袍，罩着一件铜纽宽边的米色坎肩，童叟无欺，一看就知道是乡下的土绅士。不大的功夫，李英提着一块雪白的冰进来。老张向孙八说
Wearing a sky blue satin robe, covered with a beige waistcoat with wide edges and copper buttons, he looks like a childlike boy, and you can tell he is a country gentleman at a glance. After a short while, Li Ying came in carrying a piece of snow-white ice. Lao Zhang said to Sun Ba.
八爷来看看这一手，只准说好，不准发笑。孙八随着老张走进教室来，老张把那块冰接过来，又找了一块木板，一起放在教室东墙的洋火炉里打着炉口。
Master Ba came to see this hand, and he was only allowed to say yes, and he was not allowed to laugh. Sun Ba followed Lao Zhang into the classroom. Lao Zhang took the piece of ice, found a piece of wood, and put them together in the foreign stove on the east wall of the classroom, beating the mouth of the stove.
一阵阵的往外冒凉气。八爷，看这一手妙不妙？洋炉改冰箱，冬暖夏凉，一物两用。老张挑着大拇指，把眼睛挤成一道缝，那条笑的虚线从脸上往里延长，直到心房上。
Waves of cold air came out. Bay. See how wonderful this move is? The foreign stove is converted into a refrigerator, which can be warm in winter and cool in summer. It can be used for both purposes. Lao Zhang raised his thumb, squeezed his eyes into a slit, and the dotted line of smile went from his face to it extends until it reaches the upper atrium.
撞得心上痒了一痒，才算满足了自己的得意。原来老张的洋炉炉腔内并没有火瓦，冬天摆着看一看就觉得暖和，夏天遇着大点放块冰就是冰箱。孙八看了止不住的夸奖。
I felt an itch in my heart before I was satisfied with my pride. It turns out that Lao Zhang's foreign furnace did not have fire tiles in the furnace cavity. Put it up in winter and you will feel warm just by looking at it. When there is a big ceremony in the summer, put a piece of ice in the refrigerator. Sun Ba couldn't stop praising him.
到底你喝过墨水，肚子里有货。正在说笑，王德飞跑得进来，堵住老张的耳朵，霹雳似的嚷了一声来了。同时，老张、王德一人出了一身情感不同而结果一样的冷汗。第三
After all, you have drank ink, and you have something in your stomach. While they were joking, Wangda ran in, blocked Lao Zhang's ears, and shouted like a thunderbolt, "Here we come." At the same time, Lao Zhang Wangda broke into a cold sweat with different emotions but the same result. Third.
门外拍拍的胆怯的声音，孙八忙着迎出来，老张扯开喉咙叫着立正。 50多个学生七长八短地排成2行。小3把左脚收回，用力过猛，把脚踵全放在小4的脚趾上。哎呦，老师！
There was the sound of shoes being dusted outside the door, and Sun Ba rushed to greet him. Lao Zhang shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stand at attention." More than 50 students lined up in 2 rows. Xiao San pulled back his left foot too hard and put his heel on Xiao Si's toes. Ouch. Teacher.
小3立正，立在我脚上了。向左转，摆对向迎。号令一下，学生全把右手放在眉边。小4痛得要哭，又不敢哭，只把手遮着眼睛，隔着眼泪往外看。前面走的他认识是衙门的李武。
The mistress stood at attention, standing on my feet. To the left. Make a team appearance. Welcome. After giving the order, the students all put their right hands to their eyebrows. Xiaoxi was in so much pain that he wanted to cry, but he didn't dare to cry. He just covered his eyes with his hands and looked out through the tears. The person walking in front he knew was Li Wu from the Yamen.
后面的自然是学务大人了。不用行礼，把手放下，放下，放下。学务大人显着1万多个不耐烦的样子。学生都把手从眉边摘下来。老张补了一句：“李毕。”李武递过一张名片。
The person behind is naturally the academic affairs master. No need to salute. Put your hands down. Put them down. Put them down. The academic affairs master looked more than 10,000 impatient. The students all took their hands off their brows. Lao Zhang added, "Ceremony finished." Li Wu handed over a business card.
老张低声问：“怎样？”李武偷偷地应道：“好说话。大人东屋坐，还是到讲堂去？”老张向学务大人行了个举手礼。李先生，你等我一等，我大概看看就走。行家一过眼。
Lao Zhang asked in a low voice, "How is it?" Li Wu responded secretly, "It's easy to talk." "Sir, please sit in the east room, or should you go to the lecture hall?" Lao Zhang raised his hand and saluted the academic affairs master. "Mr. Li, just wait for me. I'll probably take a look and then leave. Experts will just pass by."
站在学堂外边5分钟就知道办得好坏，那算门里出身。学务大人耸着肩膀，紧着肚皮，很响亮地嗽了2声，然后鼓着双腮，只转眼珠，不扭脖项地往4外一看。
If you stand outside the school for 5 minutes, you can tell whether something is going well or not. That means you are from a good background. The academic affairs master shrugged his shoulders, tightened his belly, coughed loudly twice, then puffed out his cheeks, rolled his eyes, and looked around without twisting his neck.
把一口痰用舌尖卷成一个滑腻的圆蛋，好似有小鸡桶喷出来的唾在杏树底下。拿出小手巾擦了擦嘴，又顺手擦擦鼻凹的汗，然后自言自语地说：“哼，不预备痰盂。那么老五。”
Roll a mouthful of phlegm into a smooth round ball with the tip of your tongue, like spittle sprayed from a small pump under the apricot tree. He took out a small hand towel and wiped his mouth, then wiped the sweat from the hollow of his nose. Then he said to himself, "Don't prepare a spittoon." Then Lao Wu.
八爷，你们哥2个东屋里坐，我伺候着大人。老张说：“不用大人，大人的，先生就好。新办法，新称呼，比不得7、8年前。把学生领到屋里去。是，到讲堂去。讲堂就是屋里。”
Mr. Ba, you 2 brothers can sit in the east room while I wait on you. Lao Zhang said. There is no need for adult or adult. Just sir. The new methods and new names are no better than they were 7 or 8 years ago. Lead the students into the room. Yes. Go to the lecture hall. The lecture hall is inside the room.
屋里就是讲堂。学务大人似乎有些不满意老张的问法。是。老张又行了一个举手礼。向左转，入讲堂。学生把脚抬到过膝，用力跺着脚踵，震得地上咚咚的山响，向讲堂走来。
The room is a lecture hall. The academic affairs master seems to be a little dissatisfied with Lao Zhang's question. Yes. Lao Zhang raised his hand again. Turn left. Enter the lecture hall. The student raised his feet above his knees, stomped his heels hard, making the sound of winter mountains on the ground, and walked towards the lecture hall.
老张在讲台上往下看，学生们好似50多根小石桩。俏皮一点说，好似50多尊小石佛，瞪着眼，努着嘴，挺着脖子，直着腿。也就是老张教授有年，学务大人经验丰富。
Lao Zhang looked down from the podium. The students looked like more than 50 small stone piles. To put it more playfully, they look like more than 50 small stone Buddhas. Their eyes are wide open, their mouths are pursed, their necks are straightened, and their legs are straightened. That is to say, Professor Zhang has many years of experience, and the academic affairs master has a lot of experience.
不然谁吃得住这样的阵势？50多个孩子真是一根头发都不动，就是不幸有一根动的，也听得见响声。学务大人被屋里浓厚的叹气堵得一连打了3个喷嚏。
Otherwise, who can afford such a formation? Not even a hair of the 50 or so children could move, and even if one of them moved, the noise could be heard. The academic affairs master was choked by the thick charcoal gas in the room and sneezed 3 times in a row.
从口袋里掏出日本的保单，连气地往鼻子里吸，又拿出手巾不住地擦眼泪。老张利用这个机会才看了看学务大人。学务大人约有45、6岁的年纪，一张黑黄的脸皮。
He took out the Japanese precious pill from his pocket, breathed it into his nose angrily, and took out a handkerchief to wipe his tears. Lao Zhang took advantage of this opportunity and looked at the academic affairs master. The academic affairs master is about 45 or 6 years old. A black and yellow face.
当中镶着白多黑少的2个琉璃球，一个中部高质的鹰鼻，鼻下挂着些干黄的穗子，遮住了嘴。穿着一件旧灰色官纱袍，下面一条河南绸做的洋式裤，系着裤脚。
Inlaid with 2 colored glaze balls are white and black. An eagle nose with a high middle part, with some dried yellow tassels hanging under the nose, covering the mouth. Wearing an old gray official gauze robe, underneath a pair of Western-style trousers made of Hunan silk, tied at the trousers.
足下一双短筒半新羊皮鞋，露着本地兰式不加做的袜子，乍看使人觉着有些光线不调，看惯了更显得新旧嫌疑，允直觉中，或者也可以说是东西文化调和的先生。
Underneath her feet were a pair of short-cut, used foreign leather shoes, revealing socks made by a local blue market cloth shop. At first glance, people feel that the light is a bit out of tune. Once you get used to it, it seems that it is appropriate for both old and new, and allows to hold on to the right. Or it can be said to be the harbinger of the reconciliation of Eastern and Western cultures.
老张不敢细看，打开早已预备好的第3册国文，开始献计。新国文第3课，找着没有？找着了。学生都用最高的调子喊了一声：“听着！”现在要提示注意。
Lao Zhang didn't dare to take a closer look, so he opened the 3rd volume of Chinese literature that he had prepared and started to perform his skills. Lesson 3 of New Chinese Language. Can you find it? Found it, the students shouted in the highest pitch. Listen. Now it's time to attention.
老张顺着教授书的程序往下念。王德，把腰挺起来。那是体育，懂不懂？王德不懂，只好从已然板直的腰往无可在直里挺了一挺。听着，现在要输入概念。
Lao Zhang read along the instructions in the professor's book. Wang De. Stand up straight. That's sports, do you understand? Wang De didn't understand, so he had no choice but to straighten his waist, which was already straight, to a point where it could no longer be straight. Listen. Now it's time to enter the concept.
这一课讲的是燕子，燕子候鸟也。候鸟乃鸟中之一种，明白不明白？明白啊。老师，学生又齐喊了一声。小三差一点把舌尖咬破，因为用力过猛。不叫老师，叫先生。新是新称呼。
This lesson is about swallows, which are also migratory birds. Migratory birds are one type of bird, do you understand? I understand. Teacher. The students shouted in unison again. The mistress almost bit the tip of her tongue because she used too much force. Don't call me teacher, call me sir. New things, new names.
昨天告诉你们的，为何不记着？该记着。老张接续讲下去。燕子自北海道飞过小吕宋，渡印度洋而至特尔奇斯坦，此其所以为候鸟，明白不明白？明白。老师，先生。
Why don't you remember what I told you yesterday? Should remember. Lao Zhang continued, swallows fly from Hokkaido through Little Luzon, cross the Indian Ocean and arrive at Turkestan. Do you understand why they are migratory birds? Clear. Teacher, sir.
这一次喊得不甚齐整。学务大人把一支铅笔插在嘴里，随着老张的讲授，一一记在小笔记本上。写完一节，把舌头吐在唇边，预备往铅笔上沾唾液，再往下写。
This time the shouting was not quite coherent. The academic affairs master put a pencil in his mouth and wrote everything down in his small notebook along with Lao Zhang's lecture. After writing a section, stick your tongue to your lips and prepare to dip the pencil in saliva before writing further.
写的时候是铅笔在舌上触2下，写一个字。王德偷着眼看，他以为大人正害口疮，而小三学务大人正站在他的右边，却以为大人的铅笔上有事双糖。张先生，
When writing, touch the pencil on the tongue twice to write a word. Wangda glanced secretly, thinking that the master was suffering from a mouth sore, but the mistress, the academic affairs master was standing on his right, thought that the master's pencil had persimmon sugar on it. Mr. Zhang.
到放学的时候不到，老张正待往下讲书，学务大人忽然发了话：差20分钟，是，你早些下堂，派一个大学生看着他们，我有话和你说。是，李英，你看着他们念书。立正，行礼。
Not until school is over. Lao Zhang was about to continue his lecture when the academic affairs master suddenly spoke. 20 minutes to go, yes. You come down to class early and send a college student to watch them. I have something to tell you. Yes. Li Ying, watch them study. Stand at attention. Salute.
学生们都立起来，又把手摆在眉边，多数乘着机会抓了抓鬓边的热汗。学务大人一些也没注意，大摇大摆地走出讲堂。谁要是找死，谁就乘着大人没走以前吵闹。
The students all stood up and put their hands to their brows. Most of them took the opportunity to scratch the sweat on their temples. Some of the academic leaders did not pay attention and swaggered out of the lecture hall. If anyone is looking for death, he should make a noise before the adults leave.
老张一眼向外，一眼向里，手扶着屋门，咬着牙根，低声而沈痛地说：“大人来到东屋，李武、孙八立起来。”孙八递过一碗茶，说：“辛苦，多辛苦！大热的天，跑这么远，官事没法子。贵姓？”
Lao Zhang looked outward and inward, holding the door of the house with his hand, and said in a low and deep voice through gritted teeth. The adults came to the east room. Li Wu and Sun Bali stood up. Sun Ba handed over a bowl of tea and said, "It's hard work. How hard it is. Running so far on a hot day. There's nothing we can do about official matters. What's your surname?"
大人呷了一口茶，咕噜咕噜的漱口，漱了半天，结果咽下去了。孙八爷，本地的绅士。老张替孙八回答，又接着说：“今天教的好坏，你老多原谅。教授的还不错，你的外国地名很熟。”
The adult took a sip of tea and rinsed his mouth. I coughed for a long time and finally swallowed it. Master Suanba, a local gentleman. Lao Zhang answered for Suanba, and then said, "You will forgive me for the quality of my teaching today. The professor is pretty good, and you are very familiar with foreign place names.
不过不如写在黑板上好。大人很郑重地说。不瞒先生说，那些洋字是跟我一个盟兄学的，他在东交民巷做6国翻译。据他说，念外国字只要把平仄念掉了，准保没错。
But it's not as good as writing it on the blackboard. My lord said solemnly. To be honest, sir, I learned those foreign words from an ally of mine. He worked as a translator from 6 countries in Dongjiao Mingxiang. According to him, as long as you adjust your reading of Chinese characters in Chinese characters, you will be right.
老张又一挤眼，自外而内的一笑。何必你蒙兄说，那个入过学堂的不晓得中西文士义理。大人掏出烟斗，拧上了一袋烟，一面接着问：一共有多少学生？54名。是。
Lao Zhang winked again and smiled from the outside in. Why do you need your ally to say that the person who went to school doesn't know that Chinese and Western languages are the same? The adult took out his pipe and put on a pack of cigarettes, and then asked, "How many students are there in total?" 54. Yes.
今天有2个告假的，一个家里有丧事，一个出鬼风疹。大人写在笔记本上。一年进多少学费？进得好呢，一年150元；不好呢，约合100元的光景。大人写在笔记本上。
There are 2 people asking for leave today. One has a funeral at home and one has ghost rubella. The adult wrote in the notebook. How much tuition fee does it cost per year? If the income is good, it's 150 yuan a year. If it's not good, it's about 100 yuan. The adults wrote in the notebook.
然后问：怎么较劲的好不好？老张转了转眼珠，答道：半路有退学的，学费要不进来就得算打伤号。哦，教科书用那一家的，商务的还是中华的？中华书局的。是。
Then asked, "How can I call you in?" Lao Zhang rolled his eyes and replied, "Some people drop out of school halfway. If the tuition fees don't come in, it will be considered a loss." Ugh. Which textbook is from the business school or the Chinese school? From Zhonghua Book Company. Yes.
大人写在笔记本上，把铅笔含在口内，像想起什么事似的，慢慢地说：还是用商务的好啊，城里的学堂已经都换了。是，明天就换，明天就换。不是我多嘴，按理说。
The adult writes in the notebook. Hold the pencil in your mouth as if thinking of something. He said slowly, "It's better to use business. All the schools in the city have been changed. Yes. Change it tomorrow. Change it tomorrow. It's not me who talks too much, it stands to reason.
中华这个字眼比商务好听。前几天在城里听宣讲，还讲中华大强国，怎么现在又不时兴了呢？孙八侃侃地说着：“你怎能比大人懂得多？那一定有个道理。”老张看看孙八。
The word China sounds better than business. I listened to a lecture in the city a few days ago and talked about China's great power. Why is it not fashionable now? Sun Ba said eloquently. How can you know more than adults? There must be a reason. Lao Zhang looked at Sun Ba.
又看了看大人，大人咳嗽了2声，把手巾掩着嘴，像要打哈欠，不幸却没打成。官事随时变，李武乘机会表示些当差的经验，现在不时兴，过2年就许又复原。
He looked at the adults again. The adult coughed twice and covered his mouth with his handkerchief as if he was about to yawn, but unfortunately he failed. Official matters change at any time. Li Wu took the opportunity to express some of his experience as an official. It is not fashionable now, but it will be back to normal in 2 years.
当差的不能不随着新事走，是这样说不是？大人，是极了。张先生，不是我在你面前卖好，错过我。普天下查学的，有给教员们出法子的没有？查学的讲究，专看先生们的缝子。
The errands have to follow the new trends. That's right, isn't it? Grown-ups. Yes. That's great. Mr. Zhang. It's not that I'm showing off in front of you, but you've missed me. Do you, who is studying learning all over the world, have any ideas for the teachers? The emphasis on studying is to look at the flaws of gentlemen.
破绽，大人高明，李武、孙八一起说。不过，大人提高了嗓子说：“张先生，有一件事我不能不挑你的错。”李武、孙八都替老张着急，老张却还镇静说：“是，先生指教。”
Flaw, my lord is wise, Li Wu and Sun Ba said together. However, the lord raised his voice and said, Mr. Zhang, there is one thing I cannot help but find fault with you. Li Wu and Sun Ba were both anxious for Lao Zhang. But Lao Zhang remained calm and said, Yes. Sir, give me advice.
你的讲台为什么弃在西边？那是白虎台，主房客学生家长。教育乃慈善事业，怎能这样办呢？大人一字一板地说。前任的大人说什么教室取左光，所以我把讲台弃在西边。
Why is your podium built in the west? It is the White Tiger Terrace, which is intended to harm students and their parents. Education is a charity, how can we do this? The adult said word for word. The previous adult said that the classroom should have left light, so I built the podium on the west side.
实在说，我还懂一点风水阴阳。上司的命令不敢不遵，先生还得多原谅。不用说前任的话，他会办事，还不至撤了差。不过我绝不报上去。要是有心跟你为难。
To be honest, I also know a little bit about the yin and yang of feng shui. If you dare not disobey your boss's orders, you must forgive me, sir. Don't say anything about my predecessor. He can do things well and he won't have to withdraw from his job. But I will never report it. If I have the intention to embarrass you.
我就不和你当面说了，是不是？大人笑了，李武、孙八也笑了。大人又下了一口茶，立起来。李武、孙八也立起来，只是老张省事，始终就没坐下。天热，多休息休息。孙八说：“不。”
I want to talk to you face to face, right? The adults laughed, and Li Wu and Sun Ba also laughed. The adults took another sip of tea and stood up. Li Wu and Sun Ba also stood up, but Lao Zhang saved the trouble and never sat down. It's hot, take more rest. Sun Ba said. No.
下午还打算赶2处。李先生，大人。李武脸笑得像小酒醉螃蟹似的。我们上午里蹲，还是黄鱼店。大人请便，守备派我护送大人，全听大人的吩咐。老武，好好伺候大人。
There are 2 more places I plan to visit in the afternoon. Mr. Li. Grown-ups. Li Wu smiled like a drunken crab. Should we go to Woolaton or the Yellow Croaker shop? Your Majesty, if you please, I will be sent by the guard to escort you. I will obey your orders. Lao Wu. Serve your master well.
我都得请你喝茶，不用说大人，老张要说又吞回去了。黄鱼店罢。大人似乎没注意老张说什么。大人多美言。老武，你领着大人由王家村穿东大屯，由吴谦总门口走。
I have to treat you to tea, needless to say, sir. Lao Zhang was about to say it but swallowed it back. Let's go to the Yellow Croaker shop. My lord, it seems that he didn't pay attention to what Lao Zhang said. What kind words, sir? Lao Wu, you lead the adults from Wangjiakan through Dongdadan and through the gate of Mr. Wu Qian.
那一路都是柳树，有些遮眼，日光太毒。老张说：“大人前面走，孙八跟着不住的道辛苦。”李武偷偷的扯着老张的袖子，伸了伸大指。老张笑了。第四，孙八告辞回家。
There were willow trees all the way, which was a bit obscured, and the sunlight was too harsh. Lao Zhang said. The master walked in front, and Sun Ba couldn't help but said, "Thank you." Li Wu secretly pulled Lao Zhang's sleeve and stretched out his thumb, and Lao Zhang smiled. Fourth. Sun Ba said goodbye and went home.
老张立在门外，只等学务大人和李武走进树林，才深深地喘了一口气走进来。学生们在树底下挤热洋似的抢着喝茶，屋里几个大学生偷着杂洋炉里要化完的那块冰。哈哈。
Lao Zhang stood outside the door and waited until the academic affairs master and Li Wu walked into the woods before taking a deep breath and walking in. The students rushed to drink tea like hot sheep under the tree. Several college students in the room secretly smashed the ice that was about to melt in the foreign stove. Ha ha.
谁的主意喝我的茶？老张照定张成就打。老师，不是我的主意，是小四头一个要喝的。张成用手遮着头说：“小四要喝，他拿多少学钱，你拿多少。他吃大米，你吃棒子面。喝茶。”
Whose idea was it to drink my tea? Lao Zhang decided to beat Zhang Qingqing. Teacher. It wasn't my idea, it was the fourth one who wanted to drink it. Zhang Qing covered his head with his hands and said. Xiao Si wants to drink? How much tuition fee does he get, and how much do you get? He eats rice, you eat stick noodles. Have tea?
不怕伤了你的胃，都给我走进去。老张看了看茶盆，可怜大半已被喝去。老张怒冲冲地走进教室，学生幼小时装一般的坐好。王德的嘴还满塞着冰渣。小三、小四、卜凤、王春。
Not afraid of hurting your stomach. Come in, everyone. Lao Zhang looked at the teapot, but unfortunately most of it had been drank. Lao Zhang walked into the classroom angrily, and the students sat down like small stone piles. Wang De's mouth was still full of ice slag. Mistress, Xiao Si, Bu Feng, Wang Chun.
你们回家去吃饭。对家里说，学务大人来了，老师给大人预备的茶水点心，给学生泡的小叶茶，叫家里看着办，该拿多少拿多少。大人查的是你们的学问，老师不能干赔钱。
You go home and have dinner. Tell the family that the academic master is here, and the teacher has prepared tea and snacks for the adults and made small leaf tea for the students, and ask the family to take care of it and take as much as they should. The adults are inspecting your knowledge, and the teacher cannot make you lose money.
听明白没有？去吧。小三们夹起书包，小野鹿似的飞跑去了。你们怎么样？是认打认罚？回家对父亲说，多少送些东西给老师。7、8个学生一起说，说个准数，别含糊着，亲是亲。
Do you understand? Go. The mistresses picked up their school bags and ran away like wild deer. How are you doing? Are you admitting to beating or punishment? Go home and tell your father, give some things to the teacher. 7 or 8 students said at the same time. Speak accurately, don't be vague, a kiss is a kiss.
才是才。老师，我们要是说了，父亲遇上一时不方便呢。几个大学生说，不方便，起初就别送学生来念书。要念书又要省钱，做老师的怎那么天生的该饿死？不用废话。
Wealth is wealth. Teacher. What if we told him that his father was in a moment of inconvenience? Several college students said. Inconvenient? Don't send students to study in the first place. You have to study and save money. How can a teacher be so born to starve to death? No need to waste words.
怕打的说个数目，身上发痒的板子现成。老张把军帽摘下来，照旧挂在挂黑板的帽钉上，脱了长袍，把小汗衫的袖子高高挽起，一手拿起教鞭，一手从讲桌深处扯出大竹板。
If you are afraid of being beaten, tell me the number. If you are itchy, the board is ready. Lao Zhang took off his military cap and hung it on the hat nail hanging on the blackboard as usual. He took off his robe and rolled up the sleeves of his undershirt. He picked up the pointer with one hand and pulled out the big bamboo stick from the depths of the desk with the other hand. Plate.
抡了抡教鞭，活动活动手腕，半恼半笑地说：“给我个干脆！烧香的还愿，跳山涧的也还愿，钱是你们的，肉也是你们的，愿打愿罚，快着定！一寸光阴一寸金，耽误我的光阴。”
He swung the pointer and flexed his wrist. He said with half annoyance and half smile. Give me a simple one. Those who burn incense will fulfill their wishes, and those who jump into mountain streams will also fulfill their wishes. The money is yours, and the meat is also yours. If you are willing to be beaten, if you are willing to be punished, it will be settled quickly. Every inch of time is worth an inch of gold, so waste my time.
你们赔得起黄金吗？5、6个心慈面善的学生觉得大热的天吃板条有些不好意思，他们立起来，有人从家里拿一只小雏鸡的，有人拿500钱的，老张一一记在账本上。
Can you afford the gold? 5 or 6 kind-hearted students felt a little embarrassed to eat on the boards in the hot weather. They stood up, some wanted to take a little chick from home, some wanted to take $500. The old Zhang recorded everything in his account book one by one.
放他们回家。其余的学生认清了，到家要钱也是挨打，不如冲回光棍卖给老张几下。万一老张看着人多，也许举行一回大赦呢。打人就要费力气，费力气就要多吃饭。
Let them go home. The rest of the students realized that if they asked for money at home they would be beaten, so it was better to repay them as bachelors and sell them to Lao Zhang for a few hits. If Lao Zhang sees too many people, he might hold an amnesty. It takes effort to hit someone, and it takes effort to eat more.
多吃饭就要费钱，费钱就是破坏他的哲学，老张又何尝爱打人呢？但是这次不打，下次就许没有一个认罚的，岂不比多吃一碗饭损失的更大？况且万一打上心火来。
Eating more means spending money, and spending money is destroying his philosophy. Why does Lao Zhang like to beat people? However, if we don't fight this time, no one will accept the punishment next time. Wouldn't it be a greater loss than eating an extra bowl of rice? Besides, just in case you get angry.
吃不下东西，省1、2碗饭也未可知。于是学生们的万一之望敌不过哲学家万一之望，而要冲光棍的少年们苦矣。学生们纷纷擦拳磨掌，增高温度。
If you can't eat, you won't be able to save a bowl or two of rice. Therefore, the students' hope for the eventuality is no match for the philosopher's hope for the eventuality, and the young men who want to be bachelors are miserable. The students were gearing up and raising the temperature.
已被抵抗冰凉铁硬的主板，有的干干的落泪，却不哭喊出来。老张更怒了，好，你是不服我呀！于是多打了3板，有的还没走到老张跟前，早已痛哭流涕地央告起来。老张更怒了。
To prepare against the cold iron-hard bamboo board. Some shed tears but did not cry out. Lao Zhang became even more angry. Okay. You are disobeying me. So he played 3 more boards. Some of them were already crying and complaining before they even came to Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang became even more angry.
好，你拿眼泪软我的心，你是有意骂我。于是多打了3板，有的低声的哭着，眼泪串珠般的滚着。老张更怒了，好，你想半哭半不哭的骗我，狡猾鬼。于是又打了3板。
Good. You used your tears to soften my heart. You meant to scold me. So I played 3 more times. Some were crying in a low voice, with tears rolling down their cheeks. Lao Zhang became even more angry. Okay. You want to lie to me half crying, you cunning devil. So he hit 3 more boards.
老张和其他的哲学家一样，本着他独立不已的哲学，无论如何设想是不会矛盾的。学生们随打随走，现在只剩下李英和王德2个。李英想，我是大学长，自然不会挨打。
Lao Zhang, like other philosophers, adheres to his independent philosophy. No matter how he imagines it, there will be no contradiction. The students were beaten and left, and now only Li Ying and Wang De were left. Li Ying thought, I am the president of the university, so naturally I will not be beaten.
何况我已给他买了1块冰。王德呢，自知吃性子、吃冰等罪案是无可幸免的，把手搓得鲜红，专备迎敌。李英，你怎样？老张放下主板，舒展着自己的手腕。我不知道。李英低着头说。
Besides, I already bought him a piece of ice. As for Wang De, he knew that eating apricots, eating ice, and other crimes were inevitable, so he rubbed his hands bright red in preparation for facing the enemy. Li Ying. How are you? Lao Zhang put down the bamboo board and stretched his wrists. I don't know. Li Ying lowered his head and said.
你以为我不打大学长吗？你不拦着他们喝茶、吃冰，是你的错处不是？茶本来是该喝的，冰是我买的，错不错我不知道。李英把脸涨红，理直气壮地说。哈哈，老张狂笑了一阵。
Do you think I won't hit the college president? Isn't it your fault that you didn't stop them from drinking tea or eating ice cream? I was supposed to drink the tea, and I bought the ice. I don't know whether it was wrong or not. Li Ying blushed and said confidently. Ha. Lao Zhang laughed wildly for a while.
这回却是由内而外的笑， 唯其自内而外，是最难测定是否真相，因为哲学家的情感是与常人不同的。你不错，我错，我要打你。老张忽然停住了笑声，又把主板拾起来。
This time it is indeed a smile from the inside out, but it is the most difficult to determine whether it is true laughter from the inside out, because the emotions of philosophers are different from ordinary people. You're good, I'm wrong, I'm going to beat you. Lao Zhang suddenly stopped laughing and picked up the bamboo board again.
我要是告退不念呢，叔父不允许。李英自己想，叫他打呢，有什么脸去见人？我告退不念了。李英想来想去，觉得叔父怎样也比老张好说话。什么？不念了？你要不念就不念。
If I want to resign, my uncle won't allow it. Li Ying thought to himself, I'm asking him to beat me. How can I have the face to meet people? I don't want to give up. Li Ying thought about it and thought that his uncle could be easier to talk to than Lao Zhang. What? Don't read it anymore? If you don't want to read it, don't read it.
我叔父不叫我念书了。李英明知自己说谎，可是舍此别无，搪塞老张的话。你叔父？哦，你叔父？去，叫你叔父把咱老张的钱连本带利今天都还清，你是爱念不念。李英明白了。
My uncle stopped asking me to study. Li Ying knew he was lying, but he had nothing to say to stop Lao Zhang. Your uncle? Vomit. Your uncle. Go and ask your uncle to pay off our Lao Zhang's money today, including the principal and interest. You miss me so much. Li Ying understands.
明白一切的关系，眼泪止不住的流下来。哭，会哭就好。老张用板子转过去，指着王德：“你怎么样？看着办，好在谁也没吃板条的瘾。”王德笑嘻嘻地说。王德慢慢地走过去。
Understand the relationship between everything. The tears couldn't stop flowing. Crying? As long as you can cry. Lao Zhang turned around and pointed at Wang De with his board. How are you? Let's figure it out. Fortunately, no one is addicted to eating laughs. Wang De said with a smile. Wang De walked over slowly.
老张却把板子放下了。王德倒吃了一惊，心里说：老手要是走运，老屁股许要糟糕。继而又想到，好在一家人，也该叫老屁股替老手一回了。反正你们挨打，疼都在我心上。
Lao Zhang put the board down. Wang De was surprised and said in his heart, if the veteran is lucky, the old but may be in a worse situation. Then he thought, fortunately, as a family, it's time to ask the old but to replace the veteran. Anyway, you will be beaten and it will hurt, in my heart.
乐得不换地方呢。王德永远往宽处想，一这样想，心里立觉痛快，脸上就笑出来。于是他笑了。王德，你跟我到东屋去，我倒不挑选地方挨打。也别说，东屋也许比西屋凉爽一些。
I'm so happy that I don't want to change places. Wang De always thinks about the bright side. As soon as he thinks like this, he feels happy in his heart and smiles on his face, so he laughs. Wang De, come with me to the east room. I don't pick a place to get beaten. Not to mention, the east room may be cooler than the west room.
王德说毕，随着老张往东屋走。老张并没拿着板子。王德，你今年10几岁？老张坐下，仰着脸，把右手放在鬓边。我大概19岁，还没娶媳妇，好在不忙。不要说废话，我和你说正经事。
After Wang De finished speaking, he followed Lao Zhang to the east room. Lao Zhang was not holding the board. Wang De, how old are you this year? Lao Zhang sat down, raised his face and put his right hand on his temple. Me? I'm about 19 years old. I haven't married a wife yet. Fortunately, I'm not busy. Don't talk nonsense, I'm talking to you about serious matters.
老张似乎把怒气全消了。娶媳妇比什么也要紧，也正经。要是说娶妻是废话，天下就没有一句正经话。王德一面说着，一面找了一条凳子坐下。你知道李英的家事不知道？
Lao Zhang seemed to have lost all his anger. Marrying a wife is more important than anything else, and it is also serious. If you say that marrying a wife is nonsense, there is no serious word in the world. As Wang De said, he found a stool and sat down. You know Li Ying's family affairs, don't you?
老张闭着一只眼问。我知道他叔父也姓李。别的呢？我还没研究过。王德说完，哈哈地笑起来。他想起2年前在国文上学了研究2个字，回家问他父亲，咱们晚饭。
Lao Zhang asked with one eye closed. I know his uncle's surname is also Li. What about others? I haven't studied it yet. Wang De said and laughed. He remembered that he had learned the word research in Chinese literature 2 years ago. He went home and asked his father, let's have dinner.
研究得了没有？ 被他父亲一掌打在脸上，至今想起来还觉得干辣辣的发烧。父亲不明白儿子说研究，你说可笑不可笑？王德月发笑的声音高了，你是非打不可。
Study okay? Being slapped in the face by his father, I still feel a burning fever when I think about it. My father didn't understand whether his son's word research was ridiculous or not. Wang Due laughed louder and louder. You must fight.
有什么可笑呢？是可笑。人要把鼻子倒长着，下雨的时候往嘴里灌水，难道不可笑？人要把胡子长在手掌上，长成天然小毛刷子，随便刷衣裳，难道不可笑？挨打是手上疼。
What's so funny? That's ridiculous. Isn't it ridiculous for people to grow their noses upside down and pour water into their mouths when it rains? Isn't it ridiculous that people want to grow beards on their palms and grow them into small natural hair brushes to brush their clothes casually? The hand hurts after being beaten.
管不着心里笑，你不知道李英家里的事。老张早知道王德是宁挨打不止笑的人物，不如听着他笑。我不知道。好，你今年19，李英也19，他可以做大学长，你为何不可以？
I can't help but laugh in my heart. You don't know what's going on in Li Ying's family? Old Zhang had known that Wang De would rather laugh after being beaten than just listen to him laugh. I don't know. Good. You are 19 this year, and Li Ying is also 19. He can be the president of the university, why can't you?
假如我要派你做大学长，你干不干？王德和李英是最好的学友，他只有一件事不满意李英，就是李英做大学长。王德以为凡是老人都可恨，他的父亲因为他说研究。
If I want to appoint you as university dean, will you do it? Wang De and Li Ying are the best academic friends. He is dissatisfied with Li Ying for only one thing, that is, Li Ying is the college president. Wang De thinks that all old people are hateful, and his father because he said research.
就打得他脸上开花。老人在王德想，就是专凭势力不懂人情的老古董。除了老人要算年轻而学老人行为的为可恶。街坊批3年轻轻的当军官。
It made his face bloom. The old man, in Wang De's mind, was an old man who only relied on power and did not understand human feelings. Except for the elderly, it is abominable to be young and imitate the behavior of the elderly. My neighbor Pai San became a military officer at a young age.
打部下的兵丁比父亲打儿子还毒狠。城里的前6才20多岁，就学着老人娶2个媳妇。批3前6该杀。至于李英呢，岁数不大，偏板着面孔替老张吹胡子瞪眼睛的管束同学。
The soldiers who beat his subordinates were more vicious than a father beating his son. Xian Lu in the city was only in his 20s, so he imitated the old man and married 2 wives. Pai San, Xian Lu should be killed. As for Li Ying, he is not very old, and he has a stern face and disciplines his classmates by blowing his beard and glaring his eyes for Lao Zhang.
如今老张要派王德做大学长，他自己笑着说：“王德还没娶媳妇就做大学长，未免可笑，而且可杀。”王德于是突然立起来，往外就走。你别走！老张把他拦住。有你的好处。
Now Lao Zhang wanted to appoint Wang De as the university president. He said with a smile, Wang De, to become the university president before you have married a wife is ridiculous and can be killed. Wang De suddenly stood up and walked out. Don't leave. Lao Zhang stopped him. It's good for you.
有什么好处？你听着，我慢慢对你说。老张把王德又推在小凳上。你要当大学长，我从此不打你。可是你得帮我算铺子的账目。王德滴溜溜地转着2只大眼睛，没有回答。
What are the benefits? Listen, I will tell you slowly. Lao Zhang pushed Wang De on the stool again. You want to be the president of the university, and I won't beat you from now on. But you have to help me settle the accounts of the shop. Wang De rolled his big eyes and didn't answer.
还有好处，你现在拿多少学钱，每天领多少点心钱。学钱每月6吊，点心钱不一定，要看父亲的高兴不高兴。是啊，你要是做大学长，听明白了，可是帮我算账。
There are benefits. How much study money do you get now, and how much snack money do you get every day? Study money is 6 cents a month, snack money is not necessarily, it depends on whether my father is happy or not. Yes. If you are the dean of the university, I understand, but you can help me settle the score.
我收你4吊钱的学费，给父亲省2吊钱。你不明白，你不用对你父亲说，每月领6吊钱，给我4吊，那2吊你自己用，你看好不好？不告诉父亲，他要是知道了，你替我挨打。
I charge you 4 ounces of tuition. Save your father 2 ounces of money? You don't understand. You don't need to tell your father that you receive 6 slings a month, give me 4 slings, and you can use the 2 slings yourself. Do you think that's okay? Don't tell your father. If he finds out, will you take the beating for me?
王德又笑了，设若父亲照打我一般的打老张一顿，多么有趣！你我都不说，他怎会知道？不说就是了。嘴里不说，心里难过。不会不难过。白天不说，要是夜里说梦话呢？你废话。
Wang De laughed again. It would be fun if my father beat Lao Zhang just like he beat me. How could he know if you and I don't tell him? Just don't tell him. If you don't say anything, you will feel sad in your heart. Aren't you sad? If you don't talk during the day, what if you talk in your sleep at night? You're talking nonsense.
不废话，你们老人自然不说梦话，理应也许不说，可是我夜夜说。越是白天不说的，夜间越说得欢。少吃饭，多喝水，又省钱，又省梦。省什么？省梦。你看你师母永远不做梦。
No nonsense. Of course you old people don't talk in your sleep. Li Ying may not, but I do it every night. The more you don't talk about it during the day, the more fun you talk about it at night. Eat less, drink more water, save money and dreams. Save what? Save, dream. Look at your wife, she never dreams.
他饿了的时候，我就告诉他喝点水。王德止不住又高声笑起来。他想，要是人人这样对待妇女，过些年妇人不但只会喝水，而且变成不会做梦的动物。哦，想起来了。
When she's hungry, I tell her, drink some water. Wang De couldn't help laughing loudly again. He thought, if everyone treats women like this, in a few years women will not only know how to drink water, but also become animals that cannot dream. Vomit. Remembered.
父亲常说，男孩有人头鱼，妇人头鱼身子，不用说，就是这种训练的结果。可是人头鱼做梦不做，不知道。父亲，也许不知道。哼，还是别问他，问老人不知道的事情。
My father often said that there are human-headed fish in the South China Sea. Women have human heads and fish bodies. Needless to say, they are the result of this kind of training. But does the human-headed fish dream? Have no idea. Father? Maybe don't know. Snort. It's better not to ask him things that the old man doesn't know.
结果是找打嘴巴。王德，我没工夫和你废话，就这么办。去家去吃饭。老张立起来。这里问题太多，王德屈指一一的算。当大学长，假充老人，骗父亲的钱，帮你算账，多喝水，少吃饭。
The result is a slap in the mouth. Wang De. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, so I'll just do it. Go home and have dinner. Lao Zhang stood up. There are too many problems here. Wang De counted them out one by one, being a college president, pretending to be an old man, defrauding your father of money, helping you settle accounts, drinking more water and eating less.
省钱省梦变人头鱼，不明白，我不明白，明白也这么办，不明白也这么办。去，滚！王德没法子，立起来往外走。忽然想起来，李英呢？你管不着，我有治他的法子。去。第五。
Save money, save dreams, and become a mermaid. I don't understand. If you understand, do it this way. If you don't understand, do it this way. Go. Roll. Wang De had no choice but to stand up and walk out. Suddenly he remembered, where is Li Ying? You can't control it. I have a cure for him. Go. Fifth.
老张把李英、王德的事都支配停妥，下了一口凉茶。茶走下去，肚里咕噜噜的响了一阵。老张，你饿了？他对自己说，肚子和街上的乞丐一样，永远是虚张声势，故作丑态。
Lao Zhang arranged everything for Li Ying and Wang De and took a sip of herbal tea. As the tea went down, there was a rumbling sound in my stomach. Old Zhang, you are hungry. He said to himself, your stomach is like a beggar on the street, always bluffing and pretending to be ugly.
一饿就吃，以后他许一天想7、80次。他按了按肚皮，讨厌的东西不用和我示威，老张有老张的办法。命令一下，他立刻觉得精神胜过肉体，开始计划一切。今天那2句。
Eat whenever you feel hungry, and from now on he promises to ring 70 or 80 times a day. He rubbed his belly and said, no need to protest with me, you annoying thing. Lao Zhang has his own methods. After giving the order, he immediately felt that the spirit was stronger than the body and began to plan everything. Today's 2 sentences.
立正叫得多么清脆，那些鬼子地名说得多么圆熟。老张，总算你有本事。140加节里30就是170。小三的爹还不送几斗谷子，够吃1、2个月的。
Stand at attention. What a crisp cry. How skillfully those Japanese place names were spoken. Lao Zhang. Finally you have what it takes. 104, plus the Boxing Day 30, it's 117. Xiaosong's father didn't even give him a few bushels of millet, enough to last him for a month or two.
学务大人看今天的样子总算满意，一报上去奖金又是30，170加30就是200整。铺子绝不会比去年赚的少，虽然还没结账。理应的叔父欠的债算是无望。
The academic affairs master was finally satisfied with today's appearance, and once the report came up, the bonus was another 30. 117, plus 30 is 200. The shop will definitely make less than last year, even though the accounts haven't been settled yet. The debt owed by Li Ying's uncle is hopeless.
辞了理应，叫他去调巡机，调巡机当巡机兵。因当兵要经过挑选，习称调巡机。坐地扣，每月扣他饷银2块，一年又是24。李应走后，王德帮咱算账，每月少要他2吊钱。
After he resigned, Li Ying asked him to go to Chaosunshang, note, Chaosunshang, to be a patrol soldier. Because soldiers have to go through selection, the custom is called Chaosunshang. He sat on the ground and deducted 2 pieces of silver from him every month. Another year is 24. After Li Ying left, Wang De helped us settle the accounts and asked him for at least 2 slings of money every month.
可是省找一个小徒弟呢，狠心吧，赊2吊钱。他越想越高兴，肚子越想，可是越觉得没有吃饭的必要。于是他跑北屋，拿起学务大人的那张名片细看了一看。
But save yourself the trouble of finding a young apprentice. Be cruel. Give up 2 pennies. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and the happier his stomach became, but the more he felt there was no need to eat. So he ran to the north room, picked up the business card from the academic affairs master and looked at it carefully.
那张名片是红纸金字2面印的，上面印的字太多，所以老张有几个不认识，他并不计较那个，又不是造字的圣人，谁能把字典上的字全认的？名片的正面，教育讲习所。
The business card was red paper with gold characters printed on both sides. There were too many characters printed on it, so Lao Zhang didn't recognize some of them, but he didn't care about that. He wasn't a saint who invented characters, so who could recognize all the characters in the dictionary? The front of the business card. Educational workshop.
休业4月，参观昌平县教育3等英美烟公司银质奖章，前11师21团炮营见习生，北京自治研究会会员，北京青年会会员，署理京师北郊学务视察员。
In April of his studies, he visited Chongping County Education. He received the 3rd-class British and American Tobacco Company's silver medal. He was a trainee in the artillery battalion of the 21st Regiment of the 11th Division. He was a member of the Beijing Autonomy Research Association, a member of the Beijing Youth Association, and the acting academic inspector of the northern suburbs of the capital.
上海消闲晚报通信员，南非生，旁边注着英文字 non-fashion， 背面是字云清，号若挺，投稿署名一语山人，借用电话东局1015，拜访专用。
Correspondent of Shanghai Leisure Evening News. Nan Feisheng, with the English word next to it, non Feisheng. On the back is. The courtesy name is Yunqin, the nickname is Ruozhou, and the signature of the submission is also from Yushan. Borrow the telephone number 1015 of the East Bureau. Visiting only.
这小子有些来历。老张想，就凭这张名片，印一印不得1块多钱。老张你也得往政界上走走啊！有钱无势力是3条腿的牛，怎能立得稳？哼，有来历的人可是不好斗。
This guy has some background. Lao Zhang thought, just for this business card, it doesn't cost more than 1 yuan to print it. Lao Zhang, you also have to go into politics. If you have money but no power, you are like a 3-legged cow. How can you stand firm? Snort. People with good background are not aggressive.
别看他嬉皮笑脸的说好话，也许一肚子鬼胎。书用的不对，讲台是白虎台，院里没痰盂，照实的报上去。老张你有些吃不住啊。老张越想越悲观，白花花的洋钱。
Even if he says nice things with a smile on his face, he might be full of ghosts. The book is not used correctly, the podium is the White Tiger Terrace, there is no spittoon in the courtyard. Report it truthfully, Lao Zhang, you are a little overwhelmed. The more Lao Zhang thought about it, the more pessimistic he became. Foreign money was wasted.
一块挤着一块雪片似的从心里往外飞，报上去了。白虎台就教科书，奖金30块飞了。公文下来，一切办法有违定章，这即停办，学生们全走了，140家节礼30。
Snowflakes flew out of my heart like a bunch of them. Reported. Baihu Terrace, old textbooks, 30 yuan bonus is gone. The official document came down, all methods are against the rules and will be discontinued immediately. The students all left, 104 plus boxing ceremony 30.
100气飞了！老张满头冷汗，肚里乱响，把手猛地向桌上一拍，喊：“飞了！全飞了！没有，就飞了一只。”窗外一个女人有气无力地说：“什么飞了？我在屋里给你做饭，老鹰拿去了一只。”
170 flew. Lao Zhang was covered in cold sweat and his stomach was pounding. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "It's flying." All flew. No, just one flew. A woman outside the window said feebly, "What flew away? I was cooking for you in the house, and the eagle took one."
窗外的声音低微的，好似梦里听见的怨鬼悲叹。一只什么？小鸡！窗外呜咽咽地哭起来。小鸡，小鸡就是命，命就是小鸡。我今天晚上回娘家，把我哥哥的小鸡拿2只来，成不成？
The voice outside the window was as low as the lamentation of a resentful ghost heard in a dream. What? Chicken, someone cried outside the window. Chicken. Chicken is life, life is chicken. I will go back to my parents' house tonight and bring 2 of my brother's chicks. Can it be done?
你有哥哥，你恐吓我。好，熊大人欺侮我，你也敢？你滚蛋！我不能养着吃我喝我的死母猪。老张跑出来，照定那个所谓死母猪的腿上就是一脚。那个女人像灯草般的倒下去。
Do you have a brother? Are you threatening me? Good. Sir, you dare to bully me. Get out of here. I cannot keep, eat me, drink my dead sow. Lao Zhang ran out and kicked the so-called dead sow in the leg. The woman fell down like a lamp grass.
眼睛向上翻，黄豆大的2颗泪珠嵌在眼角上，避过气去。这时候，学生吃过午饭，逐渐的回来，看见师母倒在地上，老师换着左右腿往她身上踢，个个白瞪着眼。
Turning his eyes upward, 2 soybean-sized tears were embedded in the corners of his eyes, and he closed his breath. At this time, the students had finished their lunch and gradually came back. They saw the teacher's wife lying on the ground, and the teacher kicked her with his left and right legs. They all stared blankly.
像看父亲打母亲、哥哥打嫂子一样的，不敢上前解劝。王德进来了，后面跟着李英。他们并没回家吃饭，只买了几个烧饼，在学堂外面一边吃一边商议他们的事。
It's like watching your father beating your mother or your brother beating your sister-in-law, and you don't dare to step forward to try to persuade them. Wang De came in, followed by Li Ying. They did not go home for dinner. They only bought a few sesame seeds and ate them outside the school while discussing their matters.
王德一眼看见倒在地下的是师母，当时止住了笑，上前就要把他扶起来。王德，你敢！老张的薄片嘴紧得像2片猴筋似的。师母死了。王德说：“早就该死，死了臭快递。”
When Wang De saw his wife lying on the ground, he immediately stopped laughing and stepped forward to help her up. Wang De, how dare you? Lao Zhang's mouth was as tight as 2 monkey tendons. Master's wife is dead. Wang De said. Dead a long time ago. This stinking piece of land is dead.
王德真要和老张宣战了，然而他是以笑为生活的，对于打架是不大通晓的。他浑身颤着，手也抬不起来，腿在裤子里转，而且裤子相比平日肥出一大块，甚至话也说不出。
Wang Dezhen is going to declare war with Lao Zhang, but he lives by laughing and doesn't know much about fighting. His whole body was shaking, he couldn't lift his hands, his legs were spinning in his pants, and his pants seemed to be a lot fatter than usual. I couldn't even speak.
舌头顶着一口唾沫，一节一节地往后缩。王德正在无可如何，只听拍的一声，好似从空中落下来的一个红枫叶，在老张向来往上扬着的左脸上印了5条半紫的花纹。李英
The tongue held a mouthful of saliva and retracted one section at a time. Wang Dezhen was helpless, he just heard a clapping sound, like a red maple leaf falling from the sky, and 5 half-purple patterns were printed on the left side of Lao Zhang's face, which was always raised. Li Ying.
那是李英。王德开始明白，用拳头往别人身上打，而且不必挑选地方的，谓之打架。于是用尽全身力量喊了一声“打”。老张不提防，脸上热辣辣的挨了一掌。
That's Li Ying. Wang De began to understand, hitting others with your fists without having to choose the place is called fighting. So he yelled with all his strength, "Hit!" Lao Zhang accidentally received a hot slap on his face.
于是从历年的经验和天生来的防卫本能，施展全身武艺和李英打在一处。王德也抡着拳头扑过来。王德，李英一边打一边嚷：“2个打1个不公道，我要是倒了。”
So based on years of experience and innate defensive instincts, I used all my martial arts skills to fight Li Ying. Wang De also rushed over with fists in hand. Wang De. Li Ying shouted while beating, it's not fair for two to fight one. If I fall.
有胆子你再和他干。王德身上不颤了，脸上红得和树上的红杏一样。听见李英这样说，一面跑回来把师母搀起来，一面自己说：两个打一个不公道，男人打女人公道吗？
If you have the guts, fuck him again. Wangda stopped trembling, and his face was as red as the red apricots on the tree. Hearing Li Ying say this, he ran back and helped his wife up, and said to himself, It's not fair for two to fight one, man. Is it fair to hit a woman?
小三、小四全哭了，大些的学生都立着发抖。门内站满了闲人，很安详而精细的看着他们打成一团。多辛苦，多辛苦！李英放开手，孙八爷从外面飞跑过来，舍命的分解。王德。
The junior and senior students all cried, and the older students stood trembling. The door was filled with idlers, very peaceful and attentive, watching them huddle together. What a hard work. What a hard work. Li Ying let go. Sun Bei ran over from outside and risked his life to decompose him. Wangda.
过来劝。不，我等打接应呢。王德拿着一碗冷水，把几粒人丹往师母嘴里灌。好，打得好。老张从地上爬起来，掸身上的土。李英握着拳，一语不发。李英，过来灌师母，该我和他干。
Come and persuade. No. I'm waiting for a call. Wangda took a bowl of cold water and poured a few pills of benevolence into the wife's mouth. Okay. Well played. Lao Zhang got up from the ground and dusted off the dirt on his body. Li Ying clenched his fists without saying a word. Li Ying. Come here to fuck the teacher's wife. It's my turn to fuck him.
王德向李英点手。老张听王德这样说，倒笑了。孙八爷不知道王德什么意思，只见他整着身子扑过来。王德，你要做什么？孙八拦住他。打架。王德说：两个打一个不公道。
Wangda nodded to Li Ying. Lao Zhang laughed when he heard what Wangda said. Sun Bei didn't know what Wangda meant, so he rushed over with his full body. Wangda, what are you going to do? Sun Ba stopped him. Fight. Wangda said, It's not fair for two to fight one.
一个打完一个打，车轮战也不公道。你们都多辛苦。孙八把王德连推带抱的拦过去，又回头对老张说：张先生，你进屋里去，不用生气，小孩子们不知事务。
One after another. Wagon war is not fair. How hard you all work. Sun Ba pushed and hugged Wang Delian to stop him. Then he turned back to Lao Zhang and said, Mr. Zhang, please go into the house. Don't be angry. Children don't know what's going on.
然后他又向看热闹的人们说：诸位多辛苦，先生责罚学生没什么新奇，散散罢。老张进西屋去，看热闹的批评着老张那一脚踢得好，李英那一捏脖子捏得妙，纷纷的散去。
Then he said to the people watching the fun, Everyone, how hard it is. Sir punishing the students, there is nothing new, just go away. Lao Zhang went into the west room, watching the excitement and criticizing Lao Zhang's good kick and Li Ying's wonderful pinch on the neck, and they all dispersed.
孙八又跑到张师母跟前说：大嫂，不用生气，张先生是一时心急。张师母一醒过来，两眼呆呆地看着地，一手扶着王德，一手托着自己的头，颤作一团。八爷，不用和他废话。
Sun Ba ran to Mrs. Zhang again and said, Sister-in-law. Don't be angry, Mr. Zhang is just impatient. Mrs. Zhang had woken up, staring blankly at the ground. She was supporting Wangda with one hand and her own head with the other, trembling. Master Ba. No need to waste words with her.
李小子，你算有胆气。你叔父一个跑不了。你19，我49，咱们睁着眼看。老张在屋里嚷：闭着眼看得见。废话。王德替李英反抗着老张。好，王德，你吃里扒外，两头汉奸。
Li boy, you are brave. You, your uncle, can't escape. You are 19 and I am 49. Let's watch with our eyes open. Lao Zhang shouted in the room. Dash, can you see with your eyes closed? Nonsense. Wangda resisted Lao Zhang on Li Ying's behalf. Good Wangda, you are a traitor on both sides.
你也跑不了。姓张的。李英靠在杏树上说：拆你学堂的是我，要你命的也是我，咱们走着看。拆房不如放火热闹。李英。王德打着枪说。他又恢复了他的笑的生活。
You can't run away either. The surname is Zhang. Li Ying leaned against the apricot tree and said, I am the one who demolished your school, and I am the one who wants to kill you. Let's go and see. It's better to set fire to the house than to demolish it, Li Ying. Wangda replied. He resumed his laughing life.
一来见师母醒过来没真死了，二来看李英并没被老张打伤，三来觉得今天这一打实在比平日学生挨打有趣的多。你们都辛苦，少说一句行不行？孙八遮五盖六的劝解。
Firstly, he saw that his wife had woken up and was not really dead. Secondly, he saw that Li Ying was not injured by Lao Zhang. Thirdly, he felt that today's beating was much more interesting than the usual beatings given to students. You all have worked hard. Can you please stop saying a word? Sunbaz tried to persuade her.
大嫂，你回家住一半天去，王德你送你师母去，李英你暂且回家，你们都进屋去写字。孙八把其余的学生全叫进教室去。王德、李英扶着师母慢慢地走出去。第六
Sister-in-law, go home and stay for half the day. Wang De, send your wife to you. Li Ying, please go home for now. You all go inside and write. Sun Ba called all the other students into the classroom. Wang De and Li Ying supported the teacher's wife and walked out slowly. 6th dash.
第二天早晨，王德欢欢喜喜领了点心钱，夹起书包上学来。他走到已经看见了学堂门的地方，忽然想起来，老张忘了昨天的事没有。老张怎能忘？
The next morning, Wang Dehuan happily received the snack money, picked up his school bag and went to school. He walked to the place where he saw the school door and suddenly remembered, have Lao Zhang forgotten what happened yesterday? How could Lao Zhang forget?
他寻了靠着一株柳树的破石桩坐下，石桩上一个大豆绿鹅翩翩地飞去，很谦虚地把座位让给王德。王德也没心看，只顾想回家。父亲不答应，上学，老张不好惹，师母也许死了。
He found a broken stone pile leaning against a willow tree and sat down. A soybean green moth flew gracefully from the stone pile, and humbly gave his seat to Wang De. Wang De didn't care to watch, he just thought, go home? Father won't agree. Go to school? Lao Zhang is not easy to mess with. Master's wife? Maybe she's dead.
不能，师母是好人，好人不会死得那么快。王德平日说笑话的时候，最会想到别人想不到的地方，做梦最能梦见别人梦不到的事情。今天脑子却似枯黄的麦青。
Cannot. Master is a good person, good people will not die so quickly. When Wang De tells jokes on weekdays, he is most likely to think of places that others would not think of. When dreaming, he is most likely to dream of things that others cannot dream of. Today, his brain is like a withered yellow wheat stalk.
只随着风的扇动向左右的摆，半点主意也没有。柳树上的鸣蝉一声声的知了，知了，可是不说知道了什么。他于是立起来坐下，坐下又起来，路上赶早市和进城做生意的人们。
Just following the blowing of the wind, it swayed left and right without any idea. The cicadas on the willow tree shouted, Cicada. Got it. But don't say, no anything. Then he stood up and sat down, and got up again, walking along the way to the morning market and people going to the city for business.
匆匆地由王德面前过去，有的看他一眼，有的连看也不看，好像王德与那块破石桩同样的不惹人注意。平日无事的时候，王德心里说，鸟也跟你说话，花草也向着你笑。
They hurried past Wang De, some glanced at him, and some didn't even look at him, as if Wang De and the broken stone pile were equally unnoticed. When there is nothing else on weekdays, Wang De said in his heart, the birds talk to you, and the flowers and plants smile at you.
极致你要主意的时候，什么东西也没用，连人都算在其内。对，找李英去，他有主意。万一他没有，不能，他给我出过几回主意都不错。王德立起来，嘴里嘟嘟囔囔地向西走去。
When you need ideas, nothing is useful, not even people. Yes, go to Li Ying, he has an idea. What if he didn't? No, he gave me several good ideas. Wang De stood up and walked westward muttering.
平日从学堂到李英家里，慢慢地走有10分钟也到了。今天王德走了好似好几十个10分钟，越走向离着越远，而且不住地回头，老觉着老张在后面跟着他。他走来走去。
On weekdays, it takes 10 minutes to walk slowly from the school to Li Ying's house. Today Wang De walked for what seemed like dozens of 10 minutes, and the further he walked, the further away he seemed. And he kept looking back, always feeling that Lao Zhang was following him. He walked around.
看见了，李英正在门外的破磨盘上坐着。要是平日，王德一定绕过李英的背后，悄悄地用手盖上李英的眼，叫他猜是谁，直到李英猜急了才放手。今天王德没有那个兴趣。
Saw it, Li Ying was sitting on the broken millstone outside the door. Normally, Wang De would have gone around Li Ying's back, quietly covered Li Ying's eyes with his hand, and asked him to guess who it was. He didn't let go until Li Ying got anxious. Wang De didn't have that interest today.
从远远的就喊李英，李英， 我来了。李英向王德点了点头，两个人彼此看着，谁也想不起说话。王德，你进来看看叔父好不好？倒是不爱说话的李英先打破了这个沉寂。
He shouted from a distance, Li Ying. Li Ying. I'm coming. Li Ying nodded to Wang De, and the two looked at each other, neither of them thinking of talking. Wang De, can you come in and see your uncle? Li Ying, who didn't like to talk, broke the silence first.
李英的家只有北屋3间，一明两暗。堂屋靠墙摆着一张旧竹椅，孤独的并没有别的东西陪衬着。东里间是李英和他叔父的卧室，顺着前沿一张小矮土炕。
Li Ying's home only has 3 rooms in the north, 1 with light and 2 with darkness. There is an old bamboo chair placed against the wall of the main room, which is lonely and has nothing else to accompany it. The east room is the bedroom of Li Ying and his uncle. There is a small earthen bed along the front eaves.
对面放着一条旧楠木条案，案上放着一个官窑五彩瓶和一把银胎的水烟袋，炕上堆着不少的旧书籍。西里间是李英的姐姐的卧室，也是厨房，东西虽少，摆列的却十分整洁。
Opposite there is an old nanmu table with a colorful vase from the official kiln and a silver hookah. There are many old books piled on the kong. The west room is Li Ying's sister's bedroom and the kitchen. Although there are few things, they are arranged very neatly.
屋外围着短篱，篱根种着些花草。李英的姐姐在城里姑母家住的时候多，所以王德不容易看见她。李英的叔父有50多岁的年纪，看着立像70、80岁的老人，黄黄的脸。
There is a short fence around the house, and some flowers and plants are planted at the root of the fence. Li Ying's sister lived with her aunt in the city most of the time, so it was not easy for Wang De to see her. Li Ying's uncle was in his 50s and looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s. Yellow face.
虽洗得干净，只是照着一层暗光。2只眼睛非常光锐，显出少年也是精干有为的。穿着一件旧竹布大衫，洗得已经褪了色。他正卧在炕上，见王德进来，微微抬起头，让王德坐下。
Although it was washed clean, it was only covered with a layer of dark light. The 2 eyes are very sharp, showing that the young man is also capable and capable. He was wearing an old bamboo cloth shirt, the color of which had faded after washing. He was lying on the kong when he saw Wang De come in and raised his head slightly to ask Wang De to sit down.
待了一会儿，他叫李英把水烟袋递给他，李英替他燃着纸捻，他坐起来一气吸了几袋烟。王德，李英的叔父半闭着眼，说话的声音像久病的人一样的微细。我明白你们的事。
After waiting for a while, he asked Li Ying to hand him the hookah. Li Ying lit the paper and twisted it for him. He sat up and smoked several bags of cigarettes at once. Wang De, Li Ying's uncle, half closed his eyes and spoke in a thin voice like a person who has been ill for a long time. I understand what's going on with you.
我都明白，然而，昨天我们实在有理，老张不对。王德说，有理无理不成问题。昨天的事我都明白，不必再说。只是此后应该怎样对付。现在这个事有几层，你们的师母与老张。
I understand, but... We were really justified yesterday, but Lao Zhang was wrong. Wang De said. Reasonable or unreasonable, it's not a problem. I understand what happened yesterday and there is no need to say it again. Just how to deal with it from now on. Now there are several layers to this matter, your teacher's wife and Lao Zhang.
我与老张，你们2个和老张。李英的叔父喘了一口气。我的事我自有办法，你们的师母我也替他想了一想。至于你们2个，你们自然有你们自己的意见。
Me and Lao Zhang, you two and Lao Zhang. Li Ying's uncle took a breath. I have my own way of doing things. I also thought about your master's wife. As for you two, you naturally have your own opinions.
我不便强迫你们听我的嘱咐。他的声音越说越弱，像对自己说一样。王德、李英十分注意地听着。李英，你和王德出去，告诉他我昨天告诉你的话。王德起来要往外走，回来。
I cannot force you to obey my instructions. His voice became weaker and weaker as he spoke to himself, Wang De. Li Ying listened very attentively. Li Ying, you and Wang De go out and tell him what I told you yesterday. Wang De got up and wanted to go out. Come back.
你们也商议商议你们的事，回来我或者可以替你们决定一下。他说完，慢慢地卧下。2个少年轻轻地走出去，2个走出来，坐在磨盘上。你知道我叔父的历史？李英问。
You should also discuss your matters, and I might be able to make a decision for you when you come back. After he finished speaking, he slowly lay down. The 2 teenagers walked out gently. The 2 came out and sat on the millstone. Do you know the history of my uncle? Li Ying asked.
他做过知县，我知道，因为和上司讲理丢了官。对，以后呢？我不知道。 我也不知道，可是昨天叔父告诉我了，叔父自从丢了官，落得一贫如洗。他心灰意冷，无意再入政界。
I know that he once served as a county magistrate. He lost his official position because he argued with his superior. Right. What next? I have no idea. I don't know either, but my uncle told me yesterday that he has been penniless since he lost his official position. He was disheartened and had no intention of entering politics again.
于是想经营一个买卖，自食其力的挣3顿饭吃。后来经人介绍，和老张借了200块钱，又借了100，共总300。这是叔父与老张的关系。介绍人是城里的卫四。理应停顿了一会。
So I wanted to run a business and earn 3 meals a day by myself. Later, after being introduced by someone, I borrowed 200 yuan from Lao Zhang, and another 100 yuan, for a total of 300 yuan. This is the relationship between Uncle and Lao Zhang. The introducer is Wei Si from the city. Li Ying paused for a while.
接着说，魏四后来就自荐帮助叔父经理那个小买卖。后来魏四和老张沟通一气，把买卖拆到他自己手里去，于是叔父可是无法逃出老张的债。叔父是个不爱钱的人。
Then he said, Wei Si later volunteered to help his uncle manage the small business. Later Wei Si and Lao Zhang communicated and took the business into his own hands, so the uncle could not escape Lao Zhang's debt. The uncle was a person who did not like love. Money man.
因为不爱钱，就上了人家的暗算。我和我姐姐自幼跟着叔父，我的父母，我甚至于想不起他们的面貌。李英说着，把嘴唇接着泪珠往嘴里咽。
Because I don't love money, I fell into someone's trap. My sister and I have been with my uncle and my parents since we were children. I can't even remember their faces. Li Ying said, putting the tears on his lips and swallowing them.
叔父绝不会把我送在老张的学堂去读书，要不是欠老张的债。老张拿我当奴隶，现在我才知道，那是他强迫叔父答应他的。叔父昨天哭得说不出话，他明白，然而他老了。
My uncle would never have sent me to study in Lao Zhang's school if it weren't for the debt he owed to Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang used me as a slave, and now I know that he forced his uncle to agree to him. My uncle cried so much yesterday that he could not speak. He understood, but he was old.
打不起精神去抵抗一切了，这是他最痛心的事，也就是他只求一死的原因。前几天老张又和叔父说，叫我去挑寻机，他的意思是把我送在那个腐败衙门里。
I can't muster the energy to resist everything. This is what saddens him the most, and the reason why he only wants to die. A few days ago, Lao Zhang told his uncle that he wanted me to go on patrol. He meant to send me to that corrupt yamen.
他好从中扣我的钱。叔父明白这么一办，不亚如把我送入地狱，可是他答应了老张。他只求老张快离开他，他宁可死了，也不肯和老张说话，他不惜断送一切，求老张快走。
He can deduct my money from it. My uncle knew that doing this would be as good as sending me to hell, but he agreed to Lao Zhang. He just begged Lao Zhang to leave him quickly. He would rather die than talk to Lao Zhang. He was willing to sacrifice everything and beg Lao Zhang to leave quickly.
叔父是明白人，是好人，然而老了。我明白了，我们怎么办？王德脸又涨红。不用说，我们，王德，你与老张没恶感，何苦加入战团？我绝不是远待你。李英，我爱你，爱你叔父。
My uncle is a sensible and good man, but he is old. I see. What should we do? Wangda's face turned red again. No need to say, we, Wangda. You and Lao Zhang have no bad feelings, so why bother joining the battle group? I will never stay away from you. Li Ying. I love you and your uncle.
不能不加入。我父亲是受了老张的骗，他见了父亲，总说快复辟了。王德的旧书可是不能放下，要是放下，将来恢复科考，中不了秀才，可就悔之晚矣。我早就想不在那里念书。
Can't help but join. My father was deceived by Lao Zhang. When he met his father, he always said, the restoration is about to happen, but Wangda's old books cannot be put down. If he puts them down, it will be too late to regret if he resumes the scientific examination in the future and fails to become a scholar. I have long thought about not studying there.
然而没有机会。现在我总算和老张闹破了脸，乐得乘机会活动活动。我有我的志愿，我不能死在家里。我明白你的志愿，可是我不愿你为我遭些困苦。我们先不必争执这一点。
But there was no chance. Now that I have finally broken up with Lao Zhang, I am happy to take the opportunity to do some activities. I have my own ambitions, and I can't die at home. I understand your wishes, but I don't want you to suffer some hardships because of me. We don't need to argue about this yet.
我问你，你打算做什么？我进城去找事。 只要我能挣钱，叔父的命就可以保住。找什么事？王德问。不能预料。老张放你走不放？不放，拼命。好，我跟你进城，跟父亲要10块钱。
Let me ask you, what are you going to do? I went to the city to find something. As long as I can make money, my uncle's life can be saved. What are you looking for? Wang De asked. Can't predict. Will Lao Zhang let you go? Don't let go, fight with all your strength. Good. I'll go into town with you. Ask your father for $10.
王德以为有10块钱是可以在城里住1年的。我一定要进城，你不必。我有我的志愿，我进城不是为你，还不成？两个人重新想了许多方法，再没有比进城找事的好。
Wang De thought that with 10 yuan he could live in the city for a year. I must go to the city, but you don't have to. I have my own aspirations. I didn't go to the city for you, so why not? The two of them thought of many new ways, and there was no better way than to go to the city to find trouble.
李英不愿意同王德一起进城，王德死说活说才解决了。他们一同进来见李英的叔父。第7，叔父，我们决定进城一同找事。王德首先发言，我要看看世界是什么样子。
Li Ying was unwilling to go into the city with Wang De, and Wang De settled the matter by talking life and death. They came in together to see Li Ying's uncle. 7th. Uncle. We decided to go to the city to look for trouble together. Wang De spoke first. I want to see what the world is like.
李英有找事的必要，两个人一同去呢，彼此有个照应。好，李英的叔父笑了一笑。我所不放心的是老张不放李英走，我是怕我走后老张和叔父你混闹。你们都坐下。
Li Ying had the need to look for trouble. The two of them went together, taking care of each other. Good. Li Ying's uncle smiled. What I'm worried about is that Lao Zhang won't let Li Ying go. I'm afraid that after I leave, Lao Zhang and uncle will cause trouble. You all sit down.
你们还是不明白这个问题的内容。老张不能不叫李英走，他也不能来跟我闹。现在不单是钱的问题，是人。自然我们都是人。王德笑着说，我所谓的人是女人。
You still don't understand the content of this question. Lao Zhang had to tell Li Ying to leave, and he couldn't come to make trouble with me. Now it's not just about money, it's about people. Of course we are all human beings. Wang De said with a smile. What I call a person is a woman.
自然张师母是女人。王德，此刻我不愿意你插嘴，等我说完，你再说。李英的叔父怕王德不高兴，向王德笑了一笑，然后他燃着纸捻，连气吸了几口烟，把烟袋放下。
Of course Mrs. Zhang is a woman. Wang De. I don't want you to interrupt at the moment. You can talk after I finish speaking. Li Ying's uncle was afraid that Wang De would be unhappy, so he smiled at Wang De. Then he lit the paper, twisted it, and took a few puffs of cigarette. He put down the pipe.
又和李英要了一碗冷水，漱了漱口，立起来，把水吐在一个破瓦鱼内，顺手整了整大山的折缝。王德、李英的叔父看了看那两个少年。
I asked Li Ying for a bowl of cold water and rinsed my mouth. He stood up and spit the water into a broken tile bowl, then straightened the folds of his shirt. Wang De, Li Ying's uncle looked at the two teenagers.
好像用眼光帮助他表示从言语中表示不出来的感情。现在的问题是一个女人，李英，就是你的姐姐。李英不由得立起来，被叔父眼光的引领，又一语未发地坐下。不用暴躁。
It was as if his eyes helped him express feelings that could not be expressed in words. The problem now is a woman. Li Ying. She is your sister. Li Ying couldn't help but stand up. Under the guidance of his uncle's eyes, he sat down again without saying a word. Don't be angry.
听我慢慢地说。那位老人接续着说，张师母是他哥哥卖给老张的，这是10几年前的事，他欠老张的债，所以他就做了折债的东西。他现在有些老丑。
Listen to me slowly. The old man continued. Ms. Zhang was sold to Lao Zhang by her brother more than 10 years ago. He owed Lao Zhang a debt, so she made a debt exchange tool. She is a bit old and ugly now.
于是老张想依法炮制买你的姐姐，因为我也欠他的钱。他曾示意几次，我没有理他，我不是处。李英，拿碗冷水来。他把头低得无可再低，把一碗冷水喝下去，把碗递给李英。
So Lao Zhang wanted to buy your sister according to the law, because I also owed him money. He signaled several times, but I ignored him. I'm not a beast. Li Ying. Get a bowl of cold water. He lowered his head as low as possible, drank a bowl of cold water, and handed the bowl to Li Ying.
始终没抬头。 可是现在这正是你们的机会，因为在我不允许他的亲事以前，他绝不会十分毒辣，致使亲事不成。那么，理应你进城，我管保老张不能不放你走。至于你们的师母，
He never looked up. But now this is your chance. Because before I don't allow his marriage, he will never be so vicious that it will fail. Then, Li Ying, if you go to the city, I, Mr. Zhang, will have to let you go. As for your master's wife.
等老张再来提亲的时候，我要求他先把他释放，然后才好一婚。我想他一定要谢个赎金，果然他吐这样的口气，那么就是我们夺回你师母自由的机会。那个吴彩萍。
When Lao Zhang came to propose marriage again, I asked him to release her first and then discuss the marriage. I think he must demand some ransom, and if he utters such a tone, then this is our chance to regain your master's wife's freedom. That colorful bottle.
他并没抬头，只用手大概的向桌上指了一指，是我宁挨饿而未曾卖掉的一件值钱的东西。李英，那是你父亲给我的，你明天把那个瓶拿进城去，托你姑父卖出去。
He didn't raise his head, but pointed roughly towards the table with his hand. It's a valuable thing that I would rather go hungry than sell. Li Ying, your father gave it to me. You take the bottle to the city tomorrow and ask your uncle to sell it.
大概至少也卖100块钱。你拿20元在城里找事，其余的存在你姑父那里。等老张真要还你师母自由的时候，我们好有几十元钱去赎他。他以后呢，自己再冻饿而死。
It probably costs at least 100 yuan. You use 20 yuan to look for trouble in the city, and keep the rest with your uncle. When Lao Zhang really wants to free your wife, we will have dozens of yuan to ransom her. In the future, she will die of cold and hunger.
我们无力再管，自然我们希望管。可是我们让他死的时候明白，他是一条自由的身子，而不是老张的奴隶。你们师母要是恢复了他的自由，
We can no longer control it, so of course we want to. But we let her understand when she died that she was a free body, not Lao Zhang's slave. If your wife regains her freedom.
老张一定强迫我写字据卖我的侄女。李英的叔父停住了话，把水烟袋拿起来，没有吸烟，只不错眼珠地看着烟袋。死是不可免的，我怕老张的笑声，然而不怕死。叔父，
Lao Zhang must have forced me to write a letter to sell my niece. Li Ying's uncle stopped talking and picked up the hookah. He didn't smoke, but just looked at the pipe with his eyes open. Death is inevitable. I am afraid of Lao Zhang's laughter, but I am not afraid of death. Uncle.
李英打断他叔父的话，你不用说死成不成。老人没回答。老张，你个王德不能再忍，立起来握着拳头向东边摇着，好像老张就站在东墙外边似的。王德，坐下。
Li Ying interrupted his uncle. You don't have to say, die, is it possible? The old man didn't answer. Old Zhang. You. Wang De couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up and shook his fists toward the east, as if Lao Zhang was standing outside the east wall. Wang De. Sit down.
李老人呆呆地看着岸上的吴彩萍。王德坐下了，用拳头梆梆地撞着炕沿。我对不起人，对不起老张，欠债不还，以死搪塞，不光明，不英雄。老人声音更微细了，好像秋夜的细雨。
Old Manly stared blankly at the colorful bottles on the case. Wang De sat down and banged his fist against the edge of the Kong. I'm sorry for people, I'm sorry for Lao Zhang, I don't repay my debts, I'm trying to deal with it with death, I'm not bright, I'm not a hero. The old man's voice became softer, like the drizzle on an autumn night.
一滴一滴地冷透那两个少年的心情。你们，王德、李英，记住了，好人便是恶人的俘虏。假如好人不持着正义和恶人战争，好人便是自杀的砒霜。假如好心只是软弱、阴循、怯懦。
Drop by drop, the coldness penetrated the mood of the two teenagers. You, Wang De, Li Ying, remember, good people are prisoners of evil people. If good people do not hold justice and fight against evil people, good people are arsenic for suicide. If good intentions are just weakness, conformity, and cowardice.
我自己无望了，我愿意你们将来把恶人的头切下来，不愿意你们自己把心挖出来给恶人看。至于金钱，你们切记着，小心得钱，小心花钱。我自己年少的时候有一片傻好心。
I am hopeless myself. I would like you to cut off the heads of evil people in the future, but I don't want you to dig out your hearts and show them to evil people. As for money, you must remember, be careful about how you get money and be careful about how you spend it. When I was young, I had a silly and kind heart.
左手来钱，右手花去，落得今日不能不死。死，我是不怕的，只是死了还对不起人，至少也对不起老张。以前的我是主张以德报怨，现在以直报怨。以前我主张钱可以乱花，
Money came in with the left hand and spent with the right hand, and today I have to die. I'm not afraid of death, but if I die, I will be sorry to others, at least to Lao Zhang. In the past, I advocated repaying evil with kindness, but now, I advocate repaying evil with straightness. I used to believe that money can be spent carelessly.
不准苟得，现在钱不可苟得，也不可乱花。王德，你用不着进城。李英去后，老张正需人帮助，他绝不至于因为你和他打架而慢待你。你要是天天见老张
Don't be greedy. Now, you can't be greedy for money, and you can't spend it recklessly. Wangda, you don't need to go into the city. After Li Ying leaves, Lao Zhang is in need of help. He will never treat you lightly just because you fight with him. If you see Lao Zhang every day,
至少也可以替我打听他对于我的摆布。不过，你的志愿我不敢反对，进城与否还是你自己决定。从事实上看，好似没有进城的必要。我的话尽于此，对不对？我不敢说。你们去吧。
At least he can ask me about his manipulation of me. However, I dare not object to your wish. It is up to you to decide whether to go to the city or not. In fact, it seems that there is no need to enter the city. That's all I have to say. I dare not say whether it's right or not. You go.
不必怀念着我的死，我该死。李老人舒展了舒展大衫，慢慢地卧下去，随手拿起一本书遮住自己的脸，周身一动也不动，只有筋部微微的起伏，衬着他短促的呼吸。
No need to miss my death. I deserve to die. Old Man Li stretched out his coat, slowly lay down, picked up a book, and covered his face. His whole body remained motionless, with only the slight rise and fall of his lapels, reflecting his short breathing.
设若你能还老张的钱，你还寻死吗，叔父？王德问。我怎能还他的钱？我回家对父亲说，他借予你钱，将来理应再慢慢的还我父亲。傻孩子，你父亲那是有钱的人，他有。
If you could repay Lao Zhang's money, would you still seek death, uncle? Wangda asked, how can I pay him back? I went home and told my father that he lent you the money, and Li Ying will pay it back to my father slowly in the future. Silly boy. Your father is a rich man. He has.
一收粮就有好几十块，几十块，那是你们一年的用度。傻孩子，我谢谢你。哦，王德疑惑了，原来几十块钱不算富人，那么多少才可以算富足呢？多么难堪夏日午时的境界。
Once the grain is collected, there are dozens of yuan. A few dozen yuan? That's what you spend for a year. Silly boy, thank you. Vomit. Wangda was confused. It turns out that you are not rich if you have a few dozen yuan. So, how much can you be considered wealthy? What an embarrassing summer noon silence.
树上的红杏，田中的晚麦，热得都不耐烦了。阵阵的热风吹来，城内的喧闹，困得睡了，不睡的听着听着哭了。这时王德和李英又坐在破磨盘上，王德看着那翎毛凋落的丑老鸭。
The red apricots on the trees and the late wheat in the fields are so hot that I can't even bear it. The hot wind brought with it the noise in the city. The sleepy ones fell asleep, while the restless ones cried as they listened. At this time, Wangda and Li Ying sat on the broken millstone again. Wangda looked at the ugly old crow with withered feathers.
左顾右盼地摇着秃头脑，要偷吃树上的红杏。李英低着头注视着地上的群蚁，围攻一个翠绿的嫩槐树丛。老鸭轻快地一点头，捡起一个圆红杏，拍着破翅，擦着篱笆飞去。
He looked around and shook his bald head, wanting to steal the red apricots on the tree. Li Ying lowered his head and watched the ants on the ground besieging a green tender locust tree insect. The old crow nodded briskly, picked up a round red apricot in his mouth, flapped his broken wings and flew away against the fence.
王德随着老鸭把眼睛转到东边的树上，那面丑心甜的老鸭把杏递进巢内，呀呀的一阵小鸭的笑声，布散着朴美的爱情。
Wangda followed the old crow as he turned his eyes to the tree to the east. The old crow with an ugly face and a sweetheart handed the apricots into the nest. The crow's hoarse laughter spread out the simple and beautiful love.
李英不知不觉地要用手拨在那条绿虫身上盯着的小黄蚁，他忘了他的手被王德紧紧地握着。他一抽手，王德回过头来，李英，啊，王德，两个人的眼光遇在一处。
Li Ying unknowingly used his hands to scatter the little yellow ants biting on the green insect. He forgot that his hand was held tightly by Wangda. He pulled out his hand and Wangda turned around. Li Ying. Ah. Wangda. The two people's eyes met at the same place.
触动了他们的泪腺的酸苦，他们毫不羞愧的、毫不虚伪的哭起来。对哭，对着知己的朋友哭和对笑，是人类仅有的两件痛快的事。你哭完了没有？我完了。 王德抹着红眼。
The bitterness that touched their tear ducts. They cried without shame or hypocrisy. Crying to a close friend, and laughing are the only two happy things for human beings. Are you done crying? I'm done. Wang De wiped his red eyes.
不哭了。好，该笑了。今天这一哭一笑，在这张破磨盘上是我们事业的开始。李英，你看前面，黑影在我们后面，光明在我们前头。笑。王德真笑了，李英莫名其妙不觉得也一乐。
Stop crying. Duck good. It's time to laugh. Today's crying and laughing, on this broken millstone, is the beginning of our career. Li Ying. Look ahead, the shadow is behind us and the light is in front of us. Laugh. Wang Dezhen laughed, and Li Ying was also happy for no reason.
这一乐才把他眼中的泪珠挤净。王德，我还是不赞成你进城，非去不可。我有我的志愿。王德停顿了一会儿，李英，你姐姐怎样呢？她的脸红了，有我姑父姑母照应着她，是吗？
This joy squeezed the tears out of his eyes. Wang De, I still don't agree with you entering the city. I have to go. I have my wish. Wang De paused for a while. Li Ying, how is your sister? He blushed. My uncle and aunt are taking care of her. Yeah.
王德没有说别的，你该回家吃饭。老人家要是不准你进城，不必固执。父亲管不了，我有我的志愿。王德说着，往四下一看。李英，我的书包呢？放在屋里了吧？进来看看。
Wang De didn't say anything else. You should go home to eat. If the old man doesn't allow you to enter the city, don't be stubborn. Father can't control it, I have my own aspirations. Wang De said and looked around. Li Ying, where is my school bag? Is it in the house? Come in and have a look.
两个人轻轻地走进去，李老人似乎昏昏地睡去。李英爬上炕去拿王德的书包，老人微微地睁开眼。王德呢？在这里。王德，不用和别人说咱们的事，你过来。王德走过去。
The two people walked in gently, and old man Li seemed to have fallen asleep. Li Ying climbed onto the Kong to get Wang De's school bag. The old man opened his eyes slightly. Where's Wang De? Here. Wang De. You don't need to tell others about us. Come here. Wang De walked over.
老人拉住他手，叹了一口气。王德不知说什么好，只扭着脖子看李英。王德，少年是要紧的时候，我完了，去吧，告诉你父亲，没事的时候过来谈一谈。王德答应了一声。
The old man took his hand and sighed. Wang De didn't know what to say, so he just twisted his neck and looked at Li Ying. Wang De. This is a critical time for a young man. I'm done. Go. Tell your father that when you have nothing to do, come and talk. Wang De agreed.
夹起书包往外走，老人从窗上镶着的小玻璃往外望了王德一望，自言自语地说：“可爱，可爱的少年。”第8，乡下人们对于城里挂着龙旗、五色旗或日本旗是毫不关心的。
Pick up your school bag and walk out. The old man looked out at Wang De through the small glass on the window and said to himself, Cute. Cute boy. 8th. People in the countryside don't care at all about the dragon flag, 5-color flag, or Japanese flag hanging in the city.
对于皇帝、总统或皇后当权是不大注意的，城里的人们却大不同了。他们走在街上，坐在茶肆，睡在家里，自觉地这什么权柄似的。由学堂出身的人们坐在公园的竹椅上。
Little attention is paid to the emperor, president, or queen being in power. But the people in the city are very different. They walk on the streets, sit in tea shops, and sleep at home, as if they have some kind of authority consciously. People with school backgrounds sit on bamboo chairs in the park.
拿着报纸4、6卷的念，更是毫无疑惑地自认为国家的主人翁。责任义务且先不用说，反正国家的主人翁是有发财升官的机会，是有财上加财、官上加官的机会的。
Holding a newspaper and reading 4 or 6 sentences, he believed himself to be the master of the country without any doubt. Let's not talk about responsibilities and obligations. Anyway, the masters of the country have the opportunity to get rich and get promoted. They have the opportunity to increase their wealth and increase their official position.
谁敢说我想的不对？谁敢说我没的权柄？哦，你更贵了，兵更多了，税更重了，管他作甚？那是乡下人的事，那是乡下人的事。他们不但这样想，也真的结党集社的争自治，要民权。
Who dares to say that what I think is wrong, and who dares to say that I don't have authority? Vomit. Rice is more expensive, there are more soldiers, taxes are heavier, no matter what. That's a country thing, that's a country thing. Not only did they think this way, they actually formed a party group to fight for autonomy and demand civil rights.
发诸言语，见之文字的干起来。不但城里这样的如火如荼，他们也跑到乡间热心的传播福音。北京自治讨城会，北京自治共城会，北京自治听城会，北京自治自尽会。
Those who utter words and see the words start to work. Not only are they in full swing in the city, they also go to the countryside to spread the gospel zealously. Beijing Autonomy Discussion Committee, Beijing Autonomy Co-Organizer Committee, Beijing Autonomy Listening Committee, Beijing Autonomy Self-Promotion Committee.
黑牌白字，白牌绿字，绿牌红字，不亚如新辟市场里的王麻子、万麻子、汪麻子一起在通衢要想灿烂辉煌地挂起来。乡间呢，虽不能这样五光十色。
The black signs with white letters, the white signs with green letters, and the green signs with red letters are just like the Wang Matzi, and Wang Matzi in the newly opened market, all hung up brilliantly in the main alley. The countryside, though, cannot be so colorful.
却也村头村尾悬起郊外自治干城会的大牌。乡民虽不认识字，然而会猜。二哥，又招兵了。村头竖起大牌，看见没有？一个这样说。不，听说围起三顷地，给东郊民向英国人做坟地。
But at the beginning of the village and at the end of the village, there was a big sign of the Suburban Autonomous Association. Although the villagers don't know the words, they can guess. Second brother. We are recruiting troops again. A big sign has been put up at the head of the village. Do you see it? One said. No. I heard that 3 hectares of land were enclosed as a cemetery for the British in Dongjiu-Mingxiang.
这是标记，一个这样打，2个、3个、4个，至于7、8个，究竟猜不透到底是招兵还是做洋坟地。可是他们有自卫的方法，这7、8个人之中的一个杨木匠。
This is the mark. One of them answered like this. 2, 3, 4, as for the 7 or 8, I can't tell whether they are recruiting soldiers or setting up foreign graveyards. But they have a way of masturbating, one of these 7 or 8 people, Carpenter Young.
断定了那块写着不可捉摸的黑字的牌子是杨槐木做的。王老叔起初还争执是柳木，经几次的鉴定，加以对于杨木匠的信仰，于是断定为杨槐木，然后满意的散去。
It was determined that the sign with the elusive black characters was made of acacia wood. Uncle Wang initially argued that it was willow wood. After several appraisals and his belief in poplar carpenters, he concluded that it was acacia wood and then left with satisfaction.
过了几天，二郎镇上的人们惊异而新奇的彼此告诉，关里二郎庙明天开会，老张、孙八、衙门的官人都去，还有城里的有体面的人不计其数。老张、孙八就是咱们这里的代表。
A few days later, people in Erlang town told each other in surprise and novelty, the Erlang temple in Guanli will hold a meeting tomorrow. Lao Zhang, Sun Ba, officials from the Yamen will all go, as well as countless decent people in the city. Lao Zhang, Sun Ba is our representative here.
这个消息成了镇上人们晚饭后柳荫下的西洋汇聚谈的资料。王老叔对孙八、老张加以十分敬意地说：“到底人家绅士和做先生的有表可戴，才当代表，像咱们可戴什么？”
This news became the material for people in the town to talk at sunset under the willow shade after dinner. Uncle Wang said with great respect to Sun Ba and Lao Zhang. After all, gentlemen and gentlemen should wear watches only when they have a watch to wear. What can we wear?
楚三却撇着嘴，把头上的青筋都长起来，冷笑着说：“王老叔，楚三虽不曾玩过表，可是拿手比表还准。不论阴天晴天，永不耽误事。有表的当不了晚睡晚起误了事。”
But Chu San curled his lips, the veins on his head swelled, and said with a sneer, Uncle Wang. Although Chu San has never played with a watch, he can tell the time more accurately than a watch. No matter it is cloudy or sunny, he will never delay things. Those who have a watch can't sleep late and get up late, and they will delay things.
没表的也可以试试战先。王老叔也赞成楚三的意见，于是大家商议着明天到关里看看热闹。太阳渐渐地向西山后面游戏去，大地上轻轻地锁上一带晚烟，那是无表可戴。
Those who don't have a watch can also take advantage of everything. Uncle Wang also agreed with Chu San's opinion. So everyone discussed going to Guanli tomorrow to see the excitement. The sun gradually moved behind the western mountain, and a line of evening smoke was lightly locked on the earth. It was, no expression can be brought.
的乡民们就寝的时候了。第二天，真的二郎庙外老早的立上几个巡击兵，老张、孙八都穿了下布大衫、新缎鞋走出走入。老张仰着脸，足下用力压着才抹上煤油的红皮鞋底。
It's time for the villagers to go to bed. The next day, several patrols were posted early outside Erlang Temple. Lao Zhang and Sun Ba both wore linen shirts and new satin shoes as they walked in and out. Lao Zhang raised his face and pressed hard on the red leather soles that had been smeared with kerosene.
做出夹夹的庆响，前面的是孙八，后面的是老张。庙外立着的乡民指指点点地说，然后两个人又走出来，乡民们又低声地彼此告诉，这回前面是老张，后面的是孙八。
Make a crackling sound. The one in front is Sun Ba, and the one behind is Lao Zhang. The villagers standing outside the temple pointed and said. Then the two people came out again, and the villagers whispered to each other. This time it's Lao Zhang in front and Sun Ba in the back.
老张轻扭脖项，左右用眼一扫，好似看见什么，又好似没看见什么，和兵马大元帅检阅军队的派头一样。城里的人们陆续着来到，巡骑兵不住地喊：“闪开，闪开，这里挤！”
Lao Zhang gently twisted his neck and glanced left and right, as if he saw something, but also as if he didn't see anything, just like the general of the army reviewing the army. People from the city came one after another, and the patrolmen kept shouting, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! It's crowded here."
有爱代表的出入，家去看看死了人没有，开自治会与你们何干？去，去！乡民们也哑然自笑明白过来，可说自治会又不给咱一斗米，何苦在这里冲义务站接援？
It hinders the representatives' access. Go home and see if anyone is dead. What does holding a self-governing meeting have to do with you? Go. Go. The villagers also laughed to themselves and understood. It can be said that the Autonomous Association will not give us a bucket of rice, so why bother to serve as volunteer street workers here?
于是逐渐的散去，只剩下一群孩子们还争着赏识各路代表的风光。开会的通知定的是9点钟开会，直到12点钟，人们才到齐。只听一阵铃声。
Then they gradually dispersed, leaving only a group of children, still vying to appreciate the scenery of representatives from all walks of life. The notice for the meeting was scheduled for 9 o'clock, but it wasn't until 12 o'clock that everyone arrived. Just listen to a ringtone.
大家都坐在二郎庙的天棚底下，算是开会。重要人物是北郊学务大人南飞生、城北救世军军官龙树谷、退职守备孙占元、孙八的叔父、城北商会会长李山东和老张、孙八。
Everyone was sitting under the canopy of Erlang Temple, and it was considered a meeting. The important figures are Nan Feisheng, the academic leader of the northern suburbs, Long Shugu, an officer of the Salvation Army in the north of the city, Sun Zhanyuan, Sun Ba's uncle, a retired guard, Li Shandong, president of the Chamber of Commerce in the north of the city, and Lao Zhang and Sun Ba.
其余的大概都是各路代表的埋伏兵。听说在国会里管埋伏兵叫做政党，在公民团里叫做捧角，有些不体面的北京人也管捧角的叫做捧臭脚。要知
The rest were probably ambush soldiers of representatives from various walks of life. I heard that in the National Assembly, ambushes are called political parties, and in the Citizens League, they are called supporting the corner. Some disgraceful Beijingers also call those who support the corner as supporting the bad feet. Want it?
埋伏者即听某人之指挥，以待有所动作于团体运动者也。大家坐下，彼此交头接耳，家事、国事、天下事一起说。谁也想不起怎样开会。倒是孙守备有些忍不住，立起来说道
An ambush is someone who listens to someone's command and waits for something to happen in a group sport. Everyone sat down and whispered to each other, talking about family affairs, state affairs, and world affairs at the same time. No one can remember how to hold a meeting. However, Sun Shobei couldn't help it, stood up and said,
诸位，该怎么办？办啊！别白瞪着眼费光阴。南飞生部下听了孙守备说的不好听，当时就有要说闲话的。南飞生递了一个眼神，于是要说话的又整个的把话咽回去。
Everyone. What to do, what to do. Don't waste your time staring in vain. When Nan Feisheng's subordinates heard what Sun Shobei said was unpleasant, they immediately wanted to gossip. Nan Feisheng gave him a look, so the one who wanted to speak swallowed his words completely.
南飞生却立起来说：“我们应当推举临时主席，讨论章程。”南先生说的是：“据我看，我们应当举孙老守备做临时主席。”老张说：“诸位多辛苦，家书有些耳聋。”
Nan Feisheng stood up and said, "We should elect an interim chairman and discuss the charter. What Mr. Nan said is that, in my opinion, we should elect Sun Laogard as interim chairman." Lao Zhang said, "Thank you for your hard work, my uncle is a little deaf."
这些文明事也不如学务大人懂得多，还是南先生多辛苦辛苦。孙八说完，南飞生部下全拍着手喊赞成，赞成。其余的人们还没说完家事、国事、天下事，听见鼓掌才问
These civilized things are not as well known as the academic affairs master, but Mr. Nan has worked so hard. After Sun Ba finished speaking, Nan Feisheng's subordinates all clapped their hands and shouted, "Agree! Agree!" The rest of the people had not finished talking about family affairs, national affairs, and world affairs. They heard the applause and asked,
现在做什么？他们还没打听明白，只见南飞生早已走上讲台，向大家深深鞠了一躬。鄙人今天那么无才无德，何堪当此重任？台下一阵鼓掌，孙老手背仰着长长的指甲。
What to do now? Before they could find out, Nan Feisheng had already stepped onto the podium and bowed deeply to everyone. My lord, today, if you have no talent and no virtue, how can you bear this important responsibility? There was a burst of applause from the audience, and Mr. Sun maintained his long nails.
不便鼓掌，立起来扯着嗓子喊叫了一声：“好！一个临时主席有什么重任？”废话！台下右脚一个少年大声地说。南飞生并未注意，他的部下却忍受不住，登时7、8个立起来。
It was inconvenient to applaud, so he stood up and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Okay! What important responsibilities does an interim chairman have?" Nonsense, a young man from the right corner of the audience said loudly. Nan Feisheng didn't pay attention, but his subordinates couldn't bear it and immediately stood up.
摇着头，瞪着眼，把手插在腰间，问：“谁说的？这是侮辱主席！谁说的？快快走出去，不然没他的好处！”龙树谷部下也全立起来，那个说话的少年也在其中，也都叉着腰怒目而视。
Shaking his head, staring, he put his hands on his waist. Ask. Who said that? This is an insult to the chairman. Whoever said that, get out quickly, otherwise it will not benefit him. Nagarjuna's subordinates also all stood up, including the young man who was speaking, and they all had their hands on their waists and glared angrily.
诸位，请坐，我们为公不是为私，何苦争执小端？主席依然提着高调门2个字一句地说。左右两党又莫名其妙地坐下，然而嘴里不闲着，打死你！你敢？你爸爸不是好人。
Everyone, please sit down. We are doing this for public reasons, not for private reasons, so why bother, argue, and end up being petty? The chairman still spoke in a high-profile manner, saying 2 words at a time. The left and right parties sat down again inexplicably, but they kept saying, "I'll beat you to death. You dare. Your father is not a good man."
你爸爸100个不是好人。诸位，孙守备真怒了。我孙家叔侄是本地的绅士，借庙做会场是我们，通知地方派兵弹压是我们，预备茶点是我们。要打架，这分明是臊我孙家的脸。
Your father is not a good person. Everyone. Sun Shobei was really angry. My uncle and nephew from the Sun family are local gentlemen. We were the ones who borrowed the temple as the meeting place. We were the ones who notified the local area to send troops to suppress them. We were the ones who prepared the refreshments. Want to fight? This is clearly an insult to my Sun family's face.
想打我当守备的是拿打架当作吃蜜，有不服气的跟我老头子干。孙守备气得脸像个切开的红肉西瓜，两手颤着，一面说一面往外走。八爷，走，会不开了，走，孙八要走。
Those who talk about beating me as a guard are treating fighting as a way to get honey. If you are not convinced, do it with me, old man. Sun Shobei's angry face looked like a cut red meat watermelon. His hands were trembling as he walked out. Bai? Walk. The meeting is closed. Walk. Sun Ba is leaving.
恐怕开罪于大众，不走又怕老人更生气。正在左右为难，老张立起来说：“今天天气很热，恐怕议不出什么结果，不如推举几位代表草定会章。”四下埋伏喊了一声赞成。
I'm afraid I might offend the public. If I don't leave, I'm afraid the old man will be even more angry. In the midst of a dilemma, Lao Zhang stood up and said, "It's very hot today. I'm afraid the discussion won't produce any results. It's better to nominate a few representatives to draft the constitution." Everyone in ambush shouted, "Agree."
然后左脚上说：“我们举南飞省。”右脚上龙树谷。一次，张明德、孙占元、孙定、李福才大概带有埋伏的全被举为起草委员。主席听下面喊一声，他说一声通过。被举的人们。
Then the left corner said, "Let's lift Nan Feisheng." The right corner said, Nagar Shigu, followed by Zhang Mingde, Sun Zhanyuan, Sun Ding, and Li Fucai, all of them who probably had an ambush were raised as drafting committee member. The chairman heard a shout from below and he said, "Passed." People who were lifted up.
全向着大众笑了笑。只有孙老守备听到大家喊孙占元，他更怒了。孙占元家里坐着如同小皇帝，代表算什么东西？ 除夕吩咐摇铃散会，大众没心听孙守备说话，纷纷往外走。
Quan smiled at the crowd. Only Sun Lao Bei heard everyone shouting, Sun Zhanyuan, and he became even more angry. Sun Zhanyuan, sitting at home like a little emperor, what does it mean to represent? The chairman ordered the bell to ring to adjourn the meeting, but everyone was not interested in listening to Sun Shoubei's words and walked out one after another.
他们顺手把点心都包在手巾内，也有一面走一面吃的。后来孙八检点器皿，听说丢了2个茶碗。第9，孙八把叔父送上车去，才要进庙，老张出来向孙八递了一个眼色。
They conveniently wrapped their snacks in handkerchiefs and ate them while walking. Later, Sun Ba checked the utensils and heard that 2 tea bowls were missing. 9th. Sun Ba put his uncle into the car and was about to enter the temple. Lao Zhang came out and gave Sun Ba a look.
孙八把耳朵递给老张，老人家今天酒喝得多点。老张歪着头细声细气地说，会场上有些闹脾气，你好歹和他们进城到九合居坐一坐，压压他们的火气，好在人不多。
Sun Ba handed the ear to Lao Zhang. Old man, I drank a lot today. Lao Zhang tilted his head and said in a low voice, there were some tantrums at the meeting. You can go to the city with them and sit down at Jioha residence to suppress their anger. There are not many people there.
我回家吃饭，吃完赶回来给你们预备下茶水，快快的有后半天的功夫，大概可以把章程弄出来了。要请客，少不了你。孙八说，不客气，吃你日子还多着，不在乎今天。
I'll go home for dinner and rush back to prepare some tea for you. I'll probably have the rest of the day to sort out the regulations. If you want to treat us, you are indispensable. Sun Ba said. You're welcome, I'll have more days to eat you, I don't care about today.
老张笑了一笑，别瞎闹，一同走，多辛苦。孙八把老张拉进庙来，南飞生等正在天棚下脱去大衫凉快。老张向他们一点头说，诸位，赏孙八爷个脸，到九合居随便吃点东西。
Lao Zhang smiled. Stop messing around, let's go together, how hard it is. Sun Ba pulled Lao Zhang into the temple, while Nan Feisheng was waiting under the ceiling to take off his coat to cool off. Lao Zhang nodded to them and said, Everyone. I'll show you my respect to Grandpa's son and come to Juheju to have something to eat.
好在不远，吃完了回来好商议一切。还是先商议。龙树谷说，既是八爷后裔，不可不凑个热闹。南飞生显出特别亲热的样子，捻着小黄胡子说，张先生，你叫兵们去雇几辆洋车。
Fortunately, it's not far. I'll come back after eating so we can discuss everything. Let's discuss it first. Nagarjuna said. Since it is the 8th master's kindness, we must join in the fun. Nan Feisheng showed a particularly affectionate look, twirling his little yellow beard and said, Mr. Zhang, tell the soldiers to hire some foreign cars.
孙八对老张说，我有我的包车。龙树谷说，说完绕着圆圈看了看大众，洋车顾好，大家压着四方布，宁叫肚子受屈，不露忙着吃饭的态度，往庙外走。众人上了车。
Sun Ba said to Lao Zhang, I have my chartered car. Nagarjuna said, then walked around the circle and looked at the crowd. After the rickshaw was hired, everyone walked out of the temple with their stomachs aching rather than showing off their busy eating attitude. Everyone got in the car.
老张还立在门外，用手向庙里指着，对一个巡骑兵说话。路旁的人那个不信老张是自治会的大总办。车夫们一束腰，已到德胜门。进了城，道路略为平坦。
Lao Zhang was still standing outside the door, pointing towards the temple with his hand and talking to a patrolman. The man on the roadside didn't believe that Lao Zhang was the general manager of the Autonomous Association. The coachmen stretched their backs and arrived at Dishan Gate. After entering the city, the road is slightly flat.
几个车夫各不相下的加快速度，贪图多得1-2个铜元。路旁没有买卖的车夫们喊着，开呀，开过去了。于是这几个人形而兽面的，更觉得非卖命不足以争些光荣。
Several cart drivers speeded up each other, trying to get 1 or 2 more copper coins. The rickshaw pullers who were not doing business on the roadside shouted, Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. So these few people looked like beasts, and they felt that they had to work hard to win some glory.
孙八是想先到饭馆一步，以表示出做主人的样子。老张是求路旁人赏识他的威风，只嫌车夫跑得慢。南飞生是坐惯快车，毫不为奇。龙树谷是要显包车，自然不会拦阻车夫。
Sun Ba wanted to go to the restaurant first to show that he was the master. Lao Zhang was begging the passers-by to appreciate his majesty, but he was only dissatisfied that the driver was running too slowly. Nan Feisheng was used to riding express trains, so it was no surprise. Nagarjuna wanted to show off his chartered carriage, so naturally he would not stop the driver.
李山东是饿得要命， 只恨车夫不长8条腿。有车夫的争光好胜，有坐车的骄慢与自私，于是烈日之下，几个车夫像电器催着似的飞腾。到了德胜桥，西边一湾绿水。
Li Shandong was very hungry and wished that the driver did not have 8 legs. There are drivers who are eager to win glory, and there are drivers who are arrogant and selfish, so under the scorching sun, several drivers are soaring as if driven by electricity. Arrive at Disheng Bridge. There is a bay of green water to the west.
缓缓地从镜叶湖镜叶湖及今积水潭向东流来，两岸青石上几个赤足的小孩子低着头，持着长细的竹竿钓那水里的小麦碎鱼。桥东一片荷塘，岸际围着青青的芦苇。
Slowly flowing from Jingye Lake, note, Jingye Lake, now Jishui Lake, to the east, several barefoot children on the bluestones on both sides lowered their heads and fished for wheat ears in the water with slender bamboo poles. Fish. There is a lotus pond to the east of the bridge, with green reeds surrounding the shore.
几只白鹭静静地立在绿荷丛中，优美而残忍地等候着劫夺来往的小鱼。北岸上一片绿瓦高阁，清摄政王的府邸依旧存着天皇贵胄的尊严气象。一阵阵的南风。
A few egrets stand quietly among the green lotuses, beautiful and cruel, waiting to rob the small fish that come and go. On the north bank, there are green tiles and high pavilions. The residence of the Qing regent still retains the dignity of the nobles of Tianhuang. A gust of south wind.
吹着岸上的垂杨，池中的绿盖摇成一片无可分析的绿浪，像柔柔地震荡着诗意。就是瞎子还可以用嗅觉感到那荷塘的甜美，有眼的由不得要停住脚沾揽一回。
Blowing the weeping poplars on the shore, the green cover in the pond shook into an incomprehensible green wave, and the fragrance softly shook the poetry. Even the blind can still feel the sweetness of the lotus pond with their sense of smell. Those with eyes can't help but stop and take a look.
甚至于老张的审美观念也浮泛在脑际，幻之欲出了。不过哲学家的美感与常人不同一些。设若那白鹭是银铸的，半夜偷偷捉住一只，要值多少钱？那青青的荷叶。
Even Lao Zhang's aesthetic concepts are floating in his mind, ready to come out. However, the philosopher's sense of beauty is somewhat different from that of ordinary people. Suppose that egret is made of silver and you secretly catch one in the middle of the night. How much is it worth? That green lotus leaf.
要都是住着袁世凯脑袋的大钱，有多么中用？不过荷叶大的钱拿着不大方便，好在有钱还怕没法安置吗？大家都观赏着风景。
How useful it would be if it were all the big money that was used to cast Yuan Shirkai's head. However, money as big as a lotus leaf is not very convenient to hold. Fortunately, if you have money, are you afraid that you won't be able to settle it? Everyone was admiring the scenery.
谁还注意拉着活人飞跑的活人怎样把车叶上那又长又斜的石桥？那些车夫也惯了，一切筋肉运动好像和猫狗牛马一样的凭着本能而动作，弯着腰，把头差不多低到膝上。
Who pays attention to how the living people dragging the car onto the long and sloping stone bridge? Those coachmen were also used to it, and all muscle movements seemed to be based on instinct, just like cats, dogs, cows, and horses. Bend over and lower your head almost to your knees.
努着眼珠向左右分着看，如此往斜里一口气把车提到桥顶。登时一挺腰板，换一口气，片刻不停地把两肘压住车把，身子向后微仰，脚跟紧擦着桥上的粗石往下溜。
He strained his eyes to look left and right, then lifted the car diagonally to the top of the bridge in one breath. Immediately he straightened his back, took a breath, pressed his elbows on the handlebars for a moment, leaned back slightly, and slid down with his heels scraping against the rough stones on the bridge.
忽然一声咯喳，几声哎呦，只见龙军官一点未改坐的姿势，好似有个大人把他提起，稳稳当当地扔在桥下的土路上。老张的车紧随着龙树谷的，见前面的车倒下。
Suddenly there was a chirp and several ouch-s, and Officer Long did not change his sitting posture at all, as if an adult had picked him up and dropped him firmly on the dirt road under the bridge. Lao Zhang's car followed Nagarjuna's car, and he saw the car in front of him fell down.
车夫紧往横里一闪，而老张因保持力量平衡的原因，把重力全放在下部，脊背离了车厢，左右摇了几摇，于是连车带人顺着桥的倾斜，随着一股干尘土滚下去。
The driver stepped aside. In order to maintain the balance of strength, Lao Zhang put all the gravity on the lower part, turned his back away from the car, and shook it left and right. Then the car and the people rolled down along the inclination of the bridge along with a stream of dry dust.
老张的头顶着车夫的屁股，车夫的头正撞在龙军官的背上，于是龙军官由坐相改为卧佛。后面的3辆车，车夫手疾眼快，拼命往后倒，算是没有溜下去。
Lao Zhang's head was on the driver's buttocks, and the driver's head was hitting Officer Long's back. So Officer Long was changed from a seated statue to a reclining Buddha. The drivers of the 3 cars behind were very quick and rushed backwards, trying not to slip away.
龙树谷把一件官纱大衫跌成土色麻袋，气不由一处起，爬起来奔过车夫来。可怜他的车夫赵四手里握着半截车把，直挺挺地横卧在路上，左腿上尽尽地流着人血。
Nagarjuna dropped an official gauze coat into an earth-colored sack. He couldn't help but get angry. He got up and ran past the coachman. The pitiful driver, Zhao Si, was lying on the road with half of the handlebar in his hand, his left leg soaked in human blood.
龙军官也吓呆了。老张只把手掌的皮搓去一块，本想卧在地上等别人过来搀，无奈烈日晒热的粗石和火炉一样热，他无法，只好自己爬起来，嘴里无所不至地骂车夫。
Officer Long was also stunned. Lao Zhang only rubbed off a piece of skin from his palms. He wanted to lie down on the ground and wait for others to come and help him, but the rough stones heated by the scorching sun were as hot as a stove. He had no choice but to get up by himself and scolded the coachman for everything.
车夫只顾四围，看他的车有无损伤，无心领略老张含有诗意的咒骂。其余的车夫都把车放在桥下，一面擦汗，一面彼此点头半笑地说：“叫他跑。”
The driver only looked around to see if his car was damaged, and had no intention of understanding Lao Zhang's poetic criticism. The rest of the coachmen put their cars under the bridge, wiping their sweat, nodding to each other and saying with half a smile, "Tell him to run."
我管饱烙饼卷大葱，算没他的事了。路上的行人登时很自然地围了一个圆圈，那就立在桥上的巡警，只等人们围好，才提着铁片刀的刀把，撇着钉着铁掌的皮鞋。
It's none of his business to take care of the pancake rolls and green onions. Pedestrians on the road immediately formed a circle naturally. The patrolman standing on the bridge waited until people had formed a circle before holding up the target of the iron knife and wearing the leather shoes nailed with iron palms.
一扭一扭地过来，先问了一声：“坐车的受伤没有？”污了衣服还不顺心，还受伤。龙军官气昂昂地说：“一年365天，天天坐车就没挨过这样的苦子。今天咱有钱买花。”
Come here twisting and turning. First he asked, "Is the person in the car injured? You're not satisfied with your clothes being stained, and you're still injured?" Officer Long said angrily. 365 days a year, I ride in the car every day, and I have never experienced such hardship. Today we have money to buy flowers.
没钱买盆，栽在这块了。你们巡警是管什么的？老张发着虎威，一半向巡警，一半向观众说：“这个车夫怎办？”巡警问：“我叫龙树谷，救世军的军官，这是我的名片。”
If you don't have money to buy a pot, plant it here. What do you patrol officers do? Lao Zhang was showing off his might, speaking half to the patrolman and half to the audience. What should I do about this coachman? The patrolman asked. My name is Nagarjuna, an officer of the Salvation Army. This is my business card.
你打电话给救世军师医院，自然有人来抬他。不用，但是龙树谷有个名姓，除了你这个新当差的，谁不晓得咱？叫你怎办就怎办。北京的巡警是最服从民意的。
You call the Salvation Army Hospital and someone will come and carry him. But no need for, but Nagarjuna has a name, and no one except you, the new errand, knows about us. Just do whatever I tell you. The patrol police in Beijing are the most obedient to public opinion.
只要你穿着大衫，拿出印着官衔的名片，就可以命令他们，丝毫不用顾忌警律上怎么嘛。假如你有势力，你可以打电话告诉警察厅，什么时候你在街心拉屎，一点不错。
As long as you wear a big shirt and take out a business card with an official title printed on it, you can order them without worrying about the police. If you are powerful, you can call the police and tell the police when you poop in the middle of the street, which is true.
准有巡警替你进阶。龙树谷明白这个，把名片递给巡警，真的巡警向他行了一个举手礼，照办一切。龙军官们又顾上车，比从前跑得更快到九河居去了。第十
There will be patrolmen cleaning the streets for you. Nagarjuna understood this and handed his business card to the patrolman. The real patrolman raised his hand to him and complied with everything. Officer Long got into the car again and ran faster than before to Jeheju. 10th.
中华民族是古静而勇敢的，何以见得？于饭馆正治，一进饭馆，迎面火焰3尺，游星乱溅。肥如判官、恶似杀神的厨艺，持着直径尺2、柄长3尺的大铁勺，酱醋油盐，鲫鱼鸭肉。
The Chinese nation is ancient and brave. How can you see it? Proof at the restaurant. As soon as I entered the restaurant, I was met with 3 feet of flames and oil stars flying everywhere. The cook, who was as fat as a judge and as evil as an evil god, was holding a large iron ladle with a diameter of 2 feet and a handle 3 feet long, containing soy, vinegar, oil, salt, chicken, fish and duck meat.
与唾星烟灰影使猪毛一视同仁的下手。煎炒的时候，摇着油锅，3尺高的火焰往锅上扑来，耍个珍珠倒卷帘。勺儿盛着肉片，用腕一抻，长长的舌头从空中把肉片接住。
Treat them equally with spitting soot, fly excrement, and pig hair. When frying, shake the oil pan, and the 3-foot-high flames will rush to the pan, making a pearl-inverted curtain. The ladle holds the slices of meat, and with a flick of the wrist, the long tongue catches the slices of meat from the air. Treat them equally with spitting soot, fly excrement, and pig hair. When frying, shake the oil pan, and the 3-foot-high flames will rush to the pan, making a pearl-inverted curtain. The ladle holds the slices of meat, and with a flick of the wrist, the long tongue catches the slices of meat from the air.
尝尝滋味的浓淡。尝试之后，把肉片又吐到锅里，向着炒锅猛虎扑食般的打2个喷嚏。火候记足，勺儿和铁锅撞得山响，2里之外叫长鬼听着垂涎一丈。这是入饭馆的第一关。
Taste the intensity of the flavor. After trying it, he spit the meat slices into the pot again and sneezed twice like a tiger pouncing on the pot. When the heat is sufficient, the ladle and the iron pot make a loud clang, which makes greedy ghosts salivate 2 miles away. Taste the intensity of the flavor. After trying it, he spit the meat slices into the pot again and sneezed twice like a tiger pouncing on the pot. When the heat is sufficient, the ladle and the iron pot make a loud clang, which makes greedy ghosts salivate 2 miles away. This is the first step into the restaurant.
走进几步几个年高站堂的，一个一句“老爷来了，老爷来了”，然后年轻的挑着尖嗓几声“看座呀”，接着一阵拍拍的提琴斜挥，梆梆的开汽水，嗖嗖的飞手巾把，嗡嗡的赶苍蝇。
After walking a few steps, several young people standing in the hall said one by one, "The master is here. The master is here." Then the young ones raised their voices and shouted, "Look at your seats," several times. Then there was a burst of slapping of shoe dust, popping of soda pop, swishing of handkerchiefs, buzzing of flies.
饭馆的苍蝇是冬夏常青的，咕噜咕噜的扩充范围的漱口。这是第2关。主客坐齐，不点菜饭，先唱2黄。胡琴不管高低，嗓子无论好坏，有人唱就有人叫好，有人叫好就有人在唱。
Flies in restaurants are evergreen in winter and summer. Gulagulu's expanded range of mouthwash. This is the 2nd level. The host and guest are seated together, no dishes or meals are ordered, and Huang is sung first. Regardless of whether the huqin is high or low, or whether the voice is good or bad, if someone sings it, someone will applaud it, and if someone applauds it, someone will sing it again.
只管嗓子受用，不管别人耳骨受伤。这是第3关。2黄唱罢，点酒要菜，价码小的吃着有意也不点，价钱大的吃了亵渎也非要不可。酒要外买老字号的元丰。
Just care about your throat, not other people's eardrums. This is the 3rd level. After the Huang song, we order wine and food. We don't order the small ones even if they are beneficial. We don't order the expensive ones even if we eat them to make us feel dizzy. The wine must be bought in original form from a time-honored brand.
茶要泡好镇在冰箱里。冬天要吃鲜瓜绿豆，夏天讲要隔岁的炸年糕。酒菜上来，先猜拳行令，迎面一掌，声如狮吼，入口3杯，气管长虹。请客的酒菜屡进，唯恐不足。
The tea should be brewed and stored in the refrigerator. In winter, we eat fresh melons and mung beans, and in summer, we eat fried sticky cakes. When the food and drinks are served, first give the order by guessing the game, then give a slap in the face. The sound is like a lion's roar. Take 3 cups, and the energy will flow through the rainbow. The food and drinks for the guests are often brought in, lest they are insufficient.
做客的酒到杯干，烂醉如泥。这是第4关。压阵的烧鸭或焖鸡上来，饭碗举起，不知往那里送，羹匙倒拿，斜着往眉毛上插，然后一阵恶心，几阵呕吐。吃的时候并没尝出什么滋味。
The guest's wine is dry, and he is as drunk as mud. This is the 4th level. When the roasted duck or stuffed chicken comes to the table, the rice bowl is raised and I don't know where to send it. I hold the spoon upside down and stick it diagonally on my eyebrows. Then there were bouts of nausea and bouts of vomiting. I didn't taste anything when I ate it.
吐的时候却节节品着回甘。人丹灌下，扶上洋车，风一吹，渐渐清醒，又复哼哼着先帝爷，黄骠马，以备晚上再会。此是第5关。由此5关而居然斩关落锁，驰骋如入无人之地。
When I vomited, I tasted the sweetness every time. I drank Rendan and helped me get on the cart. When the wind blew, I gradually woke up and hummed again, the late emperor, the yellow gelding horse, in preparation for meeting again in the evening. This is the 5th level. With these 5 passes, you can actually cut them off and lock them down, and gallop as if you are entering a deserted land.
此之谓时而有勇。美满的交际立于健全的胃口之上，当然是不易的格言。孙八等到了九合居，饭馆的五官当然要依次站过。龙树谷因宗教的关系不肯吃酒。
This is called eat and be brave. Happy communication is based on a healthy appetite. Of course it is a difficult motto. When Sun Ba arrived at Jeheju, of course he had to go through the 5 levels of the restaurant in sequence. Nagarjuna refused to drink alcohol due to religious reasons.
经老张再三陈说，啤酒是由外国来的，耶稣教也是外国来的，喝一点当然也没有冲突。加以孙八口口声声非给龙军官押金不可，于是他喝了3瓶5星啤酒。酒灌下去，
Jing Laozhang repeatedly said, beer comes from foreign countries, and Christianity also comes from foreign countries. Of course there is no conflict if you drink a little. In addition, Sun Baku kept insisting that he must scare Officer Long, so he drank 3 bottles of 5-star beer. Drink down the wine.
他开始和大众很亲热的谈话，谈到车夫赵四，龙军官坚决的断定是赵四早晨忘了祈祷上帝，怎能不把腿撞破？平日跑得比今天快得多，为何不出危险呢？
He started talking cordially with the crowd. Speaking of the coachman Zhao Si, Officer Long made a firm conclusion. Zhao Si forgot to pray to God in the morning. How could he not break his leg? He usually runs much faster than today, so why was he not in danger?
我们还是回到德胜门，还是现在已经快3点钟？孙八问。我看没回去的必要。老张12分恳切地说：“早饭吃了你，晚饭也饶不了你，一刻不妨二主，城外去溜达溜达。”
Let's go back to Deshengmen, or, it's almost 3 o'clock now. Sun Ba asked. I don't see the need to go back, Lao Zhang said sincerely. I've eaten you for breakfast, and I won't spare you for dinner. I won't bother you as a guest. Let's go for a walk outside the city. Stroll.
改日再议章程，兄弟们那是容易聚在一处的。章程并不难拟，有的是别处自治会的，借一份来天天改改也成了。南先生向孙八说：“南先生，你分神就去找一份。”
Let's discuss the charter another day. It's easy for brothers to get together. The articles of association are not difficult to draw up. Some of them are from autonomous associations elsewhere. You can just borrow a copy to make additions and changes. Mr. Nan said to Sun Ba. Mr. Nan, if you are distracted, go find one.
修改修改就算交卷，好在人还能叫章程捆住吗？龙树谷显着很有办事经验的这样说。那么南先生你多辛苦。孙八向南飞生做了一个揖，不算什么。八爷，我们上那里去。
If you revise and revise, you will submit the paper. Fortunately, can people still be tied up by the regulations? Nagarjuna said with obvious experience. So, Mr. Nan, how hard you have worked. Sun Ba bowed to Nan Feisheng. It's nothing, Master Ba, where shall we go?
南飞生问。李山东吃得过多，已昏昏的睡去。忽然依稀的听见有人说出城，由桌上把头搬起来，掰开眼睛，说出城去听戏。小香水的3上吊，不用说听，说着就过瘾。走，小香水。
Nan Feisheng asked. Li Shandong ate too much and fell asleep. Suddenly I vaguely heard someone talking about the city. He lifted his head from the table, opened his eyes and said, I'm going out of the city to listen to a play. Xiao Shangxiang's 3 Hangings. No need to talk, just talk and enjoy. Let's go. Xiao Shangxiang.
3上吊。老张向来不自己花钱听戏，对于戏剧的知识自然缺乏，不知小香水是那一种香水，3上吊又是那么一件怪事。嘴里不便问，心里说倒要看看这件怪事。
Hang yourself 3 times. Lao Zhang never paid his own money to listen to plays, so he naturally lacked knowledge about dramas. I don't know what kind of perfume Xiaoxiang is, and hanging himself 3 times is such a strange thing. I couldn't ask in my mouth, but I said in my heart, let's take a look at this strange thing.
大概逃不出因欠债被逼而上吊，欠债不还而上吊，天生来的不是东西。他立起来拍着孙八的肩，李掌柜最会评戏，他说的准保没错。八爷你的请，等你娶姨太太的时候。
There is probably no way to escape being forced to hang for debt. Hanging yourself for not paying your debts is not something you were born with. He stood up and patted Sun Ba on the shoulder. Shopkeeper Li is the best at commenting on operas. What he said is definitely right. Mr. Ba, your request will wait until you marry your concubine.
我和老李送你一台大戏，真的八爷要那小星。几时娶？南飞生眉飞色舞地吹着小黄干胡子问。辛苦，南先生，听老张的。 我何尝要娶妾？娶妾是个人的事，听戏是大家的。
Lao Li and I will give you a big show. Is it true that Mr. Ba wants to marry Xiaoxing? When will you marry? Nan Fei asked, blowing his little yellow mustache with lively eyebrows. Thank you for your hard work. Mr. Nan. Listen to Lao Zhang. Why should I take a concubine? Marrying a concubine is a personal matter, and listening to a play is everyone's business.
八爷，你去不去？你不去，我可要走了。李山东半醒半睡地说。对，李掌柜，你请我，咱们走。老张跟着就穿大扇。多辛苦，一同去，我的请。龙军官一定不肯去，告辞走了。孙八会了饭账。
Mr. Ba, are you going? If you don't go, I have to leave. Li Shandong said half awake and half asleep. Yes. Shopkeeper Li, please invite me, let's go. Lao Zhang followed suit and put on a big shirt. What a hard work. Come along, my please. Officer Long must have refused to go, so he said goodbye and left. Sun Ba paid the meal bill.
同着老张等一起出城去娱乐。第11，喂，李英，今天怎样？今天还能有什么好处？钱是眼看就花完，事情找不到，真急死我。我决定去当巡警了。什么？当巡警？你去，我不去。
I went out to the city with Lao Zhang and others to have fun. 11th. Hey. Li Ying. How are you today? What else can I do today? I'm going to spend all my money and I can't find anything. I'm so anxious. I decided to become a patrol officer. What? Be a patrol officer? You go, I won't.
我有我的志愿，你可以回家，要是找不到事做，我回家，夹着尾巴回家。我不能。喂，李英，城里的人都有第二个名字，我遇见好几个人，见面问我台府，我们也应当有台府才对。
I have my ambition. You can go home. If you can't find anything to do, go home. Go home with your tail between your legs? I can't. Hello. Li Ying. Everyone in the city has a second name. I met several people who asked me Taipei when they met. We should also have a Taipei.
找不到事，有10000个名字又管什么？也许一有台府登时就有事做。这么着，你叫李文景，我叫王不景，意思是你要当巡警，我不愿意当。你看好不好？你呀，空说笑话，不办正事。
If you can't find anything, what does it matter if you have 10,000 names? Perhaps there will be something to do as soon as there is a famous person. So, your name is Li Wenjing, and my name is Wang Bujing. It means, you want to be a patrolman, but I don't want to be. Do you think it's good? You. Just telling jokes and not doing anything serious.
我没工夫和你瞎说，今天你我各走各的路，也许比在一处多得些消息。不，我一个人害怕。王德撅着嘴说，晴天白日可怕什么？呵，那马路上荷枪的大兵，坐摩托车的洋人，白脸的。
I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Today you and I are going our separate ways, and maybe we can get more news than if we were together. No. I'm scared alone. Wangda said with a pout. What's so scary about a sunny day? Drink. The soldiers with guns on the road, the foreigners on motorcycles, the white-faced ones.
黑脸的，那庙会上的大姑娘，父亲说过，他们都是老虎，你不会躲着他们走。大兵和洋人我能躲，可是他们我又害怕又爱看。李英和王德自从进城就住在李英的姑母家里。
Blackface. The big girls at the temple fair, my father said, they are all tigers. You won't hide from them? I can hide from soldiers and foreigners, but I am afraid of them and love to see them. Li Ying and Wang Da have been living in Li Ying's aunt's house since they entered the city.
饭食是他们自备，白天出去找事，晚上回来睡觉。2个人住着李英的姑母的一间小北房。饭容易吃，钱容易花，事情却不容易找。李英急得瘦了许多，把眉头和心孔皱在一处。
They prepared their own meals, went out to look for work during the day, and came back to sleep at night. The two of them lived in a small north room of Li Ying's aunt. Food is easy to eat, money is easy to spend, but work is not easy to find. Li suddenly lost a lot of weight, and his brows and heart were wrinkled together.
王德却依然抱着乐观。李文景，我叫李英。好，李英，你往那里去？不一定。我呢？王德把2只眼睁得又圆又大。随便。不能随便，你要往东，我也往东，不是还走到一路上去。
Wangda is still optimistic. Police Li 1. My name is Li Ying. Okay, Li Ying, where are you going? Uncertain. What about me? Wang De opened his eyes wide and round. Casual. You can't just do it casually. If you want to go east, I will go east too. Shouldn't we go all the way?
至少你要往东，我就往西。王德从袋中掏出一枚铜元，浮放在大拇指指甲上，预备向空中弹。要头要尾，头是往东，尾是往西。王德，王德，你的世界里没有仇视。李英微微露着惨笑。
At least if you want to go east, I will go west. Wang De took out a copper coin from his bag, floated it on his thumbnail, and prepared to flick it into the air. Want the head or the tail? The head is to the east and the tail is to the west. Wang De. Wang De. There is no trouble in your world. Li Ying smiled slightly.
说，要头要尾，头。砰的一声，王德把钱弹起，他瞪着眼蹲在地上，看着钱往地上落。头，你往东。再见，李英，祝你成功。王德把钱捡起，笑着往西走。李英的姑母住在护国寺街上。
Explain. First and last. Head. With a bang, Wang De bounced the money up. He squatted on the ground with eyes wide open and watched the money fall to the ground. Head. You go east. Goodbye, Li Ying. I wish you success. Wang De picked up the money and walked west with a smile. Li Ying's aunt lives on Huguosi Street.
王德出了护国寺西口，又犹豫了，往南呢，还是往北？往南是西四牌楼，除了路旁拿大刀杀活羊的，没有什么鲜明光彩的事。往北是新街口、西直门，那里是穷人的住处。
Wang De walked out of the west entrance of Huguo Temple and hesitated again. Should he go south or north? To the south? It's the Shisi Archway. Except for the man killing the live sheep with a big knife on the roadside, there is nothing distinctive and glorious about it. To the north? It's Zinjiku, Zizaman. That's where the poor live.
那能找得到事情？王德想了半天，往北去，也许看见些新事。他往北走了不远，看见街东的一条胡同，墙上蓝牌白色写着“百花深处”。北京市好，看这胡同名多么雅。他对自己说
That can help you find something. Wang De thought for a long time. Go north, maybe you will see some new things. He walked a short distance north and saw an alley on the east side of the street. A blue sign on the wall said, Depth of hundreds of flowers, written in white. Beijing is great, look at how elegant the name of this alley is, he said to himself.
不用说，这是隐士住的地方，不然那能起这么雅致的名字。他一面想着，一面不知不觉地把腿挪进巷口来。那条胡同是狭而长的，两旁都是用碎砖砌的墙，南墙少见日光。
Needless to say, this is the place where the hermit lives, otherwise it would have such an elegant name. While he was thinking, he unknowingly moved his legs into the alley. The alley is narrow and long. There are walls made of broken bricks on both sides. The south wall rarely gets sunlight.
薄薄的长着一层绿台，高处有隐隐的几条蜗牛爬过的银轨。往里走，略觉宽敞一些，可是两旁的墙更破碎一些。在路北有被雨水冲倒的一堵短墙。
There is a thin layer of green moss, and there are a few faint silver tracks crawling across the high places. It feels slightly more spacious as you walk in, but the walls on both sides are more broken. On the north side of the road, there is a short wall that was washed away by the rain.
由外面可以看见院内的一切。院里三间矮屋，房檐下垂着晒红的羊角胶，街上堆着不少长着粉色苔的玉米棒子，东墙上懒懒地爬着几万牵牛花，冷落地开着几朵浅蓝的花。
Everything in the courtyard can be seen from the outside. There are 3 low houses in the courtyard, with reddish-red peppercorns hanging from the eaves. There were many corn cobs covered with pink moss piled on the steps. A few vines of morning glories lazily crawled on the east wall, and a few light blue flowers bloomed indifferently.
院中一个妇人蓬着头发蹲在东墙下，嘴里哼哼唧唧地唱着儿曲，奶着一个瘦小孩，瘦得像一个包着些骨头的小黄皮包。王德心里想，这一定是隐士的夫人。
In the courtyard, a woman with disheveled hair squatted under the east wall, humming and singing children's songs, nursing a skinny child, as thin as a small yellow leather bag wrapped with some bones. Wang De thought to himself, this must be the hermit's wife.
隐士夫人听说是不爱梳头洗脸的，她立在南墙下，希望隐士出来，见识见识隐士的真面目。等来等去，不见隐士出来，院内一阵阵孩子的啼声，隐士的少爷哭了。
I heard that Mrs. Hermit didn't like to comb her hair and wash her face. He stood under the south wall hoping that the hermit would come out and see the true face of the hermit. After waiting and waiting, the hermit did not come out. There were bursts of children crying in the courtyard, The hermit's young master is crying.
继而妇人咒骂那个小孩子，隐士夫人骂人了。等了半天，王德转了念头，隐士也许死了，这是他的孤儿寡妻，那就太可怜了。人们都要死的，不过隐士许死得更快。
Then the woman scolded the child. The hermit's wife is scolding. After waiting for a long time, Wang De changed his mind. The hermit may be dead, and this is his orphan and widow. That would be so pitiful. People are all going to die. Yes, but the hermit died faster.
因为他未到死期，先把心情死了。人是奇怪东西，生来还死，死了还用小木匣抬着在大街上示威。王德探身偷偷地向院里望了望，那个妇人已经进到屋里去。
Because he has not yet reached the point of death, so he must die first. Humans are strange things, born and dead. Even after he died, he was carried in a small wooden box and demonstrated on the street. Wang De leaned forward and looked secretly into the courtyard. The woman had already entered the house.
那个小孩睡在一块小木板上，他于是怅然走出百花深处来。公理报、民事报，看看这儿子杀父亲的新闻。从南来了一个卖报的，卖报的。王德迎面把卖报的拦住。
The child was sleeping on a small wooden board. Then he walked out of the depths of flowers in despair. Zhi Bao, Min Min Bao, look at the news that this son killed his father. A newspaper seller came from the south. The newspaper seller. Wang De stopped the newspaper seller head on.
有隐士的新闻和招人做事的广告没有？你买不买？卖报的不看报。王德买了一张，夹在腋下。他想，卖报的不看报，卖报可有什么好处？奇怪，想不出道理。
Are there any news about hermits or advertisements for people to work? Do you want to buy it or not? Newspaper sellers don't read newspapers. Wang De bought one and put it under his arm. He thought, if the newspaper seller doesn't read the newspaper, what's the benefit of selling it? Strangeness. Can't think of a reason.
城里的事大半是想不出道理的。王德坐在一家铺户外面，打开报纸，先念小说，后看新闻。忽然在报纸的背面夹缝上看到，县须书记一人，文理通顺，字体清楚，月薪面议。
Most things in the city make no sense. Wang De was sitting outside a shop, opening the newspaper and reading a novel first, and then reading the news. Suddenly he saw on the back of the newspaper. We need a secretary, who is fluent in writing and science, and whose handwriting is clear. Monthly salary negotiable.
财政部接张宅。当人找事儿找不到的时候，有一些消息便似有很大成功的可能。王德也是一个。他立起来便向东城走，走得满头是汗，到了财政部街一所红楼。
Zhang's house on Treasury Street. When people are looking for something but can't find it, there is some news, and there seems to be a great possibility of success. Wang De is also the same. He stood up and walked towards Dongsheng. His head was covered with sweat as he walked. Arriving at Treasury Street, there is a red building.
门口绿色的铁栅栏悬着一面铜牌，刻着张宅。王德上了台阶，跺了跺鞋上的灰土，往里探视。门房里坐着一个老人，善眉善眼，像是传当仆人的样子，握着一个少年，脸洗得雪白。
There is a bronze plaque hanging on the green iron fence at the door, engraved with Zhang Zhai. Wang De went up the steps, stomped the dust off his shoes, and looked inside. There was an old man sitting in the concierge, with kind eyebrows and good eyes, as if he were a servant from generation to generation. A young man was lying there, his face washed white as snow.
头油的漆黑，王德轻轻推开门，道了一声辛苦。又一个广告比苍蝇纸还灵，一天连多少？那个少年的说：“你是看报来的吧？没希望，趁早回家。我没见着你们主人，怎见得没希望？”
The head oil is pitch black. Wang De gently opened the door and said, "Thank you." Another one. Advertisements are more powerful than fly paper. They stick to you in a day. The young man said, "Are you here to read the newspaper?" There is no hope. Go home as soon as possible. I haven't seen your master. How can it be that there is no hope?
王德一点不谦虚地说：“我们上司还没起来，就是起来也不能先见你，就是见你。凭你这件大衫，遇上上司心里不痛快，好不好许判你5年徒刑。我要是法官。”
Wang De said without any humility. Our boss hasn't gotten up yet, and even if he gets up, he won't be able to see you first. Even if he sees you, with your big shirt, he will feel unhappy when he meets his boss, so I might as well sentence you to 5 years in prison. I wish I were a judge.
为你这一头黑油漆就恢复凌迟。王德从与老张决裂后学得颇强硬。你怎么不说人话？你才不说人话，先生。那个年老的一把拉住王德，我去给你回一声去。
Because of your black paint, Ling Qi will be restored. Wang Dekong learned to be tough after breaking up with Lao Zhangda. Why don't you speak human language? You don't speak human words. Gentlemen. The old man grabbed Wang De. I'll call you back.
我们老爷真的还没起来，我同你去见我们的大少爷。来，王德随着那个年老的走入院里，穿廊过户，走到楼背后的3间小屋。老仆叫王德等一等，他进去回禀一声：“进去。”
Our master really hasn't gotten up yet. I'll go with you to see our eldest young master. Come. Wang De followed the old man into the courtyard. He passed through the corridor and walked to the 3 cabins behind the building. The old servant asked Wang De to wait, and he went in and reported back. Go in.
老仆向王德点手，王德进去，看屋里并没什么陈设，好像不是住人的屋子。靠墙一张洋式卧椅，斜躺着一个少年，拿着一张消闲录，正看得入神。那个少年戴着金丝眼镜。
The old servant nodded to Wang De. Wang De went in and saw that there were no furnishings in the room, and it seemed that it was not a house for people to live in. There is a foreign-style couch against the wall, with a young man reclining on it. He was holding a copy of Leisure Records, and was looking at it intently. The boy wore gold-rimmed glasses.
嘴里上下金牙衔着半尺来长小山药般粗，中间镶着金箍的吕宋烟，不是那么粗，王德也无从看见那个人的金牙，手上戴着13、14个金戒指，脚下一双镶金边的软底鞋。
The upper and lower gold teeth in the mouth hold a half-foot-long Luzon cigarette as thick as a small yam with a gold hoop in the middle. It's not that thick, and Wang De couldn't see the man's gold teeth. He wore 13 or 4 gold rings on his hands, and a pair of soft-soled shoes with gold rims on his feet.
胸前横着比老葱还粗的一条金表链，对襟小褂上一串蒜头大的金纽，一共约有1斤12两重。你来就是。那个少年人把报纸翻了翻，并没看王德。是，今年多大？19岁。好。
There is a gold watch chain thicker than an onion across the chest, and a bunch of gold buttons as big as garlic heads are on the opposite front of the coat, weighing about 1 pound or 12 taels in total. Are you here to do something? The young man flipped through the newspaper without looking at Wang De. Yes. How old are you this year? 19 years old. Good.
明天上工吧。请问我的报酬和工作？早8点来，晚8点走，事情多，打夜工。扫书房，抄文件，姨太太出门伺候着站汽车。府上是找书记，广义的书记。薪金1月4块钱。
Let's go to work tomorrow. May I ask about my salary and work? Come in at 8 in the morning and leave at 8 in the evening. There are many things to do, so I work at night. After sweeping the study and paying for documents, my concubine went out to wait on the bus. Are you looking for a secretary? Secretary in a broad sense. Salary? $4 a month.
伺候打牌分些零钱。那个少年始终没看王德，王德一语未发地走出去。王德走出大门，回头望了望那座红楼，这样的楼房就会养着这样相近的畜生。王德太粗鲁。
Wait and play cards to share some change. The young man never looked at Wang De, and Wang De walked out without saying a word. Wang De walked out of the door and looked back at the red building. A building like this will support people like this. The gold-encrusted beast. Wang De is too rough.
第12，王德从财政部接仪器跑回李英的姑母家。李英的姑父开着一个小铺子，不常在家。姑母今天也出去。
12th. Wang De ran back to Li Ying's aunt's house from Treasury Street. Li Ying's uncle runs a small shop and is not at home often. My aunt is also going out today.
王德进到院内，垂头丧气地往自己和李英同住的那间小屋走。王德，回来的早，事情怎样？李英的姐姐隔着窗户问。姑母没在家。没有，进来告诉我你的事情。进来，看院中多么热。
Wang Dijin entered the courtyard and walked dejectedly to the small house where he and Li Ying lived. Wang De. You came back early. How is the matter? Li Ying's sister asked through the window. And is not at home? No, come in and tell me your story. Come in and see how hot it is in the courtyard.
王德才觉出满脸是汗，一面擦着，一面走进上房去。静姐，叔父有信没有？王德好像把一肚子气消散了，又替别人关心起来。你坐下，叔父有信问李英的事。
Wang Detsai felt that his face was covered with sweat, and while wiping it, he walked into the upper room. Sister Jing. Do you believe uncle? Wang De seemed to have dissipated his anger and became concerned about others again. Sit down, uncle has a letter asking about Li Ying.
信尾提着老张无意许张师母的自由。 王德、李英和李静，李英的姐姐是一同长起来的，无日不见面。当他们幼年的时候，李静自从他叔父事业不顺，进城住在他姑母家里。
At the end of the letter, Lao Zhang had no intention of granting Mrs. Zhang's freedom. Wang De, Li Ying and Li Jing, Li Ying's sister, grew up together and saw each other every day when they were young. Li Jing has been living in the city since her uncle's career was not going well. Her aunt's house.
白天到学堂念书，晚间帮着姑母做些家事。现在他已经毕业，不复升学。他比李英大2岁，可是从面貌上看，他是妹妹，他是哥哥。他轻轻的2道眉，圆圆的一张脸。
She went to school during the day and helped her aunt with housework at night. Now she has graduated and no longer wants to go to school. She is 2 years older than Li Ying, but judging from her appearance, she is the younger sister and he is the older brother. She has 2 gentle eyebrows and a round face.
2只眼睛分外明润，显出沉静清秀。他小的时候爱王德比爱李英还深，他爱王德的淘气，他的好笑，他的一笑一个酒窝，他的漆黑有神的眼珠。王德的爱他，从环境上说。
Her 2 eyes are exceptionally bright and moist, showing her calmness and elegance. When she was a child, she loved Wang De more than she loved Li Ying. She loved Wang De's naughtiness, his humor, his smile, his dimples, and his dark, sparkling eyes. Wang De's love for her comes from the environment.
全村里再没有一个女子比她清秀的，再没有一个像她那样爱护她的，再没有一个比她念的书多的。他们年幼的时候，她说笑话给她听。
There is no other woman in the village who is more beautiful than her, no one who loves and protects him as much as she does, and no one who has read more books than her. When they were young, she told him jokes.
他转转眼珠，又把他的笑话改编一回，说给他听，有时变得驴唇不对马嘴。他们一天不见也见几次，他们一天真见不着，他们在梦里见几次。他们见不着的时候。
He rolled his eyes and adapted her jokes again and told them to her, but sometimes they were completely wrong. They don't see each other a few times a day, they don't really see each other a day, but they see each other a few times in dreams. When they can't see you.
像把心挖出来，抛在沙漠里，烈风吹着，飞沙打着，热日炙着，他们的心碎了，焦了，化为飞灰了。他们见着，安慰了，快活了，他们的心又爱情缝在一处了。
Like digging out their hearts and throwing them into the desert, where they are blown by strong winds, beaten by flying sand, and scorched by the hot sun, their hearts are broken, burnt, and turned into ashes. When they saw it, they were comforted and happy, and their hearts were sewn together with love.
他们还似幼年相处的那样亲热，然而他们不自觉地在心的深处多了一些东西，多了一些说不出的情感。幼年的时候彼此见不着，他们哭真安慰了他们。
They were still as affectionate as when they were young, but they unconsciously had something more in their hearts, some more unspeakable emotions. When they were little, they cried when they couldn't see each other. Crying really comforted them.
现在他们见不着，他们呆呆地坐着，闷闷地想着，他们愿杀了自己，也不甘隔离着。他们不知道到底为什么，好像一个黄蝴蝶追着一个白蝴蝶一样的，不知为什么。
Now they can't see him. They sit blankly, thinking dully. They would rather kill themselves than be isolated. They don't know why, just like a yellow butterfly chasing a white butterfly.
他们的亲爱是和年岁继续增加的。他们在孤寂的时候，渺渺茫茫的有一点星光，有一点活力，彼此掩映着，激荡着。他们的幽深的馨香，纵隔着3000世界。
Their love continues to increase with age. When they were lonely, they had a little bit of starlight and a little vitality, covering each other and stirring. Their deep inner fragrance spans 3,000 worlds.
好像终究可以连成一线，浮泛在晴天爱海之中的。他们遇见了，毫不羞愧的谈笑；他们遇不见，毫不羞愧的想着彼此，以至于毫不羞愧的愿意坐在一处，住在一处，死在一处。
It seems that they can finally be connected and float in the sea of love. When they meet, they talk and laugh without shame. When they meet, they think about each other without shame, so much so that they are willing to sit together, live together, and die together without shame.
静姐，张师母的历史你知道一点，现在的情况我不知道。你与王德，你又要说什么笑话？今天笑话都气跑了。你与老什么？王德，静姐，你有新小说没有？借给我一本。
Sister Jing. Do you know Mrs. Zhang's history? One thing, I don't know the current situation. You and Dash. Wangda, what kind of joke are you going to make? The joke is all gone today, you and the old. What is the old man, Wangda? Sister Jing, do you have any new novels? Can you lend me a copy?
你告诉我你要说的话。我告诉你，你要哭呢。我不哭，得了，王德，告诉我。老张要。王德说到这里，听见街门响了一声， 姑母手里拿着大包小罐走进来，两个人忙着赶出去。
You tell me what you want to say. I tell you, are you going to cry? I won't cry, come on, Wangda, tell me. Lao Zhang wants it, Wangda said. He heard the street door ring, and his aunt came in with big bags and small cans in her hands. The two people rushed out.
接他手中的东西，姑母看了王德一眼，没有说什么。王德把东西放在桌上，脸红红的到自己的小屋里去。李静的姑母有60来岁的年纪，身体还很健壮。她的面貌、身材、服装。
After taking the thing in her hand, her aunt glanced at Wangda and said nothing. Wangda put the things on the table and went to his hut with a blushing face. Li Jing's aunt is in her 60s and is still in good health. Her face, figure, clothes.
那一样也不比别人新奇。把它放在普通中国妇女里，叫你无从分别那是她，那是别人。你可以用普通中国妇人的一切形容她，或者也可以用她代表她们。
That's no more novel than others. Put her among ordinary Chinese women, so that you can't tell which one is her and which one is someone else. You can describe her with everything about ordinary Chinese women, or you can use her to represent them.
他真爱李英和李静，他对他的兄弟李英的叔父真负责任看护李英们。他也真对于李氏祖宗负责任，不但对于一家，就是对于一切社会道德、家庭纲纪。
She really loves Li Ying and Li Jing, and she is really responsible for taking care of Li Ying and her brother, Li Ying's uncle. She is also really responsible for the Li family ancestors, not only for the family, but also for all social morals and family disciplines.
她都有很正气而自尊的负责的表示。她是好妇人，好中国妇人。姑娘，你可不是7、8岁的孩子，凡事你自己应当知道谨慎。你明白我的话？姑母，你大概不愿意我和王德说话。
She has a very upright and self-respecting and responsible attitude. She is a good woman, a good Chinese woman. Girl, you are not a child of 7 or 8 years old. You should be cautious in everything. Do you understand what I say? And, you probably don't want me to talk to Wangda?
王德和我亲兄弟一样，我爱他和爱李英一样。姑娘，姑娘，我活了快60岁了，就没看见过女人爱男人不怀着坏心的。姑娘，你可真脸大，敢说爱他。姑母，说爱又怕什么呢？
Wangda is like my brother, and I love him as much as I love Li Ying. Girl. Girl. I have lived for almost 60 years, and I have never seen a woman love a man without evil intentions. Girl, you are so brave, dare to say you love him. And, what are you afraid of when you say love?
李静笑着问：“姑娘，你今天要跟我顶嘴？好劲儿！我老婆子就不许你说。你不懂爱字什么讲，别看我没念过书。得了，姑母，以后不说了，成不成？”李静上前拉住姑母的手。
Li Jing asked with a smile. Girl, you want to talk back to me today, okay? So Jinger. My old lady won't allow you to talk. What can you say if you don't understand the word love? Don't think I haven't studied. Come on, aunt, let's not talk anymore, is that okay? Li Jing stepped forward and took her aunt's hand.
一上一下的摇着，为是讨姑母的喜欢。啊，好孩子，从此不准再说。去泡一壶茶，我买来好东西给你们吃。好夫人如释重负，欢欢喜喜把买来的水果点心都放在碟子里。
She was shaking it up and down to please her aunt. Ah. Good boy. Don't say that again from now on. Go and make a pot of tea, I will buy you good things to eat. The good woman was relieved and happily put all the fruit snacks she bought on the plate.
李静把茶泡好，李英也回来了。姑母把王德叫过来，把点些水果分给大家，自己只要一个烂桃和一块挤碎了的饽饽。姑母，我吃不了这么多，分给你一些。
Li Jing made the tea and Li Ying came back. The aunt called Wangda over and distributed the snacks and fruits to everyone. She only wanted a rotten peach and a crushed piece of pastry. Aunt, I can't eat so much, so I'll give you some.
李英看姑母的点心太少，把自己的碟子递给她。不，李英，姑母一心一意愿意看着你们吃，只要你们肥头大耳朵的，就是我的造化。阿弥陀佛，佛爷保佑你们。
Li Ying saw that her aunt's snacks were too little, so she handed her his own plate. No. Li Ying. My aunt is wholeheartedly willing to watch you eat. As long as you have fat heads and big ears, you are my creation. Amitabha. Buddha bless you.
有钱除了请高香献佛，就是给你们买吃的。好夫人不说谎，真的这样办。李英，你的是怎样？李靖故意避着王德，有些眉目。等姑父回来，我和他商议。你见着他？姑母问。是。
If I have money, besides offering incense to the Buddha, I will also buy you food. A good woman doesn't lie, she really does this. Li Ying, how is your matter? Li Jing deliberately avoided Wang De. I have some clues. When my uncle comes back, I will discuss it with him. You saw him? And asked, yes.
姑父晚上回来吃饭。李英，快去打酒。你姑父没别的嗜好，就是爱喝杯咸菜酒。好孩子，快去。李英才回来，叫他休息一会，我去打酒。王德向那位好妇人说：“好，王德，你去。”
My uncle will come back for dinner in the evening. Li Ying. Go get a drink. Your uncle has no other hobby except drinking a glass of pickle wine. Good boy, go. Li Yingkai came back and told him to rest for a while I went to get a drink. Wang De said to the good woman. Good Wang De, you go.
好妇人从1尺多长的衣袋越快而越慢地往外一个一个地掏那又热又亮的铜钱。你知道那个酒店？出这条街往南不远，路东挂着5个金葫芦，要5个铜子1两的2两。
The good woman quickly and slowly took out the hot and shiny copper coins one by one from her foot-long pocket. Do you know that hotel? Go out of this street to the south. Not far away, on the east side of the road, there are 5 gold gourds hanging. They cost 5 coppers, 1 tael and 2 taels.
把酒瓶拿直了，不怕摇荡出来，去的时候不必，听明白没有？快去！好孩子，回来。酒店对过的猪肉铺看有猪耳朵，挑后的买一个。他就是爱吃个脆脆的酱耳朵，会不会？我不放心。
Hold the bottle straight, don't worry about it swinging out. You don't have to when you go out. Do you understand? Go quickly. Good boy. Return. The pork shop across from the hotel has pig ears, so I picked a thick one and bought one. He just loves to eat crunchy soy ears, right? I'm not worried.
你们年轻的办事不可靠，把酒瓶给我，还是我去。上回李英买来的羊肉，把刀刃切钝了，也没把肉切开，还是我自己去。我会买，我是买酱耳朵的专家。王德要笑又不好意思。
Your young service is unreliable. Give me the bottle, or I'll go. The last time Li Ying bought mutton, the blade was blunt and the meat was not cut. I'd better go by myself. I will buy it. I'm an expert at buying sauced ears. Wang De wanted to laugh but was embarrassed.
又偷着看李靖一眼。我想起来了，好夫人真的想了一会儿，你们2个也不用出去吃饭，陪着你姑父一同吃好不好？王德没敢首先回答，倒是李英主张用他们的钱多买些菜。
He secretly glanced at Li Jing again. I remembered. The good woman really thought for a while. You two don't need to go out to eat. How about eating with your uncle? Wang De did not dare to answer first, but Li Ying suggested using their money to buy more vegetables.
大家热闹一回，姑母首肯，又叫李英和王德一同去买菜打酒。因为做买卖的专会欺侮男人，2个人4只眼，多少也可少受一些骗。然后又嘱咐了2个少年一顿，才放他们走。
Everyone had a great time. The aunt agreed and asked Li Ying and Wang De to go shopping and drink together. Because businessmen specialize in bullying men, 2 people with 4 eyes can be less likely to be deceived. Then he gave the 2 teenagers a lesson before letting them go.
李靖帮助姑母在厨房预备一切，李靖递菜匙，姑母要饭勺；李靖拿碟子，姑母要油瓶。于是李靖随着姑母满屋里转，一件事也没做对。第13，王德、李英买菜回来。
Li Jing helped her aunt prepare everything in the kitchen. Li Jing handed her the spoon, and her aunt asked for the ladle. Li Jing took the plate, and her aunt asked for the oil bottle. So Li Jing followed her aunt around the house. Didn't do anything right. 13th. Wang De, Li should come back from shopping for groceries.
姑母一面批评，一面烹调，批评的太过，至于把醋当了酱油，整池的往烹锅里下。忽然发觉了自己的错误，于是停住批评，坐在小凳上，笑得眼泪一个挤着一个往下滴。
My aunt was criticizing and cooking. He was so critical that he mistook vinegar for soy sauce and poured a full spoonful into the cooking pot. Suddenly he realized his mistake, so he stopped criticizing and sat on a small stool laughing until tears rolled down his cheeks.
李英的姑父回来了，赵瑞是他的姓名。他约有50上下年纪，从结婚到如今，他的夫人永远比他大10来岁。矮矮的身量，横里比竖里，看着壮观的像一个小4方肉墩。
Li Ying's uncle is back. Zhao Rui is his name. He is about 50 years old, and his wife has always been more than 10 years older than him since he got married. He is short in stature and looks more impressive horizontally than vertically, like a small square meat mound.
短短的脖子拖着一个圆而多肉的地球式的脑袋，2只笑眼，一个红透的酒糟鼻。 见人先点头含笑，然后道辛苦，越看越像一个既有经验的买卖人。
The short neck supports a round and fleshy earth-shaped head. 2 smiling eyes and a red rosacea nose. When he sees someone, he first nods and smiles, and then says hard work. The more he looks at him, the more he looks like an experienced trader.
赵姑父进猎屋里，先普遍的问好，跟着给大家倒茶，弄得王德手足无措。要是王德在赵姑父的铺子里，他还有一点办法，他至少可以买赵姑父一点货物，以报答他的和蔼。
When Uncle Zhao entered the room, he first said hello to everyone, and then poured tea for everyone, leaving Wang De at a loss. If Wang De is in Uncle Zhao's shop, he still has a way. He can at least buy some goods from Uncle Zhao to repay his kindness.
赵姑母不等别人说话，先告诉她丈夫，她把醋当做了酱油。赵姑父听了，也笑得流泪，把红鼻子咽了一大块。笑完一阵，老夫妻领着3个青年开始享受他们的晚饭。
Aunt Zhao didn't wait for anyone to say anything, but first told her husband that she had mistaken vinegar for soy sauce. After hearing this, Uncle Zhao also burst into tears with laughter, and a big piece of his red nose was covered in tears. After laughing for a while, the old couple led the 3 young people to enjoy their dinner.
赵姑父递饭布菜，强迫王德、李英也喝一点酒，尝几块猪耳朵。2两酒3个人喝，从理想与事实上说，赵姑父不会喝的超过2两或完全2两，然而却有些醉意。
Uncle Zhao handed over rice and vegetables, forcing Wang De and Li Ying to drink some wine and taste some pig ears. 2 liang of wine for 3 people to drink. From an ideal and practical point of view, Uncle Zhao would not drink more than 2 liang or even 2 liang at all. However, I was a little drunk.
顺着鬓角往饭碗里滴滴有响地落着珍珠似的大汗珠，脸上充满了笑容，好像一轮红日，渐渐地把特红的鼻子隐灭在一片红光之中。
Beads of sweat like pearls dripped down into the rice bowl along the temples. The face was full of smiles, like a red sun, gradually extinguishing the red nose in a red light.
像喷过火的火山掩映在红云赤霞里似的。酒足饭饱，赵姑父拧上一袋关东烟，叫李英把椅子搬到院中，大家团团的围坐。赵姑母却忙着收拾杯盘，并且不许李靖帮忙。
It's like a volcano that has erupted and is hidden in the red clouds and red clouds. After having enough wine and food, Uncle Zhao put on a bag of Guangdong cigarettes and asked Li Ying to move the chairs to the courtyard, where everyone sat around. Aunt Zhao was busy clearing away the cups and plates, and did not allow Li Jing to help.
于是李靖泡好一壶茶，也坐在他姑父的旁边。姑父，我告诉你的事，替我解决一下好不好？李英问。好，好，我就是喜欢听少年们想做事。念书我不反对，做事可也要紧。
So Li Jing made a pot of tea and sat next to his uncle. Uncle, can you help me solve what I told you? Li Ying asked. Okay. Okay. I just like to hear young people want to do things. I have no objection to studying, but doing things is also important.
念书要成了书呆子，还不如多吃几块脆脆的猪耳朵。赵姑父喷着嘴里的蓝烟，渐渐上升，和浅蓝的天化为一气。铺子里不收你们念书的做徒弟，工厂里不要学生当工人。
If you want to become a nerd while studying, you might as well eat a few more crunchy pig ears. Uncle Zhao puffed out the blue smoke from his mouth, which gradually rose up and merged with the light blue sky. We don't accept those of you studying as apprentices in the shop, and we don't want students to be workers in the factory.
还不是好凭据？你去当巡警，我说实在话，简直的不算什么好营业。至于你说什么救世军，我还不大明白。救世军，李英回答。对，救世军，那是怎么一回事？
Not a good credential. If you go to be a patrol officer, to be honest, it's not a very good business. As for what you mean by the 9 soldiers army, I still don't quite understand. The Salvation Army. Li Ying replied that, yes. Salvation Army. What's going on?
我今天早晨出门，在街上遇见了老街坊赵四，他在救世军里一半拉车，一半做事。他说救世军很收纳不少青年，挣钱不多，可是做的都是慈善事。我于是跑到救世军教会。
I went out this morning and met my old neighbor Zhao Si on the street. He works part-time as a truck driver and part-time worker in the Salvation Army. He said that the Salvation Army takes in many young people and does not make much money, but it does charity work. So I ran to the Salvation Army Church.
听了些宗教的讲论，倒很有理。他们讲什么来着？王德插嘴问。他们说人人都有罪，只有一位上帝能赦免我们。要是我们能信靠他去做好事，我以为我们空挣些钱。
After listening to some religious lectures, it makes sense. What are they talking about? Wang De interrupted and asked. They say that everyone is guilty, and there is only one God who can forgive us, if we can trust him to do good things. I thought we were making some money.
而不替社会上做些好事，岂不白活？所以，李英，这位上帝住在那里？王德问。天上。李英很郑重地回答。是佛爷都在天上。赵姑父半闭着眼，衔着烟袋，似乎要睡着。不过，婴儿
If you don't do something good for society, your life will be in vain. So, Li Ying, where does this God live? Wang De asked. Heaven. Li Ying answered solemnly. It's the Buddha who is in heaven. Uncle Zhao half closed his eyes, holding his pipe in his mouth, as if he was about to fall asleep. But, Inger.
去信阳叫我有些不放心。我想，只要有个团体，大家齐心做好事，我就愿意入，管他洋教不洋教。李英说：“你准知道他们做好事？”李靖问：“你不信去看，教堂里整齐严肃。”
I was a little worried about going to Xinyang to teach. I think as long as there is a group and everyone works together to do good things, I am willing to join, regardless of whether it is a foreign religion or not. Li Ying said. You must know that they do good things? Li Jing asked. If you don't believe me, go and see. The church is neat and solemn.
另有一番精神。我是买卖人，3句话不离本行。到底你能拿多少钱从教堂拿？赵四说1月5块钱，不过我的目的在做些好事，不在乎挣钱多少。好，你先去试试，不成？
There is another spirit. I am a businessman, and I can only say 3 things about my profession. How much money can you take? Take it from the church. Zhao Si said 5 yuan a month, but my purpose is to do some good things, and I don't care how much money I make. Good. You go try it first, it doesn't work.
我们再另找事。赵姑父向李英说完，又向着王德说：“你的事怎样？”许我骂街，我就说。王德想起那个镶金的人形兽，别骂街，有你姐姐坐在这里，要是没她，你骂什么我都不在乎。
Let's find something else to do. After Uncle Zhao finished speaking to Li Ying, he then turned to Wang De and said, What's your matter? If you let me curse, I will say it. Wang De thought of the gold-encrusted humanoid beast. Don't curse, your sister is sitting here. Without her, I don't care what you curse.
这么着，你心里骂，嘴里说好的。王德于是把日间所经过的事说了一遍，然后又发挥他的志愿。你看，王德向赵姑父说：“我入学堂好不好？”事情太不易找。
If you do this, you may curse in your heart and say it with your mouth. Wang De then told what happened during the day. Then he expressed his will. Look, Wang De said to Uncle Zhao, is it okay if I enter the school? Things are too hard to find.
而且做些小事我也不甘心。念书是好意思，可是有一样，你父亲能供给你吗？你姐姐赵姑父指着李靖说，念了5、6年书，今天买皮鞋，明天买白帽子，书钱花的不多。
And am not willing to do small things. It's nice to study, but there is one thing. Can your father provide it for you? Your sister, Uncle Zhao pointed at Li Jing and said, has been studying for 5 or 6 years. Today she buys leather shoes and tomorrow she buys a white hat. She doesn't spend much money on books.
07、8岁，差一点没叫我破产，我的老天爷！我不明白新事情，所以我猜不透怎么会一穿皮鞋就把字认识了。你知道你的家计比我知道的清楚，没钱不用想念书。
Bits and pieces almost bankrupted me, for God's sake. I don't understand new things, so I can't figure out how I can recognize words as soon as I put on leather shoes. You know your family finances better than I do. If you don't have money, you don't have to think about studying.
找事做比什么也强。姑娘，可别多心，我可无意说你花我的钱，我不心疼钱。好姑娘，给姑父再倒碗茶。赵姑父的茶喝足，把烟袋插在腰里，向着屋里说：“我说我要回铺子。”
There is nothing better than finding something to do. Girl, don't worry too much. I don't mean to say you spent my money. I don't care about money. Good girl, pour me another bowl of tea for my uncle. Uncle Zhao drank enough tea and put his pipe in his waist. He said toward the room, I said, I want to go back to the shop.
婴儿们的事有和我说的地方，叫他们到铺子找我去。我说，屋内赵姑母打了枪，然后拿着未擦完的碟子走出来。今天的菜好不好？好，就是有些酸。好你个，发酸，可省酱油。
If the children have anything to say to me, ask them to come to the shop to find me. I said, Aunt Zhao in the room answered, and then walked out with the unfinished plate. Is today's food good? Good. It's just a little sour. Are you sour? Save soy sauce.
酱油比醋贵得多。老夫妇哈哈地笑起来。赵姑父又向李靖说：“谢谢姑娘做饭倒茶的，等着姑父来给你说个老婆婆，不许瞎说。姑父， 李靖轻轻打了他姑父一下。好姑娘，打我。
Soy sauce is much more expensive than vinegar. The old couple burst into laughter, and Uncle Zhao said to Li Jing again. Thank you, girl, for cooking and serving tea. Wait for your uncle to come and talk to you about being an old lady. Don't talk nonsense, uncle. Li Jing lightly hit her uncle. Good girl, hit me.
等我告诉你婆婆。赵姑父笑着往外走，姑母跟着问东问西。李英们还坐在院里，约莫赵姑父已走出去4-5分钟，依然听得见他的洪亮而后浑的笑声。第14。
Wait until I tell your mother-in-law. Uncle Zhao walked out with a smile, and his aunt followed him asking questions. Li Ying and others were still sitting in the courtyard. It had been about 4 or 5 minutes since Uncle Zhao walked out, and he could still hear his loud and thick smile. Sound. 14th.
中秋节的第2天，老张睡到午时才醒，因为昨天收节礼、结铺子的账、所欠户的债，直到4更天才紧衣紧腰带浑衣而卧的睡下。阳前市的明月映出天上的金楼玉宇。
On the second day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Lao Zhang didn't wake up until noon. Because yesterday I collected the festival gifts, settled the shop's accounts, and collected the debts owed to the customers, it was not until the 4th watch that I tightened my belt and went to bed fully clothed. The bright moon like foreign money reflects the golden buildings and jade buildings in the sky.
铜窟银山在老张的梦里另有一个神仙世界。俗人们举杯邀月，对酒高歌，与老张的梦境比起来，俗人们享受的是物质，老张享受的是精神，真是有天壤之判了。
Copper Cave and Silver Mountain, there is another fairy world in Lao Zhang's dream. The common people raise their glasses to the moon and sing to the wine. Compared with Lao Zhang's dream, what the common people enjoy is material, while what Lao Zhang enjoys is spiritual. What a world of difference.
因肚子的严重警告，老张不能再睡了，虽然试着闭上眼几次。他爬起来揉了揉眼睛，设法想安置老肚的叛乱。为什么到节令吃好的？他想，没理由。为什么必要吃东西？
Due to the serious warning from his stomach, Lao Zhang could no longer sleep, although he tried to close his eyes several times. He got up and rubbed his eyes, trying to calm down Lao Du's rebellion. Why eat well during the season, he thought, no reason. Why is it necessary to eat?
为什么不像牛马般吃些草喝点水？没理由。幸亏老张没十分想，不然创出退化论来，人们岂不退成吃草的牛马？有了，找孙八去，一夸他的菜好，他就得叫咱尝一些。
Why not eat some grass and drink some water like cows and horses? No reason. Fortunately, Lao Zhang didn't think too much. Otherwise, if he created the theory of degeneration, people would have degenerated into cattle and horses eating grass. Yes. Go find Sun Ba. Once we praised his food, he would ask us to try some.
咱一尝一些，跟着就再尝一些，岂不把老杜敷衍下去？对，老张端了端肩头，含了一口凉水，漱了漱口，走过孙八的宅院来。八爷起来没有？笑话，什么时候了，还不起来，张先生。
As soon as we taste some, we will taste some more, and we will get rid of it. Right. Lao Zhang raised his shoulders, took a mouthful of cold water and rinsed his mouth, and walked through Sun Ba's house to, is Master Bob? What a joke, what time is it? Why don't you get up yet, Mr. Zhang?
辛苦，进来坐。我才起来。什么，酒又喝多了？哪有功夫喝酒？结账，索债就把人忙个头朝下。没法子，谁叫咱们是被钱管着的万物之灵呢？张先生，我有朋友送的真正莲花白。
Thank you for your hard work. Come in and sit down. I just got up. What, drank too much wine again? Do you have time to drink? Paying bills and collecting debts will make people busy. There is nothing we can do, who said we are the spirits of all things controlled by money. Mr. Zhang, I have real lotus white sent by a friend.
咱们喝一盅。不，今天我得请你。老张大着胆子说，现成的酒菜，不费事。孙八说完，老张挤着眼一笑，心里说，想不到老孙的饭这么容易希望。酒饭摆好。
Let's have a drink. No. I have to treat you today. Lao Zhang said boldly. Ready-made food and wine, no trouble. After Sun Ba finished speaking, Lao Zhang winked and smiled, and said in his heart, I never thought it would be so easy for Lao's son to get food. The food and wine are set.
老张显着十分亲热的样子，照沙漠中的骆驼注水一般，打算吃下1个礼拜的。孙八是看客人越多吃，自己越喜欢。不幸客人吃的肚子像秋瓜裂缝，一命呜呼。
Lao Zhang looked very affectionate, just like a camel in the desert storing water, and planned to eat it for a week. Sun Ba sees that the more customers eat, the more he likes it. The unfortunate guest's stomach cracked like an autumn melon and he died.
孙八能格外高兴地去给客人买棺材。八爷，我们的会期是大后天。老张一面吃一面说，又忙着从桌上往嘴里捡喷出来的肉渣。大概是，你想谁应当做会长？
Sun Ba was particularly happy to buy coffins for his guests. 8th Master. Is our meeting scheduled for the day after tomorrow? Lao Zhang said as he ate, and was busy picking up the meat residue that spewed out from the table into his mouth. Probably. Who do you think should be the president?
那不是全凭大家选举吗？孙八爷2、3月来受自治界的陶染，颇有时把新词句用得很恰当。谁说的？自治会是我们办的，会员是我们约的，我们叫谁做会长，谁才能做。说着
Doesn't it all depend on everyone's election? Sun Bei has been influenced by the autonomous community in the past 2 or 3 months, and sometimes he uses new words and phrases very appropriately. Who said that? The self-governing association is run by us, the members are appointed by us, and whoever we ask to be the president can be the president. Said.
老张又夹起一块肥肉片放在嘴里，可就是，你说谁应当做会长？等一等，八爷还有酒没有？我还欠一盅，喝完酒请大嫂热热的、酸酸的、辣辣的给咱做3碗烫饭。
Lao Zhang picked up another piece of fat meat and put it in his mouth. Yes. Yes. Who do you think should be the president? Wait a minute, does Mr. Ba still have wine? I still owe you a cup. After drinking the wine, please ask my sister-in-law to make us 3 bowls of hot rice, which are hot, sour, and spicy.
咱们一气吃完再谈会务，好不好？好。孙八去到厨房嘱咐做烫饭。老张吃完3碗烫饭，又补了3个馒头、几块中秋月饼，才摸了摸肚子，说了一句不能不说的：“我饱了。”
Let's finish eating in one sitting and then talk about the meeting, okay? Good. Sun Ba went to the kitchen and asked him to make hot rice. After finishing 3 bowls of hot rice, Lao Zhang added 3 steamed buns and a few mid-autumn moon cakes. Then he touched his belly and said something he couldn't help but say, I'm full.
然后试着往起捧肚子，肚子捧起，身子也随着立起来，在屋内慢慢的走，舌根有些压不住食管，胃里的东西一阵阵的往上顶。八爷，有人单没有？给我几粒。新添的习气。
Then try to hold your belly up, stand up, and walk slowly in the house. The base of my tongue couldn't hold down my esophagus, and the contents of my stomach were pushing up. Bay. Do you have any benevolence pills? Give me a few. New habits.
饭后总得吃人丹。老张闭着嘴笑了一笑，以防食管的泛滥。孙八给了老张几粒人丹，老张吃下去，又试着往椅子上坐。小四，孙八喊：“来了，叫我干什么？”
You must take Rendan after meals. Lao Zhang smiled with his mouth closed to prevent the esophagus from flooding. Sun Ba gave Lao Zhang a few benevolent pills. Lao Zhang ate them and tried to sit on the chair again. Xiaoxi. Little 4. Sun Ba shouted. Coming. What are you calling me for?
正跟小三玩得好好的，去告诉你妈快沏茶。小四看了老张一眼，偷偷在他爹的耳根说：“老是不喝茶，他怕伤胃。”孙八笑了一笑。小四回头看老张，恐怕老张看出他的秘密。
I'm having a great time with my mistress. Go tell your mother to make tea quickly. Xiaoxi glanced at Lao Zhang and secretly whispered into his father's ear, the teacher doesn't drink tea because he's afraid of hurting his stomach. Sun Ba smiled. Xiaoxi looked back at Lao Zhang, fearing that Lao Zhang could see his secret.
赶紧对老张说：“老师，我没告诉我爹你不喝茶。好孩子，说漏了，我不喝坏茶。你爹的茶叶多么香，我怎能不喝？快去，好孩子。”孙八满意了，小四扭扭捏捏的一条腿蹦到厨房去。
He quickly said to Lao Zhang, Teacher, I didn't tell my dad that you don't drink tea. Good boy, you let it slip. I won't drink bad tea. Your father's tea is so fragrant, how can I not drink it? Go quickly, good boy. Sun Ba was satisfied, and Xiaoxi jumped to the kitchen with one leg.
八爷，据我的意见是举令书，咱们的老人家做会长。家叔实在没有心干这个事，况且会里的人们不喜欢老年人。八爷你听着，我有理由，现在会中的重要人物是谁？
8th Master. According to my opinion, Uncle Ling, our old man, should be appointed as the president. My uncle really has no intention of doing this. Besides, people in the club don't like old people. Master Ba, listen, I have a reason. Who is the important person in the meeting now?
自然是南飞生、龙树谷和你我。咱们几个的声誉 财力全差不多，要是我们几个争起来，非把会闹散不可。闹散了会并不要紧，要紧的是，假若政府马上施行自治，我们无会可施。
Naturally, it is Nan Feisheng, Nagarjuna, and you and me. We have similar reputations and abilities. If we get into a fight, the meeting will break up. It doesn't matter if the meeting is broken up. What matters is that if the government immediately implements self-government, we will have nothing to rely on.
岂不是大姑娘临上叫穿耳朵眼来不及吗？所以现在一来要避免我们几个人的竞争，二来要在不竞争之中还把会长落在我们手里，这就是我主张举令书，咱们的老人家。
Isn't it too late for a young lady to get on the sedan and have her ears and eyes pierced? So now, firstly, we need to avoid competition among the few of us, and secondly, we need to keep the president in our hands without competing. This is what I advocate for Uncle Ling, our old man.
的原因在哪？孙八问。我的八爷，这还不显而易见。你看，你是本地绅士，令叔是老绅士，身份、财产、名望，从那里看，这个会长也得落在孙家。要是被别人抬了去。
Reason. What's the reason? Sun Ba asked. My Ba Yi. It's not obvious yet. You see, you are a local gentleman and your uncle is an old gentleman. In terms of status, property, and reputation, it seems that this president must also fall into the Sun family. If someone else carries him away.
不但是你孙家的羞耻，也是咱们德胜逊的没面目。可是你这个绅士到底压不过咱们老人家的老绅士去。你运动会长，南非生们可以反对，我们要抬出去咱们老人家。
Not only is it a shame for your Sun family, but it is also a shame for our Dishing Sun family. However, you, a gentleman, cannot defeat our old gentleman. President of your sports club, the non-face students can object. We have to carry it out for our elderly people.
保管他们无话可说，老人家自然不愿办事，那么正好叫老人家顶着名，你我暗中操持一切。你听明白了，我可不是有意耍咱们老人家。一句话说到底。
Keep them speechless. The old man naturally doesn't want to do things, so it's just right to let the old man bear the name, and you and I will handle everything secretly. You understand, I don't mean to play tricks on us old people. One sentence to the end.
我们不能叫外人把会长拿了去。是，就是。越说越对。孙八立起来向窗外喊：“小三的妈，换好茶叶沏茶。你我和李山东自然没有不乐意举老人家的。”老张接着说：“龙树谷呢？”
We cannot ask outsiders to take away the president. Yes. That is. The more you say it, the more correct it becomes. Sun Bali stood up and shouted out the window, Xiaosan's mother. Change the tea leaves and make tea. Li Shandong and you are naturally not willing to support the elderly, Lao Zhang continued, Nagar Shigu.
我去跟他说，他不敢不服从咱们。剩下一个南非生，叫他姑长南明干瞪眼。至于职员呢，把调查股股长给老龙，文读给南非生，会计是我的，因为你怎好叔父做会长，侄子做会计。
I went to tell him that he did not dare to disobey us. There was only one Nan Feisheng left, so he couldn't sing with his palms alone and stared blankly. As for the staff, give the chief of the investigation unit to Lao Long, and give the documents to Nan Feisheng. The accountant is mine, because you can have your uncle be the president and your nephew be the accountant.
你来交际，我管这钱，你去交际，将来的结果是谁交际的广，谁占便宜。就是，李山东呢？他的庶务，掌柜的当庶务叫做得其所哉。可是我们这样想，会员们能照着办吗？八爷。
You come to socialize. I'm in charge of the money, and you go and socialize. In the future, whoever has the most connections will take advantage. That is. Where is Li Shandong? He is general affairs. The shopkeeper's job as a general servant is called getting what you want. But if we think this way, can members follow suit? Ba Yi.
你太老实了，老实人真不宜于办文明事。会员不是你我约来捧场的吗？你拿钱买点心给他们吃，他们能不听你的命令吗？好，就这么办。张先生，你多辛苦，去告诉他们。自然。
You are so honest. Honest people are really not suitable for doing civilized things. Aren't the members invited by you and me to support you? If you use money to buy snacks for them, can they disobey your orders? Good. Just do it. Mr. Zhang, tell them how hard you have worked. Nature.
赔些车钱不算什么。老张拍着肚皮，一来为震动肠胃，二来表示着慷慨热心。车钱我的事，为我叔父做会长，叫你赔钱，天下没有这种道理。小事，我绝不在乎。
Losing some car money is nothing. Lao Zhang patted his belly, firstly, to shock his stomach, and secondly, to show his generosity and enthusiasm. It's my business to pay for the car. I am the president of my uncle, and I ask you to pay for it. There is no such thing in the world. Little things. I don't care.
老张说着，捧起肚子就往起站。你等等，天还早，我去给你拿车钱。不，老张摇着头，摆着手往外就走。孙八一手拦着老张，一手从衣袋里掏出2块钱。老张不接钱。
Lao Zhang said, holding his belly and standing up. Wait a minute, it's still early, I'll get you the car payment. No. Lao Zhang shook his head and walked out with his hands. Sun Ba stopped Lao Zhang with one hand and took out $2 from his pocket with the other hand. Lao Zhang won't accept the money.
只听着孙八把钱往自己衣袋里放，哐啷一声，2块钱却乎沈在自己衣袋的深处，不住地说：“那有这么办的？”然后又捧着肚子坐下，两个人又谈了些关于自智慧的事情。
Just listen to Sun Ba put the money into his pocket. With a bang, the $2 seemed to sink deep into his pocket, and he kept saying, "Well, there's such a thing." Then he sat down again with his belly in his hands. The two talked about some things about the Autonomous Association.
孙八打算，如果叔父做了会长，他就在城里买一所房，以便广为交际。老张是自治成功，把学堂交给别人办，自己靠着利息钱生活，一心的往政界走。两个人不觉眉飞色舞。
Sun Ba planned to buy a house in the city if his uncle became president of the association so that he could socialize widely. Lao Zhang succeeded in self-governance. He left his school to others, lived on the interest money, and devoted himself to politics. The two of them were beaming with joy.
互相夸赞。说真的，八爷做什么营业也没有做官庙，做买卖只能得一点臭钱，钱少而由劳力得来的谓之臭钱。看老张注《经济原理》第23章，做官就名利兼收了。比如说
Compliment each other. Seriously, Mr. Ba, there is no way to be an official in any business. You can only get a little bad money from business. Money that is small and obtained by hard work is called bad money. See Chapter 1 of Lao Zhang's Economic Principles, Chapter 23. Become an official and gain both fame and fortune.
商人有钱要娶小老婆，就许有人看不起他；但是人一做官，不娶小老婆就没人看得起。同事有钱，身份可就差多了。就是，说话找话，八爷，你到底要立妾不要？
If a businessman has money and wants to marry a mistress, some may look down upon him. But once a man becomes an official and does not marry a concubine, no one will think highly of him. They both have money, but their status is much different. That is. Look for something to say, Master Ba. Do you want to have a concubine or not?
老张的主要目的才由河套绕过来，到了渤海口。我没心立妾，真的。孙八很诚恳地说：“八爷，你得想想你的身份啊！现在你是绅士，自治一成功，你就是大人。”
Lao Zhang's main goal was to bypass the Hetao and reach the mouth of the Bohai Sea. I have no intention of having a concubine, really. Sun Ba said sincerely. Ba Yi. You have to think about your status. You are a gentleman now, and you will be an adult once self-government is achieved.
有几个做大人的不娶妾？我问问你，武官做到营长不娶小，他的上司们能和他往来不能？文官做到知识不娶小，有人提拔他没有？八爷，你可是要往政界走的，不随着群走，行吗？
How many adults do not take concubines? Let me ask you. If a military attaché becomes a battalion commander and does not marry a child, can his superiors have contact with him? If a civil servant becomes a governor and does not marry a child, will anyone promote him? 8th Master. You want to go into politics, so don't follow the crowd, okay?
老张激昂慷慨，差一些没咬破中指写血书。你八嫂子为我生儿养女的，我要再娶一个，不是对不起她吗？娶妾不是反对八嫂。老张把椅子搬进孙八，两只猪眼挤成一道缝。
Lao Zhang was so passionate and generous that he almost bit his middle finger and wrote a bloody letter. Your 8th sister-in-law gave birth to a son and a daughter for me. If I want to marry another one, wouldn't I be sorry for her? Having a concubine is not against the 8th sister-in-law. Lao Zhang moved the chair closer to Sun Ba, and the two pig eyes squeezed into a slit.
低声而急切地说：“你要入政界，假如政界的阔人到府上看看，凭八嫂子的模样打扮，拿得出手去吗？你真要把八嫂陈列出去，不把人家门牙笑掉才怪。事实如此。”
He said in a low voice and eagerly, "You want to enter politics. If a wealthy person from the political circle comes to the house to see how the 8th sister-in-law looks like, will you be able to use it? Do you really want to show the 8th sister-in-law and not show her front teeth? It's funny to laugh. That's true.
我和八嫂一点恶感没有，你听清楚了。况且现在正是妇女贱的时候，你是要守旧的、违心的、大脚的、缠足的，随意挑选，身价全不贵。我们40多的人了，不想这么一点福。
My 8th sister-in-law and I have no bad feelings at all. You heard me clearly. Besides, now is the time when women are cheap. You should choose the old-fashioned, reformed, big-footed, or bound-footed ones. They are not expensive at all. We who are in our 40s do not enjoy such a little blessing.
等七老八十老掉了牙再说。而且娶妾是往正界走的第一要事，乐得不来个一举两得。论财产呢，你是财神，我是土地，我还要尝尝小老婆的风味。况且你偌大的大绅士。
Wait until the 7th and 8th graders lose their teeth. Moreover, marrying a concubine is the first priority for entering politics, so it would be great to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As for property, you are the god of wealth and I am the land. I also want to taste the flavor of a little wife. Besides, you are such a big gentleman.
将来的大人，八爷，你细细想想，我说的有什么不受听？你自管把拳头往老张嘴上抡，岂敢？岂敢？你说的都有理，本来是有理的。我为什么不劝你嫖？其实嫖也是人干的事。
Future adults. 8th Master. If you think about it carefully, if you don't listen to what I say, just put your fist on Lao Zhang's mouth. How dare you? How dare? What you said makes sense. It makes sense. Why don't I advise you to go whore? In fact, prostitution is also something people do.
因为有危险，自己买个姑娘，又顺心又干净，又被人看得重，是只有好处没有害处。八爷，你想想，你有意呢，我老张不图分文，保管给你找个可心的人。孙八没有回答。
Because there is danger. Buying a girl for yourself, who is comfortable, clean, and valued by others, has only advantages and no harm. Master Ba, think about it. If you are interested, I, Lao Zhang, will not waste any money and I will find you someone you like. Sun Ba did not answer.
你自己盘算着，我得进城了。老张立起来，谢了谢孙八的饭，往外走。孙八送出大门。小三、小四正在门外树底下玩耍，见老张出来，小四问：“明天放学不放？”老师
You figure it out for yourself, I have to go to town. Lao Zhang stood up, thanked Sun Ba for the meal, and walked out. Sun Ba saw him out of the door. Dash. Xiao San and Xiao Si were playing under the tree outside the door. When they saw Lao Zhang coming out, Xiao Si asked, School is over tomorrow. Don't let go, teacher.
一连放了3天还不够。老张笑着说：“真像慈蔼和祥的老师一样。好你个老师，吃我们的饭，不放我们的学。等我告诉我妈，以后永远不给你做饭。你爹给我吃，我爹。”
3 days in a row wasn't enough? Lao Zhang said with a smile. He is really like a kind teacher. What a good teacher. Eat our food and don't let us go to school. Wait until I tell my mother that I will never cook for you again. Your father gave it to me. My father?
叫我妈打他的屁股。胡说！小四。孙八轻轻打了小四一掌。你妈才霸道。老张看了孙八一眼。不霸道，像张师母一样。感情好。小四是永远不怕老张的。小四，快来，看这个大蜘蛛。
Tell my mom to spank him. Nonsense. Little 4. Sun Ba lightly slapped Xiaoxi. Your mother is domineering. Lao Zhang glanced at Sun Ba. Not overbearing, like Mrs. Zhang. Good luck. Xiaoxi is never afraid of Lao Zhang. Xiaoxi. Come on. Look at this big spider.
有多少条腿？有，是吗？小三、小四跑到墙根去。老张乘着机会逃之夭夭了。第15，老张本想给龙树谷写封信，告诉他关于选举的计划。继而一想，选举而外。
How many legs are there? Yo. Really, mistress? Xiaoxi ran to the root of the wall. Lao Zhang took the opportunity to escape. 15th. Lao Zhang wanted to write a letter to Nagashugu and tell him about the election plan. Then just think about it, except for the election.
还有和龙树谷面谈的事，而且走着进城不坐车，至少可以比写信省3分邮票。于是他决定做个短途的旅行。龙树谷住在旧鼓楼大街，老张的路线是进德胜门较近。
There is also the matter of interviewing Nagarjuna. And if you walk into town instead of taking a car, you can save at least 3 cents on stamps compared to writing a letter. So he decided to take a short trip. Nagarjuna lived in Old Gula Street, and Lao Zhang's route was to get closer to Dishengmen.
可是他早饭吃得过多，路上口渴，无处去寻茶喝，不如循着城根往东进安定门。口渴之际，有的是护城河的河水，捧起2把，岂不方便？于是决定取这条路。古老雄厚的城墙。
But he had eaten too much for breakfast, and he was thirsty on the way and had nowhere to go to find tea. It would be better to follow the city routes eastward and enter Andingman. When I was thirsty, there was plenty of water from the moat. It would be inconvenient to pick up 2 handfuls, so I decided to take this route. Ancient and strong city walls.
杂生着本短枝粗的小树，有的挂着半红的胡言枣，迎风摆动，引得野鸟飞上飞下的啄食。城墙下宽宽的土路，印着半尺多深的车迹。靠墙根的地方，依旧开着黄金野菊。
There are small trees with short and thick branches. Some are hung with half-red tiger-eye dates, swinging in the wind, attracting wild birds to fly up and down to peck at them. The wide dirt road under the city wall is marked with car marks more than half a foot deep. Against the wall, golden chrysanthemums are still blooming.
更显出幽寂而深厚。清浅的护城河水浮着几只白鸭，把脚洗得鲜黄，在水面上照出一圈一圈的金光。老张渴了喝水，热了坐在柳树底下休息一会。眼前的秋景
It is even more quiet and profound. A few white ducks floated in the clear and shallow water of the moat, washing their feet until they were bright yellow, creating circles of golden light on the water. Lao Zhang drank water when he was thirsty and sat under the willow tree to rest for a while. Autumn scenery before my eyes.
好像映在一个不对光的象匣里，是不会发生什么印象的。他止不住地往水里看，小鱼一上一下地把水拨成小圆圈。他总以为有人从城墙上往河里扔铜元。
It seems that if it is reflected in an image box with no light, no impression will be produced. He couldn't help but look into the water. The little fish moved the water up and down into small circles. He always thought that someone was throwing copper coins from the city wall into the river.
打得河水一圈一圈的。以老张的聪明，自然不久地明白那是小鱼们游戏，虽然仍屡屡回头望也。老张随喝随走，进了安定门，又循着城根往旧鼓楼大街走。
The water in the river was beaten in circles. With Lao Zhang's cleverness, he soon understood that it was a game played by little fishes. Although, he still looked back many times. Lao Zhang followed the drink and entered the Anding Gate. Then followed the city route and walked towards Old Drum Tower Street.
龙树谷的住宅是坐东朝西的，一个小红油漆门，黑色门心，砌着金字，左边是上帝言好事，右边是耶稣保平安。左边门框上一面小牌写着救世军龙。龙树谷恰巧在家。
Nagarjuna's house faces east and west. It has a small red painted door with a black center and gold letters. On the left is, God says good things, and on the right is, Jesus keeps you safe. A small sign on the left door frame reads, The Salvation Army Dragon. Nagarjuna happened to be at home.
把老张让到上屋去。老张把选举的事一一说明，龙树谷没说什么，作为默认。谈罢选举，老张提起龙树谷的欠债，龙军官只是敷衍，满口说快还，可是没有一定日期。
Let Lao Zhang go to the upper room. Lao Zhang explained everything about the election, but Nagarjuna didn't say anything as acquiescence. After talking about the election, Lao Zhang mentioned Long Shugu's debt, but Officer Long just responded perfunctorily, saying that he would pay it back soon, but there was no set date.
老张虽着急，可是龙树谷不卑不亢的指引使老张无可发作。院中忽然一阵清脆的皮鞋响，龙凤，龙军官的女儿，随着几个女友进来，看老张在上屋里。
Although Lao Zhang was anxious, Nagarjuna's support, which was neither humble nor overbearing, prevented Lao Zhang from getting angry. Suddenly there was a soft sound of broken leather shoes in the courtyard. Long Feng, Officer Long's daughter, followed several girlfriends in and saw Lao Zhang in the upper room.
他们都到东屋里去说笑。姑娘还上学，老张只把他们用眼睛那双小猪眼送到东屋去，然后这样问：现在已毕业，在教会帮我做些事。好，姑娘也能挣钱，算你姓龙的能干。
They all went to the east room to joke. Girls still go to school? Lao Zhang sent them to the east room with his eyes, those little pig eyes, and asked, Now that I have graduated, you can help me with some work in the church. Okay. Girls can make money too, so you, surnamed Long, are capable.
那全凭上帝的保佑。我要是有这么好的一个女儿，我老张下半世可以衣食无忧。可惜我没有那个福分。老张很凄惨地说：“我不明白你的意思。这不难明白。现在做官的人们。”
That all depends on God's blessing. If I had such a good daughter, Lao Zhang, could have enough food and clothing for the rest of my life. Unfortunately, I don't have that blessing. Lao Zhang said miserably. I don't understand what you mean. It's not difficult to understand. People who are now officials.
那个不想娶女学生，凭姑娘这些本事，这个模样和愁不嫁个阔人，你后半世还用愁吃穿吗？我们信教的还不能卖女儿求自己的富贵。龙树古板着面孔，代表着上帝的尊严。
You don't want to marry a female student. With the girl's abilities and appearance, why not worry about marrying a rich man? Do you still have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life? We religious people cannot sell our daughters to seek our own wealth. Nagarjuna's solemn face represents the dignity of God.
老龙，不能只往一面想啊。论宗教，我不比你懂得少，你现实的光景比前3、4年强得多。为什么？上帝的恩典。为什么你有这么好的女儿？上帝的恩典。上帝给你的。
Old dragon. You can't just think in one direction. When it comes to religion, I know no less than you do. Your current situation is much better than it was 3 or 4 years ago. Why? God's grace. Why do you have such a good daughter? God's grace. God gave it to you.
你就有支配的权利。上帝给你钱，你可以随意花去，为什么不可以把上帝给的女儿随意给个人家？你自己享些福。信佛，信耶稣，全是义理，不过求些现世福报。
You have the power to dominate. If God gives you money, you can spend it as you like. Why can't you give the daughter God gave you to someone else's family so that you can enjoy some blessings yourself? Belief in Buddhism and Jesus is the same thing, but it is just about seeking some blessings in this world.
我说的宗教的道理，你想是不是？龙树谷没回答，老张静静地看老龙的脸。你的债总还不清，并不是不能还，是不愿意还。老张又刺了老龙一枪。怎么？你看，有这么好的姑娘。
Do you think the religious principles I mentioned are true? Nagashugu didn't answer, and Lao Zhang looked at Lao Long's face quietly. Your debt can never be repaid. It's not that you can't repay it, it's that you are unwilling to repay it. Lao Zhang stabbed Lao Long again. What? Look, there is such a good girl.
你给她说个婆家，至少得1000元彩礼，债还还不清。把债还清，再由姑娘的力量给你运动个一官半职的，这不是一条活路。再说，收彩礼是公认的事，并不是把女儿卖了。
If you tell her about her husband's family, she will get at least 1,000 yuan as a gift, and the debt can be paid off. Isn't this a way to survive by paying off the debt and then using the girl's power to give you a full-time official position? Besides, accepting a bride price is a recognized thing. It does not mean selling your daughter.
你愿意守着饼挨饿，我就没有办法了。龙树谷还没说话，老张立起来，背着手在屋内走来走去，有时走进门窗，向龙姑娘屋里望一望。你也得替我想想。
If you are willing to keep the bread and starve, there is nothing I can do. Nagarjuna hasn't spoken yet. Lao Zhang stood up and walked around the house with his hands behind his back. Sometimes he approached the door and window and looked into Miss Long's room. You also have to think about it for me.
大块银饼子放秃尾巴鹰，谁受得了？你想想，咱们改日再见。你愿意照着我的主意办，我是分文不取，愿意帮忙。老张说完，推开屋门往外走，又往东屋望了望。
Who can bear to put a bald-tailed eagle on a large piece of silver cake? Think about it, let's see you another day. If you are willing to follow my ideas, I will not charge you any money and I am willing to help. After Lao Zhang finished speaking, he opened the door and walked out, then looked at the east room.
龙树谷只说了一句再见，并没把老张送出去。老张走远了，自己扑哧的一笑，对自己说又有8成，好。他高兴异常，于是又跑到东城去看南飞生。
Nagarjuna only said goodbye. Lao Zhang was not sent out. Lao Zhang walked away, smiled to himself, and said to himself, 80% again, good. He was extremely happy, so he ran to Dongqing to see Nan Feisheng.
以便暗中看看南飞生对于自治会的选举有什么动作。见了南飞生，南飞生对于会务一字没说，老张也就没问。可幸的南飞生留老张吃晚饭，老张又吃了个天雨素，鬼夜哭。
In order to secretly see what Nan Feisheng's actions are regarding the election of the Autonomous Association. When I met Nan Feisheng didn't say a word about the meeting, and Lao Zhang didn't ask any questions. Fortunately, Nan Feisheng stayed with Lao Zhang for dinner, and Lao Zhang ate another, rain millet from the sky, and ghosts crying at night.
吃完忙着告辞，手捧圆肚，1步3探地挤出安定门。第16，老张奔走运动，结果颇好，去到孙八处报功邀赏。孙八又给他2块钱，2个人拟定开会通知，还在二郎庙开会。
After finishing the meal, he hurriedly said goodbye, holding his round belly in his hands, and squeezed out of Anding Gate with 3 sighs. 16th. Lao Zhang ran around and exercised, and the results were quite good. He went to Sun Ba's office to report his merits and reward him. Sun Ba gave him another $2. The two of them drafted a meeting notice and held a meeting at Erlang Temple.
城内外的英雄之道齐，还由南飞生做主席。他先把会章念了一遍，台下鼓掌赞成，毫不费事的通过。注意，其中一条是各部职员由会长指派制，会章通过，跟着散票选举。
Heroes from inside and outside the city gathered, and Nan Feisheng was the chairman. He read the Constitution first, and the audience applauded in approval, and it was passed without any trouble. Attention! One of the articles is, the staff of each department shall be appointed by the president. The Constitution was adopted, followed by a free vote.
会员彼此的问：写谁？写自己成不成？吵嚷良久，并无正确的决定，于是个人随意写。有的只画了一个十字，有的写上自己名字，下面还印上一个斗记。乱了半点多钟。
Members asked each other, who should I write about? Can I write about myself? They argued for a long time, but no correct decision was made, so everyone wrote at will. Some only drew a 10, some wrote their names, and printed a mark of struggle underneath. It was chaotic for more than half an hour.
大家累得气喘喘的，才把票写好。坏了，没地方投放，执事先生们忘了预备票轨。有的主张个人念自己的票，由书记写在黑板上；有的主张不论谁脱下一只袜子来。
Everyone was so exhausted that they wrote the tickets. Broken. There was no place to put it, and the deacons forgot to prepare the tickets. Some people advocate that everyone reads their own votes and the secretary writes them on the blackboard. Some people advocate that no matter who takes off a sock.
把票塞进去，最后龙树谷建议用他的硬盖手提箱全当票轨。大众同意，把票纸雪片般的投入箱里，纷纷的散去，只有10几个人等着看选举结果。南飞生念票，老张记数目。
Stuffing the ticket in, finally Nagarjuna suggested using his hardtop suitcase as a ticket carrier. The crowd agreed, threw their votes into the box like snowflakes, and dispersed. Only a dozen people were waiting to see the election results. Nan Feisheng read the tickets, and Lao Zhang remembered the numbers.
孙八、龙树谷左右监视，票纸念完，南、孙、张全倒吸一口凉气，瞪了眼。原来龙树谷当选为会长。老张把心血全涌上脸来，孙八把血都降下去。一个4罪关公，一个4病老鼠。
Suanba and Nagarjuna were watching from the left and right. After reading the ticket, Nan, Sun, and Zhang Quan took a breath and stared. It turned out that Long Shugu was elected as the president. Lao Zhang poured all his blood into his face, and Sun Ba poured all his blood down. One looks like a drunk Guangong, and the other looks like a sick mouse.
彼此看着说不出话。南飞生不露神色，只是两手微颤。龙树谷坦然地和别的会员说闲话，像没看见选举结果似的。这个选举不能有效。老张向大众说，票数比到会的人数多。
They looked at each other speechless. Nan Feisheng didn't show his expression, but his hands were trembling slightly. Nagarjuna chatted calmly with other members, as if he hadn't seen the election results. This election cannot be valid. Lao Zhang said to the crowd, the number of votes is more than the number of people present.
而且用的是老龙的箱子，鲜有弊病。就是，孙八嚷，怎见得票数不符？台下一个人说，入场既无签到簿，就无从证明到会的人数。现在会员差不多散尽。
Moreover, the box used was Lao Long's, which obviously had some drawbacks. That is. Sun Ba yelled. How come the votes don't match up? A person in the audience said, since there is no sign-in book at the entrance, there is no way to prove the number of people attending the meeting. Now the membership is almost gone.
当然，票数比现在的人数多。至于票轨有无弊病，以龙军的人格说，似乎不应当这样血口喷人。况且事前有事检查，事后捏造事实，这是有心捣乱，破坏自治。
Of course there are more votes than there are now. As for whether Piao Gua has any shortcomings, considering Long Jun's personality, it seems that he shouldn't be so slanderous. Moreover, there was a lack of inspection beforehand and fabrication of facts afterwards. This is a deliberate attempt to cause trouble and undermine autonomy.
一个闷雷把老张打得闭口无言。上了当，怎办？孙八把老张扯在一旁问。联络南飞生一起反对老龙。老张递给南飞生一个眼色，南飞生走下台来。怎么办？南先生，南大人。
A dull thunder beat Lao Zhang into silence. I've been fooled. What should I do? Sun Ba pulled Lao Zhang aside and asked. Contact Nan Feisheng and join us to oppose Lao Long. Lao Zhang gave Nan Feisheng a wink, and Nan Feisheng walked off the stage. What should we do? Mr. Nan. Mr. Nan.
老张问，事前为什么不和我连成一气？事已至此， 我也没有法。南飞生把头摇得像风掣似的。你得辛苦辛苦。孙八说，我只有一条法子，听你的，南先生。孙八真急了。
Lao Zhang asked. Why didn't you unite with me beforehand? Now that the matter has come to this, I can't help it. Nan Feixing shook his head like a windmill. You have to work hard. Sun Ba said. I have only one way. I listen to you, Mr. Nan. Sun Ba was really anxious.
我们现在强迫他指定职员，南飞生依然很镇静地说，他要是把重要职员都给我们呢，我们联络住了，试试和他为难，不下1-2个月，准把他挤跑。他要是不把重要职员给我们。
We are now forcing him to designate staff, Nan Feixing said still calmly. If he gives us all the important staff, we have contacted him and will embarrass him in everything. Within a month or 2, he will be squeezed out. If he doesn't give us important staff.
我们当时通电全国，誓死反对。就是，南先生，你去和他说。孙八真是好人，好人是越急越没主意的。南飞生还没走到龙树谷面前，只听会员中的一位说：“请会长登台就职。”
We immediately electrified the whole country and vowed to oppose it to the death. That is. Mr. Nan, go and talk to him. Suanba is really a good man. The more anxious a good man is, the less likely he is to have any ideas. Before Nan Feixing could reach Nagarjuna, he only heard one of the members say, Please come on stage and take office.
龙树谷慢慢地立起来，往台上走。南飞生把他拦住。会计是你的。龙树谷向南飞生低声地说。南飞生点了点头，把会长的路让开。会长登台，先说了几句谦虚话。
Nagarjuna slowly stood up and walked towards the stage, but Nan Feixing stopped him. The accountant is yours. Nagarjuna whispered to Nan Feixing. Nan Feixing nodded and moved out of the way of the president. The president came on stage and said a few humble words.
然后指定职员。南飞生先生，会计。老张打了一个冷战。孙定先生，交际。辛苦。孙八向自己说。张明德先生，庶务。老张又打了一个半冷半热的冷战。李福才先生，调查。
Then appoint staff. Mr. Nan Feixing, accountant. Lao Zhang had a Cold War. Mr. Sun Ding, communication. Hard work. Sun Ba said to himself. Mr. Zhang Mingda, general affairs officer. Lao Zhang had another half-cold and half-hot Cold War. Mr. Li Fuzai, investigate, comma.
台下一鼓掌，龙树谷又说了几句关于将来会务的设施，然后宣布散会。龙会长下来和孙八等一一的握手，个个手心冷凉，然后同南飞生一同进城。孙八气得要哭。
The audience applauded. Nagar Shugu said a few more words about the facilities for future conference affairs, and then announced the adjournment of the conference. President Long came down and shook hands with Sun Ba and others one by one, all of them had cold palms. Then he went into the city with Nan Feixing. Sun Ba was so angry that he wanted to cry.
李山东肚子饿极了，告辞回铺子去吃饭。好，仪式打宴，今天叫宴啄了眼。老张要不叫你姓龙的尝尝咱世传独门的要命丸什么滋味，咱把家谱改了，不姓张。就是。
Li Shandong was very hungry, so he said goodbye and went back to the shop to eat. Okay. I've been hunting geese all my life, and today they pecked their eyes. Why don't Lao Zhang let you, surnamed Long, taste our unique fatal pills, and we'll change the family tree to not have the surname Zhang. That is.
张先生，你得多辛苦。八爷，你真要争这口气？我要。好，找个小馆先吃点东西。老张有办法。老张显出十分英雄的气概，用腿顶屁股，用屁股顶脊骨，用脊骨顶脖子。
Mr. Zhang, how hard you have worked. Ba Yi. Do you really want to argue with this? I want. Good. Find a small restaurant to have something to eat first. Lao Zhang has an idea. Lao Zhang showed a very heroic spirit, pushing his legs against his buttocks against his spine, and his spine against his neck.
用脖子顶着头，节节直竖地把自己挺起来。听说在进化论上讲，人们由四足兽变为两足动物，就是这么挺起来的。两个人在德胜门关里找了一个小饭馆。
He put his head on his neck and straightened himself up. I heard that in the theory of evolution, people changed from four-legged animals to two-legged animals, and this is how they stood up. The two of them found a small restaurant in Dishengmen Pass.
老张怒气填胸，把胃的容量扩大，越吃越勇，直到目眦尽裂，怒发冲冠。八爷，你真要争气，千真万真。好，你不反对我的计划？ 你说，我是100岁，逼你要娶妾不娶？我，爸也。
Lao Zhang filled his chest with anger, expanded the capacity of his stomach, and ate more and more courageously, until his canthus of the eye was all split, and he was furious. Master Ba, do you really want to live up to your expectations? It's absolutely true. Okay. You don't object to my plan? Say. I am Ba Beijui. First of all, do you want to take a concubine or not? Ba Yi.
你开腹饭账，改日再见。老张站起就走。这叫什么话？你坐下。你看，头一见你就给我个闷葫芦，就是说一天，还不是吊死鬼说媒，白饶一番舌吗？你坐下，去，本来应当如此。
You pay the meal bill. See you another day. Lao Zhang stood up and left. What are you talking about? Sit down. Look, the first thing you do is give me a boring gourd. That is to say, for one day, isn't it just a hang-up matchmaking and a lot of talk in vain? Sit down and marry. Marry. That's how it should be.
老张又坐下。你听着，龙树谷有个女儿，真叫柳树上开红花，变了种的好看。她呢，现在债眼比炮眼还大，专靠着她给些彩礼补亏空。我去给你把她买过来，你听清楚了。
Lao Zhang sat down again. Listen, Nagarjuna has a daughter who really makes the willow tree bloom with red flowers and becomes more beautiful. As for him, his debt is bigger than the cannon hole now, and he relies on her to get some betrothal gifts to make up for the shortfall. I will go and give him some gifts. You bought her over and you heard her clearly.
他可不欠我的债，买他女儿做妾，这还不毁他个到底？我要做就做，不做呢，夹起尾巴去给龙军官、龙会长磕头，谁也不能说八爷不和善。老张，你太把我看小了。做，你多辛苦。
He is not in my debt. Buying his daughter as a concubine will not ruin him to the end. If you want to do something, just do it. If you don't want to do it, put your tail between your legs and kowtow to Officer Long and President Long. No one can say that Mr. Ba is unkind. Old Zhang, you underestimate me too much. Do. How hard you work.
不用急，老张先下热药，后下良剂，使病人多得些病痛的印象。这里绝没危险，他的债非还不可，我们出钱买他的女儿，叫做正合适。这手过钱，那手写字据，绝不会有差错。
No need to rush. Lao Zhang first gave the hot medicine and then the coolant to make the patient feel more sick. There is absolutely no danger here. His debts must be repaid, so it is appropriate for us to pay for his daughter. The money passed by this hand, the handwritten receipt, there will never be any mistakes.
孙八只是点头，并未含言。八爷，你会饭账？你在家里等喜信吧。亲事一成，专等吃你的喜酒。把脸卷起来，乐。孙八真的乐了。第17，一个回教徒。
Sun Ba just nodded and did not reply. 8th Master. You know how to take care of the meal. Just wait for the good news at home. The marriage is done, and I'm just waiting for your wedding wine. Roll up your face, happy. Sun Ba is really happy. 17th. A Muslim.
吃香蕉的时候，并不似吃猪肉那样怀疑。为什么？那未免太滑稽。假如单纯的达到不吃猪肉而吃羊肉，正如人们吃香蕉而不吃鱼油蜡烛。
You don't feel as suspicious when eating bananas as you do when eating pork. Why? It would be too funny to simply reply, eating mutton instead of pork is like eating bananas instead of fish oil candles.
这个问题只好去问一个脾气温和的回教徒。普通人们只用这个好吃和那个不好吃来回答，是永远不会确切的。同样，龙树谷为什么信耶稣教？我除了说
I have no choice but to ask this question to a mild-tempered Muslim. Ordinary people will only answer with, this is delicious, and, that is not delicious, which will never be accurate. Similarly, why did Nagarjuna believe in Christianity? All I can say is,
信教是人们的自由以外，只好请你去问龙树谷。假如你非搜根探底的问不可，我只好供给你一些关于龙树谷的事迹，或者你可以由这些事迹中寻出一个结论。
Belief in religion is people's freedom. I have no choice but to ask you to ask Nagarjuna. If you have to ask in depth, I have to provide you with some deeds about Nagarjuna, or you can learn from these deeds. Find a conclusion.
龙树谷的父母是一对只赌金钱不斗志气黑头到老的夫妻，他们无限惭愧地躺在棺材里，不曾见旅人们当他们结婚的时候所给的吉祥话，白头偕老。
Nagarjuna's parents were a couple who only gambled on money but not on fighting spirit. They lay in the coffin with infinite shame, having never lived up to the auspicious words that people gave them when they got married, to grow old together.
他们虽然把金钱都赌出去，可是他们还怀着很大的希望，因为他们有个好儿子。龙树谷自幼就能说他父母要说的话，做他父母要做的事。龙老者背着龙树谷和人们常说
Although they gambled away all their money, they still had great hopes because they had a good son. Nagarjuna could say what his parents wanted to say and do what his parents wanted to do since he was a child. Elder Long carries Nagarjuna on his back and people often say,
有儿子要不像树谷那样孝顺，那叫做骆驼下骡子，怪种。龙老者专信二郎神，因为二郎神3只眼，当中那只眼专管监察赌场而降服于虔诚的赌徒。龙老太太专信城隍爷。
If you have a son who is not as filial as Shugu, it is like being like a mule before a camel. What a weird thing. Old man Long believed exclusively in Erlang God, because Erlang God had 3 eyes, one of which was responsible for monitoring the casino and blessing devout gamblers. Mrs. Long believed exclusively in the city god.
龙树谷小的时候曾随着母亲做过城隍出巡时候的教前红衣神童。总之，龙树谷自幼就深受宗教的陶染。他在18岁的时候，由他父母把东城罗老寺嫁下的大姑娘。
When Nagarjuna was a child, he used to be a child prodigy and read in front of the sedan chair with his mother when the city god went on patrol. In short, Nagarjuna has been deeply influenced by religion since his childhood. When he was 18 years old, his parents brought the eldest daughter Luo Laosi from Dongcheng to her.
用彩绣的大轿运来给他做媳妇，那位大姑娘才比他多7、8岁，而且爱他真似老姐姐一样。有时候老夫妇不在家，小夫妇也开过几次交手战，可是打架与爱情无伤，打来打去。
She was brought to him as his wife in a colorfully embroidered sedan. The eldest girl was only 7 or 8 years older than him, and she really loved him like an old sister. Sometimes the old couple was not at home, and the young couple also had a few fights, but fighting never hurts love, and they kept fighting.
他镜子贡献给他一个又白又胖的小女孩龙凤。龙凤生下来的第2天，就经一个道士给他算命。道士说，他非出家当尼姑不可，不然有克老亲。龙老夫妇爱孙女心盛。
She actually dedicated herself to him as a white and fat little girl, Longfeng. The day after Longfeng was born, a Taoist priest told her fortune. The Taoist priest said, she must become a nun, otherwise she will harm her relatives. Mr. and Mrs. Long love their granddaughter very much.
不忍照道士所说的执行，果然，龙凤不到3岁，把祖父母全都克死。至今，街坊见着龙凤，还替龙老夫妇抱去伤心。龙树谷自双亲去世，也往社会里去活动。不幸，他的社会
I can't bear to do what the Taoist said. Sure enough, Longfeng killed all his grandparents when he was less than 3 years old. To this day, when neighbors see Long in Phoenix, they still feel sorry for Mr. Long and his wife. Nagarjuna has been active in society since his parents passed away. Unfortunately for his society.
他的政府徐马贼做上将军，徐赌棍做总长，只是不给和龙树谷一样的非贼非盗的一些地位。更不幸的，他的夫人当龙凤8、9岁的时候也一命呜呼。他的死
His government allowed horse thieves to be generals and gamblers to be chief ministers, but it did not give the same status to those who were neither thieves nor thieves like Nagarjuna. Even more unfortunately, his wife also died and Longfeng was 8 or 9 years old. Her death.
据医生说是水火不济，肝气侵肺，而据邻居说是龙凤命硬，克伐十足。不然，何以医生明知是肝气侵肺，而不会下药攻肝养肺？龙树谷自丧妻之后，仍然找不到事做。
According to the doctor, it was caused by a lack of water and fire, and liver qi invaded the lungs. According to neighbors, it was the dragon and the phoenix who defeated the 10 tribes. Otherwise, why would doctors not prescribe medicine to attack the liver and nourish the lungs even though they knew it was liver qi invading the lungs? After Nagarjuna lost his wife, he still couldn't find a job.
于是投到救世军教会灵洗做信徒。最初信教的时候，邻居都很不满意他，甚至于见了龙凤，除不理他之外，私下里还叫他洋妞。后来龙树谷做了军官，亲友又渐渐改变态度。
So he joined the Salvation Army Church and was baptized as a believer. When he first became a believer, his neighbors were very dissatisfied with him. When they met Longfeng, they not only ignored her, but also called her foreign girl in private. Later, Nagarjuna became an army officer, and his relatives and friends gradually changed their attitudes.
把龙凤的洋妞儿改为女学生。龙凤现在已有20岁，她的面貌谁也不能说长得丑，可是谁也不说她是个美人，因为她红润的脸永远不擦铅粉和胭脂。
Change Longfeng's foreign girl to female student. Longfeng is now 20 years old. No one can say that she is ugly, but no one can say that she is beautiful. Because her rosy face never wears powder or rouge.
她的浓浓的眉毛永远不抹黑墨，她的长而柔软的头发永远不上黄蜡和香油。试问天下可有不施铅华的美人？加以她的手不用小红袖盖着。
Her thick eyebrows are never smeared with black ink, and her long, soft hair is never coated with yellow wax or scented oil. I wonder if there are any beauties in the world who don't use beauty. Plus, her hands don't need to be covered with red sleeves.
她的脚不用长布条裹得像个小冬笋。试问天下可有大手大脚的美人？野调无腔的山姑娘。她是没有妈的孩子，咱们可别跟她学。
Her feet don't need to be wrapped in long strips of cloth to look like little winter bamboo shoots. I wonder if there are any beauties with big hands and feet in the world. A mountain girl with a wild tone and no accent. She is a motherless child, let's not imitate her.
这是邻居们指着龙凤儿教训他们的女孩子的话，他们父女却非常的快活。龙树谷纵有天大的烦恼，一见了他的爱女，立刻眉开眼笑的欢喜起来。他呢，用尽方法去安慰她。
This is what the neighbors said to their girls by pointing at the dragon and the phoenix. Their father and daughter were very happy. Even though Nagarjuna had great troubles, he immediately beamed with joy when he saw his beloved daughter. As for her, she tried her best to comfort him.
伺候他，龙树谷现在确乎比他夫人在世的时候还觉得舒服一些。我关于龙军官的事情，只能搜罗这一些。假如有人嫌不详细，只好请到鼓楼大街一带去访问。
Serving him, Nagarjuna does feel more comfortable now than when his wife was alive. I can only collect these things about Officer Long. If anyone thinks it is not detailed, I will have to ask you to visit the Gulu Street area.
那些老太婆们可以给你极丰富的史料，就是那给龙凤算命的道士，有几位夫人，他们都说得上来。第18，理应真的投入救世军，王德依然找不到事做。
Those old ladies can give you a wealth of historical materials, including the Taoist priests who told fortunes for dragons and phoenixes, and they can name several of their wives. 18th. Li Yingzhen joined the Salvation Army. Wang De still couldn't find a job.
除了又跟父亲要了几块钱而外，还是一团骄傲，不肯屈就一切。李英早间出去，晚上回来，遇上游街开会，回来的有时很晚。王德出入的时间不一定。
Apart from asking for a few more dollars from his father, he was still full of pride and refused to give in to anything. Li Ying would go out in the morning and come back in the evening. Sometimes he would come back very late when he was in town for a meeting. The time when Wang De comes in and out is not certain.
他探听得赵姑母出门的消息，就设法晚些出去或早些回来，以便和李靖谈几句话。李靖劝他好几次，叫他回家帮助父亲操持地亩，老老实实的做个农夫。
When he heard about Aunt Zhao's going out, he tried to go out later or come back earlier so that he could have a few words with Li Jing. Li Jing persuaded him several times, telling him to go home and help his father manage the land and become an honest farmer.
并不比城里做事不舒服。王德起初还用话指应，后来有一次自己管不住自己的嘴了。他说：“静姐，我有2个志愿，非达到不可。第一，要在城里做些事业；第二，要和你结婚。”
It's no more uncomfortable than working in the city. Wang De used words to support him at first, but then one time he couldn't control his mouth anymore. He said, Sister Jing, I have 2 aspirations that I must achieve. First, to do something in the city. Second, to marry you.
有一样不成功，我就死。李靖脸上微红，并未回答。王德这几句话在梦里说过1000万遍，而不敢对他说。今天说出来了，随着出了一身热汗。
If anything fails, I will die. Li Jing's face was slightly red and she did not answer. Wang De said these words thousands of times in her dreams, but did not dare to say them to her. Today she said them, and then they came out. Hot and sweaty.
好像酒被淤塞的河水找着一个出口，心中的一切和河水的泛溢一般无法停止。静姐，静姐，他上前拉住她的手。我爱你，兄弟，你怎么有些呆气？我不呆，我爱你，我爱你。
It seems that the river that has been blocked for a long time has found an outlet, and everything in my heart cannot stop like the overflowing of the river. Sister Jing. Sister Jing. He stepped forward and took her hand. I love you. Brother. Why are you so stupid? I won't stay, I love you, I love you.
王德虽然已经心乱了，可是还没忘用爱字来代表他心中的话。你放开我的手，姑母这就回来。他不放开他的手，他也就没再拒绝，而由他握着，握得更紧了一些。我不怕姑母。
Although Wang De was already upset, he still did not forget to use the word love to represent what was in his heart. Let go of my hand, my aunt will be back soon. He didn't let go of her hand, so she didn't refuse and let him hold it, holding it tighter. I'm not afraid of my aunt.
我爱你，我死，假如你不答应我， 你先出去，等姑母下午出门，你再来。我要你现在答应我。你答应了我，从此10年不见面，我也甘心，因为我知道世界上有一个爱我的人。说，静姐。
I love you. I'll die if you don't promise me. You go out first and come back when my aunt goes out in the afternoon. I want you to promise me now. You promised me not to see each other for 10 years, and I am willing to do so, because I know there is someone in the world who loves me. Explain. Sister Jing.
你真是年轻，兄弟。我下午答复你还不成？姑母就回来。王德知道姑母的慈善与严厉，心中的血都蒸腾起来，化为眼中的泪。李靖的眼睛也湿了。两个人用握在一处的手擦泪。
You are so young, brother. Can't I reply to you this afternoon? Auntie will be back soon. Wang De knew his aunt's kindness and severity, and the blood in his heart boiled up and turned into tears in his eyes. Li Jing's eyes were also wet. The two of them wiped away the tears with their clasped hands.
不知到底是谁的手擦谁的眼泪。我爱你，姐姐。王德说完，放开他的手走出去。他出了街门，赵姑母正从东面来。他本来想往东，改为往西去，怕姑母看见他的红眼圈。
I don't know whose hand is wiping whose tears. I love you. Sister. Wang De said, let go of her hand and walked out. When he went out of the street, Aunt Zhao was coming from the east. He originally wanted to go east, but changed to the west, fearing that his aunt would see the red circles under his eyes.
李靖手里像丢了一些东西，呆呆地看着自己，从镜子里不知不觉地抬起自己的手吻了一吻，他的手上有他的泪珠。赵姑母进来，李靖并没听见。静儿，快来接东西。
Li Jing seemed to have lost something in her hand, and looked at herself blankly in the mirror. Unknowingly, she raised her hand and kissed her. There were his tears on her hand. Aunt Zhao came in, but Li Jing didn't hear her. Jinger. Come and pick up the things.
他懒懒地用手巾擦干了眼睛，出来接姑母买来的东西，不知道是什么东西。姑娘，怎么又哭了？没哭，姑母。他勉强着笑了一笑。我知道你小心里的事，不用瞒我。真的没哭。
She lazily wiped her eyes with a towel and went out to pick up the things her aunt bought. She didn't know what they were. Girl. Why are you crying again? You're not crying, Aunt. She forced a smile. I know what's going on in your mind. There's no need to hide it from me. I really didn't cry.
到底怎么了？我有些不舒服，直打喷嚏，好像是哭了似的。是不是？你姑父不听话，昨天非给你烂柿子吃不可。瞧，病了没有？这个好夫人开始着急了。好孩子，去躺一躺。
What happened? I feel a little uncomfortable. He kept sneezing as if he was crying. Yes or no? Your uncle is disobedient and had to give you rotten persimmons yesterday. Look, are you sick? This old, the good woman began to worry. Good boy, go and lie down.
把东西先放在这里。想吃什么？姑母给你做。对了，你爱吃嫩嫩的煮鸡子，我去买。我去买。姑母，我不想吃什么，我去躺一躺就好了。不用管我，我去买。
Put your stuff here first. What do you want to eat? Auntie will do it for you. By the way, you like tender boiled chicken, I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Aunt, I don't want to eat anything, I just need to lie down and it will be fine. Don't worry about me, I'll buy it.
孙山东的小铺有大红皮油鸡子，这么大。赵姑母用手比着，好像鸡子有茶壶那么大。说完，把脚横梳着，肥大的袖子抡得像飞不动的老天鹅一样跑出去。李靖躺在床上。
Sun Shandong's shop has big red-skinned fried chicken. Aunt Zhao gestured with her hands, as if the chicken was as big as a teapot. After saying that, she stretched her legs and stretched her fat sleeves like an old swan that could not fly. Li Jing was lying on the bed.
不知想的什么，不知哭的什么，但是想哭。想起自己去世的父母，自己的叔父李英、王德。不愿意哭，怕伤了姑母的心，然而止不住。不愿意想。
I don't know what I'm thinking about, I don't know what I'm crying about, but I'm thinking and crying. Thinking of my deceased parents, my uncle, Li Ying, Wang De. I didn't want to cry for fear of breaking my aunt's heart, but I couldn't stop. Don't want to think about it.
然而一寸长的许多人影在脑子里转，忘了王德，为谁哭？为王德哭，想的却不仅是他。爱情要是没有苦味，甜蜜从何处领略？爱情要是没有眼泪，笑声从何处飞来？
However, many figures 1 inch long were spinning in my mind. Forgot Wang De, who are you crying for? Crying for Wang De? But it wasn't just him that I was thinking about. If love has no bitter taste, how can we appreciate the sweetness? If there are no tears in love, where will the laughter come from?
爱情是神秘的、宝贵的、必要的，没有它，世界只是一片枯草，一袋黄沙。为爱情而哭而笑而混乱是有味的、真实的。人们要是得不着恋爱的自由，一切的自由全是假的。
Love is mysterious, precious, and necessary. Without it, the world is just a piece of withered grass and a strip of yellow sand. Crying, laughing, and being confused for love is interesting and real. If people don't have the freedom to love, all freedom is fake.
人们没有两性的爱，一切的爱是虚空的。现在李靖哭了，领略了爱的甜味。他的心像冲寒欲开的花，什么也不顾的要放出它的香美艳丽。他像黑云里飞着的孤雁，哀啼着望幻。
People do not have love between the two sexes, and all love is empty. Now Li Jing is crying and appreciates the sweetness of love. Her heart is like a flower about to bloom in the cold weather, willing to release her fragrance, beauty regardless of anything. She is like a solitary goose flying in the dark clouds, looking up and calling with a mournful cry.
他的伴侣，他自己也不知道哭什么、想什么、羞愧什么、希望什么。只有这一些说不出的情感是爱情的住所。爱情是由这些自觉的甜美而逐渐与一个异性的那些结合。
Her partner. She herself didn't know why she was crying, what she was thinking, what she was ashamed of, or what she was hoping for. Only these indescribable emotions are the abode of love. Love is the gradual union of these conscious sweetness with those of the opposite sex.
而后美满的，在这种情境之中的，好像一位盲目的诗人，夜间坐在花丛里，领略着说不出的香甜，只有一滴滴的露珠湿透了他的金袖，好似情人们的泪。
And then happily. In this situation, he is like a blind poet, sitting among the flowers at night, enjoying the indescribable sweetness. Only a drop of dew wets his sleeves, like the tears of lovers.
赵姑母去了不到10分钟就回来了，从门外就半哭半笑地喊：“静儿，静儿！”姑母可是老得要不得了。李靖坐起来，隔着玻璃往外看，只见姑母左手拿着2个鸡子。
Aunt Zhao came back within less than 10 minutes. From outside the door, he shouted half crying, half laughing. Jinger! Jinger! My aunt is very old. Li Jing sat up and looked out through the glass, and saw her aunt holding 2 chickens in her left hand.
右手从衣襟上往下擦鲜黄的蛋汁，可要不得了，我这不中用的老东西，4个鸡子摔了一半，只顾快走，不看电线杆子。你看，赵姑母说着，擦着，哭着，笑着，同时并举地忙着。
Use your right hand to rub the bright yellow egg juice down from the hem of your clothes. It's terrible, I'm such a useless old thing. I broke half of the 4 chickens. I just walked fast and didn't look at the telephone poles. Look. Aunt Zhao said, wiping, crying, laughing, and lifting them at the same time busy.
赵姑母把鸡子放在小铁锅里煮，手擦眼泪，嘴吹锅里的热气，一边看鸡子在锅里滚了几个滚，还不住地说：“姑娘爱吃嫩的，爱吃嫩的。”嘴里只顾说，心里不计时间。
Aunt Zhao put the chicken in a small iron pot and boiled it. She wiped her tears with her hands and blew the hot air from the pot with her mouth to watch how many times the chicken rolled in the pot. He kept saying, "Girls love to eat tender food, love to eat tender food." She just kept talking and didn't remember the time in her heart.
捞出鸡子一看，已经一个煮裂了缝。最激烈的中国家庭革命就是子女拒绝长辈所给的吃食。吃9个半，假如长辈给你10个，至少你也是洋人转生的。
When I took out the chicken, I saw that it had been boiled to pieces. The most intense Chinese family revolution is when children refuse food provided by their elders. Eat 9.5. If your elders give you 10, at least you will be reincarnated as a foreigner.
李靖不愿意惹姑母闹脾气，慢慢把鸡子吃了，然后打起精神要帮着姑母做事。姑母拦着不叫做。姑母，我真好了。李靖说：“是不是？一吃鸡子准好。我年轻的时候，公公婆婆活着。”
Li Jing didn't want to make her aunt lose her temper, so she slowly ate the chicken. Then he cheered up and wanted to help his aunt, but her aunt stopped her and didn't scream. "Aunt, I'm so fine," Li Jing said. "Isn't it? It's good to eat chicken. When I was young, my father-in-law and mother-in-law were alive."
鸡子，一根鸡毛也吃不着。我的肚子啊，永远空着多半截，就是盼着你叔父借我回娘家住几天，吃些东西，一吃就好。公公婆婆也不是对我不好，他们对儿媳妇不能不立规矩。
Chicken? Not a single chicken feather to eat. My stomach is always mostly empty, just waiting for your uncle to take me back to my parents' house to stay for a few days and have something to eat. Just eat it and it's good. It's not that my parents-in-law didn't treat me well, they had to set rules for their daughter-in-law.
幸亏有你叔父，要不是他，我早就饿成2层皮了。说起你叔父，现在受这罪，老天爷要是戴着眼镜，绝不至于看不出好坏人。静儿，等你姑父回来，你跟他要1块钱。
Fortunately, you have your uncle. If it weren't for him, I would have been starved to death. Speaking of your uncle, if he is suffering from this, God, if he wears glasses, he will never be able to see good and bad people. Jinger. When your uncle comes back, ask him for $1.
给你叔父买些东西给他送了去。我那个兄弟待我真是110，我可忘不了他。姑母侄女一阵乱谈，姑母把说过125回的话又说到126回。李靖不用听。
Buy some things for your uncle and give them to him. That brother of mine treated me so well, I will never forget him. The aunt and niece talked nonsense for a while, and the aunt repeated what she had said 125 times, and then repeated it 126 times. Li Jing didn't need to listen.
就可以永远回答得不错。吃过午饭，赵姑母到东城去看亲戚。王德并没往远处去，只围着护国寺庙前后转。有时走进庙里。
You can always give a good answer. After lunch, Aunt Zhao went to Dongqing to visit relatives. Wangda did not go far, but only walked back and forth around the temple of the protector of the nation. Sometimes I go into the temple.
从破烂的殿门往里呆呆地看着不走时运、缺袍少帽的菩萨。他约摸着赵姑母已经出门，匆匆地跑回来，轻轻开了街门，先往自己屋里走，以备万一姑母没出门好再走出去。
From the dilapidated door of the palace, I stared blankly at the Bodhisattva who had lost his fortune and lacked robes and hats. He felt that Aunt Zhao had already gone out and hurried back. He gently opened the street door and walked into his house first, just in case his aunt didn't go out before going out.
到了自己屋里，学着小说中侦探的样子，把耳朵靠在墙上听姑母屋里有无动静。听了半天，一无人声，二无犬吠，才慢慢开门，低声叫了一声“静姐”。你进来，王德。
When I got to my room, I imitated the detective in the novel and leaned my ear against the wall to listen for any movement in my aunt's room. After listening for a long time, there was no sound and no barking. Then he slowly opened the door and called out, Sister Jing, in a low voice. Come in, Wang De.
李靖坐在一张小椅上，王德没说话，走上前去吻了他一下。接吻除了野蛮人可以在晴天白日之下做，文明人是不做的，纵然做也在黑影里。现在这2个野蛮化的男女。
Li Jing was sitting on a small chair. Wang De didn't say anything, but walked up to her and kissed her. Except for savages who can kiss in broad daylight, civilized people don't kiss. Even if they do, it's in the shadows. Now these 2 barbaric men and women.
居然如此，你说我没得说。他们真敢冒险，真敢乱做，他们又吻了一吻，你说？你去吧，王德，我明白你的心。第19，老张正要打龙树谷的门，门忽然开，老张往旁边一闪。
It's actually like this, you said. I didn't say it. How dare they take risks, how dare they act randomly, they kissed again, you said. Go ahead, Wang De, I understand your heart. 19th. Lao Zhang was about to knock on Nagarjuna's door when the door suddenly opened. Lao Zhang stepped aside.
走出一个少年，看了老张一眼，往前走去。李英，你上这里来做什么？老张向前赶了几步。你管不着。李英停住步。小年纪，不必记仇，告诉我到这里干什么？见龙军官。啊，见老龙。
A young man walked out, glanced at Lao Zhang, and walked forward. Li Ying. What are you doing here? Lao Zhang took a few steps forward. You have nothing to do with it. Li Ying stopped. You are young, there is no need to hold grudges. Tell me, what are you doing here? Meet Officer Long. Ah, meet the old dragon.
见他干什么？有事。好，不用告诉我，我打听得出来。李英怒冲冲地走去，老张看着他的后影，嗤地笑了一声。老张回过头来，门前站着龙凤，他也望着李英。老张心里痒了一下。
Why do you want to see him? Something's wrong. Okay, no need to tell me, I can find out. Li Ying walked away angrily. Lao Zhang looked at his back and chuckled. Lao Zhang turned around. There was a dragon and phoenix standing in front of the door. She also looked at Li Ying. Lao Zhang felt itchy in his heart.
心里说，可惜咱钱不多，把一朵鲜花往孙八身上推。无法。跟着他换了一副笑容，走上前去。凤姑娘，你父亲在家，我给你通知一声去。龙凤把黑布裙轻轻一撩，跑进去。
He said in his heart, it's a pity that we don't have much money, so we pushed a flower on Sun Ba. It's helpless. Then, he changed his smile and walked forward, Miss Feng. Is your father at home? I'll let you know. Long Feng gently lifted up her black sarong and ran in.
好像一个小黑蝴蝶。老张低头把眼光斜射到他的腿腕，多么细软的腿腕。他又跑出来说：“请进来。”老张进去，龙凤开屋门，老张一看屋里，倒吸了一口凉气。
Like a small black butterfly. Lao Zhang lowered his head and glanced at her legs and wrists. What a thin and soft legs and wrists. She ran out again and said, "Please come in." When Lao Zhang went in, Long Feng opened the door. When Lao Zhang looked inside, he took a deep breath.
堂屋中间摆着一张长桌，盖着雪白的桌布，当中一瓶鲜花，四下摆着些点心和茶具。龙军官坐在桌子的一头，左边坐着3个黄头发、绿眼珠、尖鼻子、高脑门的洋人。
There is a long table in the middle of the hall, covered with a snow-white tablecloth. There was a vase of flowers in the middle, and some snacks and tea sets were placed around it. Officer Long sat at one end of the table, and on the left sat 3 foreigners with yellow hair, green eyes, pointed noses, and high foreheads.
右边坐着2个中国人，低哩嘟口录说外国话。老张除了庚子联军入京的时候做过日本买卖以外，见着外国人永远立在10丈以外看，现在相隔只有5尺，未免腿脚有些发软。
2 Chinese people sat on the right, speaking in foreign languages. Except for doing business in Japan when the Gingzi Allied forces entered Beijing, Lao Zhang always stood 10 feet away when he saw foreigners. Now they are only 5 feet apart, so his legs and feet feel a little weak.
请进来。龙军官并没看老张，老张鼓一股勇气，把腿搬起来往里挪。龙树谷把手向右边的一个空椅一指，老张整团的咽唾液，坐下，坐得和洋人离着仅2尺多。张先生
Please come in. Officer Long didn't look at Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang plucked up the courage to lift his legs and move them in. Long Shugu pointed to an empty chair on the right. Lao Zhang swallowed his saliva and sat down, sitting only 2 feet away from the foreigner, Mr. Zhang. Please come in. Officer Long didn't look at Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang plucked up the courage to lift his legs and move them in. Long Shugu pointed to an empty chair on the right. Lao Zhang swallowed his saliva and sat down, sitting only 2 feet away from the foreigner, Mr. Zhang.
北城的绅士也是教育家。龙军官向大众介绍，老张不住点头。凤姑娘，你也坐下。龙凤坐在他父亲的对面。妇女把茶倒好，龙军官向左边中间坐的那个年老的外国人说。
A gentleman from the North City and an educator. Officer Long introduced to the public, and Lao Zhang couldn't help but nod. Miss Feng, sit down too. Long Feng sat opposite her father. After the father and daughter poured the tea, Officer Long said to the old foreigner sitting in the middle on the left.
请各军官祈祷谢茶。那位军官用中国话迟迟顿顿地祷告起来，其余的全垂头和睦屏住气。老张乘机会看看合眼的洋人什么样子，因为洋人睡觉是不易见到的。只听一声
Please ask officer go to pray and thank you for the tea. The officer slowly began to pray in Chinese, and the others all lowered their heads and closed their eyes and held their breath. Lao Zhang took the opportunity to see what the foreigners looked like with their eyes closed, because it was not easy to see foreigners sleeping. Just listen.
阿门。众人全抬起头睁开眼，老张开始把眼闭上。龙军官把茶递给大众，一一地问：要糖和牛奶不要？问到老张，他说了一个字：要。心里想，反正多要2块糖不吃亏。
Amen. Everyone raised their heads and opened their eyes, and Lao Zhang began to close his eyes. Officer Long handed the tea to everyone and asked one by one, do you want sugar and milk? When asked about Lao Zhang, he said one word, yes. He thought to himself, anyway, I won't suffer any loss if I want 2 more pieces of candy.
龙凤把点心递给大家，老张见洋人拿点心往嘴里送，他才大胆地拿了1块。龙树谷说说笑笑，洋人听不懂的由右边坐的那2个人给翻译，于是洋人也笑了。
Long Feng handed the snacks to everyone. When Lao Zhang saw the foreigners putting the snacks in their mouths, he boldly took a piece. Nagarjuna was talking and laughing. If the foreigners couldn't understand, the 2 people sitting on the right would translate it, so the foreigners also laughed.
龙凤和洋人是中西两掺的说，老张一点也不明白，只乘着大家不留神，又拿了1块点心，把牛奶茶闭着气一口灌下去。赵四好了没了？那个年老的洋人问。早好了。
Long Feng and foreigners were talking about a mixture of Chinese and Western. Lao Zhang didn't understand at all. He just took advantage of everyone's inattention and took another snack and drank the milk tea in one gulp without holding his breath. Is Zhao Si okay? The old foreigner asked. Good morning.
现在早晚祷告很有进步。龙树谷回答。为粥厂捐钱怎样？一个年轻的洋人问。已捐进375元2毫。挨着老张坐着的人说。这位张先生是慈善家，每年要捐钱的。
Now I pray morning and night and I am making great progress. Nagarjuna replied. How about donating money to the porridge factory? A young foreigner asked that. 375 yuan and 2 cents have been donated. The person sitting next to Lao Zhang said that, this Mr. Zhang is a philanthropist and donates money every year.
龙树谷笑着向洋人说。那位老洋人向老张一笑，用中国话问，你好不好？好。老张仿着洋腔说。你捐钱不捐？现在。洋人又问。老张看着龙树谷，龙树谷替老张回答。他捐。
Nagarjuna smiled and said to the foreigner. The old foreigner smiled at Lao Zhang and asked in Chinese, How are you? Okay. Lao Zhang said in a foreign accent. Are you donating money or not? Now. The foreigner asked again. Lao Zhang looked at Nagarjuna, and Nagarjuna answered for Lao Zhang. He donated.
年年要捐的。龙军官紧跟向一个中国人说，把捐册拿出来，请张先生认捐。我没带着钱。老张忙着说。不要紧。那位拿着捐册的人说，写了数目以后我们派人去取。久仰大善士。
Donate every year. Officer Long followed up and said to a Chinese, Take out the donation book and ask Mr. Zhang to pledge. I didn't bring any money. Lao Zhang said hurriedly. It doesn't matter. The person holding the donation book said, after writing the amount, we will send someone to pick it up. I have long admired the great philanthropist.
久仰。凭老龙叫洋人念咒，洋人就登时低头念，咱现在惹不了他。老张一面想，一面接捐册，从头至尾看了一遍，张、王、李、赵，不是5元就是3元，并没有半个铜子或1毛钱的。
Long-time admiration. When Lao Long asked a foreigner to recite a mantra, the foreigner immediately lowered his head and recited, We can't mess with him now. Lao Zhang thought while accepting the donation book. He read it from beginning to end. Zhang, Wang, Li, and Zhao all had either 5 yuan or 3 yuan, and there was no half a copper or a dime.
又看了一遍，结果发现了有一位是捐5毛钱的。于是老张咬着牙写了5角小羊的捐。大家又闲谈了半天，龙树谷和那位年老的外国人商议去见李大善士劝捐。
After reading it again, I found someone who donated 50 cents. So Lao Zhang gritted his teeth and wrote a donation of 5 cents and a small ocean. After everyone chatted for a long time, Nagarjuna discussed with the old foreigner and went to see Li Dashan to persuade him to donate.
于是大家立起预备出去。老张向龙军官丢了一个眼色，军官装没看见，反向龙凤说：“把东西收拾起来，晚饭不用等我，我回来的早不了。”然后龙军官又回过头来向老张说
So everyone stood up and prepared to go out. Lao Zhang glanced at Officer Long. The officer pretended not to notice and said to Long Feng, Pack your things. You don't have to wait for me for dinner. I won't be back early. Then Officer Long turned back to Lao Zhang and said,
多谢帮我们的款，一同出去好不好？老张随着众人出了街门，龙树谷向老张说了声再见，跟着洋人扬长而去。老张蹲在墙根下发呆，他呆呆地想了半天，立起来又去敲门。
Thank you for helping us. How about going out together? Lao Zhang followed everyone out of the street. Nagarjuna said to Lao Zhang, Goodbye. Following the foreigners and walking away. Lao Zhang squatted under the wall in a daze. He thought blankly for a long time, then stood up and knocked on the door again. Dash.
张先生还没走。龙凤开门说：“我不能走，我的话还没和你父亲说完。父亲回来的早不了，你愿意等着也好。”龙凤说完，梆的一声把门关上。债没讨成，亲事没说定。
Mr. Zhang hasn't left yet? Long Feng opened the door and said that, I can't leave, I haven't finished speaking to your father yet. Father will come back soon, so you might as well wait. After Long Feng finished speaking, he closed the door with a bang. The debt has not been paid, and the marriage has not been settled.
倒叫洋人榨去5毛钱，老张平生那受过这样的苦子，计无可出，掏出小账本写上了一句：11月9日，老张一个人的国耻纪念日。第二是，下雨是墨盒子，刮风是香炉。
Asking a foreigner to swindle 50 cents out of him, Lao Zhang has suffered like this in his life. With nothing to come up with, he took out his small account book and wrote, November 9th is Lao Zhang's anniversary of national humiliation. 20. The rain is like an ink cartridge, the wind is like an incense burner. 是外国人对于北京的简妙的形容。中国人听了这2句话，
只有夸赞形容的妙，而不觉得一个都城像墨盒子和香炉为不应当的。本来，为什么都城一定不像香炉和墨盒子？
It is a concise and succinct way for foreigners to describe Beijing. After listening to these two sentences, the Chinese could only praise the wonderful description, but did not feel that it was inappropriate for a capital city to resemble an ink box and an incense burner. Originally, why the capital must not be like an incense burner and an ink box?
为什么世界不？李靖和姑父要了1块钱，买了些点心之类，出城去看他的叔父。出了他姑母的门，那冬天每日必来的北风已经由细而粗地刮起来。
Why doesn't the world? Li Jing asked her uncle for $1, bought some snacks and the like, and went out of the city to see her uncle. After leaving her aunt's door, the north wind that comes every day in winter has begun to blow from thin to thick.
先是空中一阵阵的哨子响，好似从天上射来的千万响箭，跟着由野外吹来的黄沙和路上的黑土卷成一片灰潮，从一切有孔的东西打过穿堂，兜着顺着风走的人受得脚肿。
First there were bursts of whistles in the air, like thousands of arrows shot from the sky. The yellow sand blown from the wild and the black soil on the road rolled into a grey tide, blowing through the hall from everything with holes. The heel of the beast is the heel of the beast that carries the man who walks with the wind.
压着逆着风走的脚面，把前者催成不自主的速进，把后者压成钉在地上的石桩。一阵风过，寺外天空罩上一圈纱雾，阳光透过，好像漂浮着一层黄雪。
Pressing on the feet that were moving against the wind, the former was driven into involuntary rapid progress, and the latter was pressed into stone piles and nailed to the ground. A gust of wind passed by, and the sky outside was covered with a circle of sand and mist. The sun shined through, as if a layer of yellow snow was floating.
跟着由远而近的响声，右座远处的高树先轻轻地点头，近处的一切可动的东西也渐次摇动。继而后面的怒潮又排山倒海而来。
As the sound continued from far to near, the tall trees in the distance nodded gently at first, and all the movable things nearby gradually swayed. Then came the overwhelming wave of anger from behind.
远近上下的东西就在吼叫中连成一片不可分析的波动与激荡。如此一阵一阵又一阵，树枝折了，薄的土墙倒了，路上的粪土吹尽了，到红日西落的时候。
Things far and near, up and down, were roaring together into an unanalyzable wave and agitation. This goes on for a while, and after a while, the branches break, the thin earth walls fall down, and the dirt on the road is blown away, until the red sun sets in the west.
才惨淡荒寒地休息一刻，等着夜里再攻袭大地的一切。李靖握着他的毛象巾，半闭着眼，走3步停2步地往前奔，走了好大半天才到德胜门。那城门洞的风更与众不同。
Just a moment of rest in the desolate cold, waiting to attack everything on the earth again at night. Li Jing held her woolen scarf, half-closed her eyes, and ran forward after taking 3 steps, stopping for 2 steps. It took a long time to walk before we arrived at Dishengmen. The wind in the city gate is even more different.
好似千万只野牛被怒火烧着，争着从城洞往外挤，它们的利角刺到人的面上，比利刃多一点冷气，不单是疼。那一个城门洞分秒不停地长着一条无形有声的瀑布。
It was like thousands of bison, burning with rage, vying to squeeze out of the city cave. Their sharp horns pierced people's faces, which was a little more cool than a blade, and it was not only painful. That city gate hole was filled with an invisible and sound waterfall that kept rising every second.
狂浪打得人们连连转身，如逆浪而行的小鱼。李靖倒退着，挨着城墙，用尽全身力量，费了5分钟才挤出去。出了城门，风势更野了。
The people hit by the wild waves turned around again and again, like small fish swimming against the waves. Li Jing backed up and leaned against the city wall, using all her strength. It took her 5 minutes to squeeze out. The wind became even wilder outside the city gate.
可是吹来的黄沙比城里的腥恶的黑土干净多了。他奋斗着，到底到了家，只是鼻洼的沙土已经积了半寸多厚。篱墙被风吹得咯吱咯吱的响，那座破磨盘在他的眼里。
But the yellow sand blown in is much cleaner than the fishy black soil in the city. She struggled and finally reached home, but the sand in the hollow of her nose had accumulated more than half an inch thick. The fence creaked and creaked in the wind, and the broken millstone appeared in her eyes.
一起一落的，好像要被风刮走。除了这些响声，屋里连一声咳嗽都没有。他好似到了一个阴寒审寂的山洞。叔父，我回来了。啊，静儿，快进来。他的叔父围着一个小火炉。
The ones that fall together seemed to be blown away by the wind. Apart from these noises, there was not even a cough in the room. She seemed to have arrived in a cold and silent cave. Uncle. I'm back. Ah. Jinger. Come in quickly. Her uncle gathered around a small stove.
看着一本书，见了李靖，他喜欢的像一个蜜蜂被风刮进一间温室满列着鲜花。可是他说话的声音依然非常低细，当风吼的时候，没有人可以听清楚他说的什么。叔父，是我。
Reading a book. When he met Li Jing, he felt like a bee blown by the wind into a greenhouse filled with flowers. But his voice was still very low, and when the wind roared, no one could hear what he said clearly. Uncle. It's me.
快坐下烤一烤手，我先去洗一洗脸。他用那冻红的手指摸着脸蛋。不用，先坐下，我看看你。叔父，我给你买来些点心。他把点心包给他叔父看，纸包上已裹满了沙土。
Come sit down and warm up your hands. I'm going to wash my face first. She touched her face with her cold red fingers. No need. Sit down first and let me take a look at you. Uncle, I bought you some snacks. She showed her uncle the snack package. The paper package was covered with sand.
你又跟你姑父要了钱，以后千万别再跟他要，他的钱不是容易来的。是，叔父你近来怎样？我，照旧。好，你去洗脸。你又胖了一些，我放心了。他洗了脸，从袋中拿出2块钱来。叔父
Did you ask your uncle for money again? Don't ask him for anything in the future. His money doesn't come easily. Yes. Uncle, how are you doing lately? Business as usual. Okay, you go wash your face. You have gained some weight again, I am relieved. She washed her face and took out $2 from her bag. Uncle.
这是理应给你的。好，放在桌上吧。叔父，你吃什么？我给你做一做。李靖见桌上放着一块冻豆腐和些葱蒜之类。好，给我做做。我自己做腻了，不吃像缺些什么似的，吃真是麻烦。
This is what Li Ying gave you. Good. Just put it on the table. Uncle, what do you eat? I'll make one for you. Li Jing saw a piece of frozen tofu and some green onions and garlic on the table. Okay. Give it to me. I'm tired of doing it myself. Not eating seems like something is missing. Eating is really troublesome.
李靖一面收拾一切，一面和叔父说：“理应，王德的事。”叔父点头的时候多余说话。饭食做好，叔侄欢欢喜喜的吃了。静儿，你今年多大了？他叔父低声问。叔父
While Li Jing was packing up everything, she was talking to her uncle about Li Ying and Wang De. His uncle nodded more than he spoke. The meal was prepared and the uncle and nephew ate it happily. How old are you, Jinger? Her uncle asked in a low voice. Uncle.
你把我的岁数也忘了，到年底22。李靖半笑着，心中实在悲伤，他叔父一把记忆力丧失。叔父老了。他把手托住头额，默默不语的半天，然后又问：“那么你22了？”
You have also forgotten my age, 22 by the end of the year. Li Jing half smiled, feeling really sad that her uncle had lost his memory. Uncle is old. He put his hand on his forehead and remained silent for a long time, then asked again, So you are 22?
你自己的事怎样？什么是我自己的事，叔父？妇女是没有自己的事的，人们也不许妇女有自己的事。可是我允许你主张你自己的事。你是要叫我在城里找一点事做？
How about your own affairs? What is my own business, uncle? Women do not have their own affairs, and women are not allowed to have their own affairs, but I allow you to assert your own affairs. You want me to find something to do in the city?
那有事给你们做。我的意思是你自己的婚事。静儿，你待你叔父要和待你母亲一样，要说什么说。这个是，静儿，我先说吧。现在有人要买你做妾，你要是心目中有相当的人。
Then I have something for you. I mean your own marriage. Jinger, you should treat your uncle the same as you treat your mother. Whatever you want to say, say it. This matter. Jinger. Let me say it first. Now someone wants to buy you as a concubine, if you have someone in mind.
赶快决定，你有了脱身之处，我呢，怎样死也甘心。李靖明白叔父所指的人，因为王德曾给过他些暗示。叔父，除此以外有第二个办法没有？他把那2条好看的眉毛拧在一处。
Decide quickly. You have a place to live, and I am willing to die no matter what. Li Jing understood who her uncle was referring to because Wang De had given her some hints. Uncle. Is there any other way besides death? She knitted those 2 beautiful eyebrows together.
没有，没有。你靠近我一些，我细细地告诉你。李靖把小凳搬近了他一些，他叔父的声音像半枯的黄叶，在悄悄的寒风里做着悲哀的微响。我明说罢， 老张要买你。
No. No. Come closer to me and I will tell you in detail. Li Jing moved the small stool closer to him. Her uncle's voice was like a half-withered yellow leaf, making a sad sound in the quiet cold wind. I'll tell you clearly, Lao Zhang wants to buy you.
我打算在他提婚之际把张师母救出来，现在已算失败，不用细说。第一步失败，第二步不能再延宕。就是你有合适的人，我赶快与你们立了婚约。我呢，对不起老张，只好一死。
I planned to rescue Mrs. Zhang when he proposed marriage, but now it is considered a failure, no need to elaborate. If the first step fails, the second step cannot be delayed any longer. If you find the right person, I will make a marriage contract with you immediately. As for me, I'm sorry for Lao Zhang, I have no choice but to die.
叔父，你想我和李英要是有心的，能叫你死不能？李靖的声音颤了。静儿，把气稳下去。我活着怎见比死了强？这样的废物死了，除了你和李英哭我一场以外，别无影响。
Uncle, do you think that if Li Ying and I were intentional, we could kill you? Li Jing's voice trembled. Jinger. Stay calm. How can I think that being alive is better than being dead? When such a waste dies, it will have no impact other than you and Li Ying crying for me.
我宁愿死不愿见老张。他上次来，带着2个穿土色军衣的兵。他说不还钱，送侄女，2样全不做。当时把你送到监牢里去，那2个灰色的东西立在窗外喊，把他捆了走。
I would rather die than see Lao Zhang. The last time he came, he brought 2 soldiers wearing earth-colored military uniforms. He said, if you don't pay back the money and give your niece away, if you don't do either of those things, I'll send you to jail. Those 2 gray things stood outside the window and shouted, tie him away.
不用废话，静儿，死了比这个强。我不能看着你死，李英也不能。不能，不能。他的脸变成灰色了。你听着，子女是该当享受子女的生命的，不是为老人活着。你要是不明白我的心。
No need to waste words. Jinger. Death is better than this. I can't watch you die, and neither can Li Ying. Cannot. Cannot. Her face turned gray. Listen. Children should enjoy their lives, not live for the elderly. If you don't understand my heart.
而落于老张之手，你想，我就是活着，不比死还难过。断送个半死的老人和一个青年，那个便宜，事情为什么不找便宜的做？我只要听你的事，告诉我。姑母管束很严。
And falling into the hands of Lao Zhang, do you think, just living is not worse than death? It's cheap to kill a half-dead old man and a young man. Why not find a cheaper way to deal with it? All I have to do is listen to your business and tell me. My aunt is very strict.
我见不着生人，除了王德。王德是个好孩子。我们还都年轻，爱情是年轻人讲的。好，静儿，我去和你王伯父商议。可是我不能听着你寻死，叔父。静儿，风小一点了，进城吧。
I can't see anyone except Wangda. Wangda is a good boy. We are still young. Love is what young people talk about. Good. Jinger. I'll go discuss it with your Uncle Wang. But I can't listen to you seeking death, Uncle. Jinger. The wind has calmed down a bit, let's go into the city.
我明白你们，你们不明白我。姑娘回去吧，问你姑父姑母好。老人立起来，颤着把手扶在他肩上，细细地端详他。他不能自制地哭了。静儿，走吧。哎，第21。
I understand you, you don't understand me. Girl, go back and say hello to your uncle and aunt. The old man stood up, put his trembling hands on her shoulders and looked at her carefully. She couldn't help crying. Jinger, let's go. Well. 21.
李靖昏昏神神地进了德胜门，风是小了，可是泪比来的时候被风吹出来的更多了。过了德胜桥，街上的人往前指着说：“看，董善人。”
Li Jing entered Dishengmen in a daze. The wind had subsided, but there were more tears blown out by the wind than when she came here. After crossing Disheng Bridge, people on the street pointed forward and said, "Look. Dong Shanren."
一个老妇人急切地向一个要饭的小姑娘说：“还不快去，董善人在那里。”去。李靖也停住看，一位老先生穿着一件蓝布棉袍盖到脚面，头上一顶僧帽，手中一挂串珠，圆圆的脸。
An old woman said eagerly to a little girl begging for food, "Go quickly, Dong Shanren is there, go." Li Jing also stopped and looked. An old gentleman wore a blue cotton robe covering his feet, a monk's hat on his head, and a string of beads in his hand. Round face.
长满银灰的胡子，慈眉善目的。叫花子把他围住， 他从僧帽内慢慢掏出一卷钱票，给叫花子每人一张，然后狂笑了一阵，高朗朗地念了一声阿弥陀佛。李靖心中一动。
He has a silver gray beard and a kind-hearted look. The beggars surrounded him, and he slowly took out a roll of money tickets from his hat and gave one to each of the beggars. Then he laughed wildly for a while and recited Amitabha loudly. Li Jing's heart moved.
可是不敢走上前去，慢慢地随着那位老先生往南走。走过了蒋养房东口，那位先生忽然又狂笑了一阵，转过身来往回走，进了到银锭桥去的那条小巷。李靖看着他进了小巷。
But he didn't dare to step forward and slowly followed the old gentleman southward. After passing the entrance of Jiangyang village, the gentleman suddenly laughed wildly again, turned around and walked back, entering the alley leading to Yinding Bridge. Li Jing watched him enter the alley.
才开始往姑母家走，他低着头走，到了护国寺街东口。静姐，你回来了。王德利在一个铺子的外面，脸冻得通红。静姐，我的事成功了。他像小孩子见着亲姐姐一样的亲热。
Just started walking to my aunt's house. She walked with her head down and arrived at the east entrance of Huguosi Street. Sister Jing. You're back. Wang De stood outside a shop, his face flushed from the cold. Sister Jing. My business was successful. He was as affectionate as a child seeing his own sister.
是吗？他说，是。给大强报校对稿子，仿新闻。2年之后，凭我的财力就是主笔。姐姐，你知道主笔都是文豪。王德，在。姑母在家没有，上铺子和姑父要钱去了。快走。
Yeah. She said. Yes. Proofreading manuscripts for Daqiang Daily and conducting news interviews. 2 years later, with my talent, I became the main writer. Elder sister. You know the main writers are all literary giants. Wang De. Exist. Is Aunt at home? The upper bunk boy and my uncle went to ask for money. Let's go quickly.
到家我告诉你要紧的事。得令。王德随着赵姑父在天桥戏棚听过一次文武代打的戏，颇觉得戏剧的文学有短俏明了的好处，每逢高兴不知不觉地用出来。
I'll tell you something important when I get home. Got the order. Wang De followed Uncle Zhao to listen to a play involving civil and military leaders at the Tianxiao Theater. He quite felt that the literature of drama had the advantage of being short and clear, and he used it unconsciously whenever he was happy.
2个人到了家，李靖急切地对王德说：“王德，你去给我办一件事，行不行？”“行。”“可是等我说完我的事。”“王德。”李靖急得要哭，“我求你立刻给我办事去。”“不。”
When the two people arrived at home, Li Jing said to Wang De eagerly, Wang De, can you go and do something for me? Okay. But wait until I finish talking about my business. Wang De. Li Jing was so anxious that she was about to cry. I beg you to do something for me immediately. No.
我要不先告诉明白你我的事，我心里好像藏着一条大蟒，一节一节的往外爬。那是这么一件事，我今天……王德，你太自私了，你不爱我，我不爱你，我是个没长犄角的小黄牛。
If I don't tell you my story first, I feel like there is a big python hidden in my heart, crawling out section by section. That's one thing. Today, Wang De. You are so selfish. You don't love me? I don't love you, I'm a little ox without horns.
那么我求你做事，为什么不注意听？说，姑娘，我听。说完你的，再说我的。你知道北城有一位懂善人，你去给我打听他的住址。你打听他做什么？你要是爱我，请不必细问。
So why don't you pay attention when I ask you to do something? Explain. Girl. I listen. After talking about yours, talk about mine. Do you know there is a Dong Shan in Beijing? Go and find out his address for me. What are you asking him to do? If you love me, please don't ask in detail.
今天的事有些玄妙，不准问，不准说。好，不问就不问，王德去也。王德扯腿往外跑，梆的一声开街门，随着哎呦了一声。李靖跟着跑出来，看见王德一手遮着头。
There's something mysterious about today. Don't ask, don't tell. Good. If you don't ask, Wang De will go. Wang De pulled his legs and ran out. He opened the street door with a bang and said, ouch. Li Jing ran out after him and saw Wang De covering his head with one hand.
一手往起竖门栓。王德，打着没有？没有，除了头上添了一个额风。王德说罢，又飞跑去了。不到10分钟，王德跑回来。王德，你的头疼不疼？ 他摸了摸他的头，依然是滚热的，不疼。
Lift the door latch with one hand. Wangda. Are you still alive? No. Except for adding a goose peak on the head. Wangda said and ran away again. In less than 10 minutes, Wangda ran back. Wangda, does your head hurt? She touched his head and it was still hot. It doesn't hurt.
静姐，我跑到街上，心生一计，与其到北城打听，不如去问巡警。果然，巡警告诉我，那位善人的住址是在银锭桥门牌98号。你的事完了，该我说了吧？说吧，姐姐，你有什么心事？
Sister Jing. I ran to the street and came up with a plan. Instead of going to Beijing to inquire, I might as well ask the patrol police. Sure enough, the patrol officer told me that the good man's address was at number 98, Yindingqiao. Your matter is over. Is it my turn? Say it. Elder sister. What's on your mind?
说吧2个字不像你平日的口气。没有心事，你的事怎样？做访员，将来做主笔，这绝不是平庸的事业。你看，开导民智还不是顶好的事。你要做文章，写稿子。
The word say it doesn't sound like your usual tone. Nothing to worry about. How are you doing? As an interviewer, I will be the main writer in the future. This is no mediocre career. You see, isn't it the best thing to enlighten people's wisdom? You have to compose an article and write a manuscript.
报馆要是收你的稿件才怪。静姐，你怎么拿我取笑？王德真不高兴了。你不信我的话，等姑父回来问他，听他说什么。一定。问了姑父，大概就可以证明你的话不对。王德撅了嘴。
It would be weird if the newspaper accepted your manuscript. Sister Jing, why are you making fun of me? Wangda is really unhappy. If you don't believe me, wait until uncle comes back and ask him and listen to what he says. Must. If you ask your uncle, he can probably prove that what you said is wrong. Wangda pouted.
心里想，怎样做稿子，怎样登在报上，怎样把有自己的稿子的报偷偷放在他的屋里，叫他看了，他得怎样的佩服。李靖想他自己的事，他想他自己的事。
I thought to myself, how to write an article, how to publish it in the newspaper, how to secretly put the newspaper with my article in her room, let her read it, and how she would be admired. Li Jing thinks about her own things, and he thinks about his own things.
谁也不觉寂寞的彼此看着不说话。李英回来了。李英，好几年没见。王德好容易找到一个爱听他的事情的，因为李靖是不愿听的。王德怎么永远说废话？今天早晨还见着。
No one felt lonely. They looked at each other without speaking. Li Ying is back. Li Ying. I haven't seen him in years. Wangda finally found someone who liked to listen to his story, because Li Jing didn't want to hear it. Wangda, why do you always talk nonsense? I saw you again this morning.
怎就好几年？李英又对他姐姐说：“叔叔说什么来着？”对，姐弟说吧。今天没我说话的地方。王德，别瞎吵。李英依旧问他：“叔父怎样？”叔父身体照常，只嘱咐你好好做事。
How come it's only been a few years? Li Ying said to his sister again, what did uncle say? Yes, siblings. There is no place for me to talk today. Wangda. Don't make any noise. Li Ying still asked her, how is uncle? Uncle is in good health as usual. I just ask you to do your best.
李靖把别的事都掩饰住。王德，你的事情。李英怕王德心里不愿意，赶快地问：“你问我，这可是你爱听。好，你听着。”王德可得这个机会。今天我出城遇见一位亲戚。
Li Jing covered up everything else. Wangda, what's your matter? Li Ying asked quickly, fearing that Wangda was unwilling. You ask me? Is this what you want to hear? Okay. Listen. Wang Di got a chance. I went out of town today and met a relative.
把我介绍到大强报馆，一半做访员，一半做校对。校对是天天做，月薪10元，访稿是不定的，稿子采用另有酬金。明天就去上工试手。李英学好了校对和编稿子。
He introduced me to the Daqiang newspaper office, where I worked half as an interviewer and half as a proofreader. Proofreading is done every day, and the monthly salary is 10 yuan. Interviewing for manuscripts is variable, and there is a remuneration for accepting manuscripts. I'll go to work tomorrow to try my hand at work. Li Ying learned proofreading and editing.
就算明白了报馆的一大部分，32年后我自己也许开个报馆。我绝不为赚钱，是为开通民智，这是地道的好事。王德说完，专等李英的夸奖。错是不错。李英慢慢地说。
Even if I understand a large part of a newspaper office, I might open a newspaper office myself in 3 or 2 years. I am not doing it to make money, but to enlighten people's wisdom. This is a genuine good thing. After Wang De finished speaking, he was waiting for Li Ying's praise. Wrong is good. Li Ying said slowly.
只是世界上的事，在亲自经验过以前，先不用说好说坏。好，又一个闷雷。在学堂的时候，我就说你像80岁的老人，你说话真像我老祖。王德并没缺了笑容。事实如此。
It's just that there is no need to say whether things are good or bad until you have personally experienced them. Good. Another thunder. When I was in school, I said you looked like an 80-year-old man. You really sound like my ancestor. Wang De did not miss his smile. That's true.
并不是说我有经验，你没有。我到底不信，世界上的事就真是好坏不能预料的吗？你不明白我的意思，王德。等有功夫咱们细说，现在我要想一想我自己的事。
It's not that I have experience and you don't. I don't believe it after all. Are things in the world really unpredictable, good or bad? You don't understand what I mean, Wang De. We'll talk about it in detail when we have time. Now I want to think about my own affairs.
李英说完，走到自己的屋去。李靖去到厨房做晚饭，只剩下王德自言自语地说：“对，咱也想咱自己的事。”第22，老张对龙树谷下了挨地每吨书。老龙，欠咱的钱。
After Li Ying finished speaking, he walked to his room, and Li Jing went to the kitchen to make dinner. Only Wang De was left talking to himself. Yes. We also think about our own things. 22. Lao Zhang wrote a Maidun Book of Sorrow to Nagarjuna. Old Long. You owe us money.
明天不送到，审判听见。如有请求，钱不到人到，给养之息。抗印。龙树谷慌了，立刻递了降书，约老张在新街口泰丰居见面，筹商一切条件，其茶饭等费盖由弱国支付。
If it's not delivered tomorrow, he'll see you in the trial hall. If you have a request and the money doesn't arrive, I'll let you know. Zhang Yin. Nagashigu panicked and immediately handed over a letter of surrender and asked Lao Zhang to meet at Taifengju in Xinjiku to discuss all conditions. All the expenses such as food and tea would be paid by the weak country.
双方的战术俱不弱，可是有史学家看，到底老张的兵力后于老龙，虽然他是军官，就是军的军官。双方代表都按时出席，泰丰居的会议开始。老龙说干脆的。
The tactics of both sides were not weak, but according to historians, Lao Zhang's military strength was stronger than that of Lao Long, even though he was an officer of the Salvation Army. Representatives from both sides attended on time, and the meeting at Taifengju began. Old Long. Just say it.
大块洋钱你使了，现在和咱冲傻，叫做不行。老张全身没有一处不显着比龙树谷优越，仰着头，半合着眼，用手指着老龙。慢慢商议，不必着急。龙军官依然很镇静。不着急是儿子。
You spend a lot of foreign money, and now you are pretending to be a fool. It's not okay. There is no part of Lao Zhang's body that is obviously superior to Nagarjuna. He raised his head, half-closed his eyes, and pointed at Lao Long. Discuss slowly, don't be in a hurry. Officer Long is still very calm. Don't worry, it's my son.
金光的袁世凯脑袋一去不回头，你不着急，我没办法。审判听见。老张扭着头不看老龙，而看着别的茶客吃东西。打官司，老张你不明白法律？怎么？你看，现在打官司讲究请律师。
The crystal clear Yuan Shirkai's head will never look back. Don't worry, me? No way, see you in the trial hall. Lao Zhang turned his head away from Lao Long, and looked at the other tea guests eating. Litigation, Lao Zhang, you don't understand the law. How? You see, when litigating a lawsuit nowadays, it is important to hire a lawyer.
假如你争的是1000元的财产，律师的费用就许是500-600。打上官司，3年5年不定完案不完，车钱你就赔不起。即使胜诉，执行之期还远得很。
If you are fighting for a property worth $1,000, the lawyer's fees may be $500 or $600. If you get involved in a lawsuit, it may take 3 to 5 years to complete, and you won't be able to afford the car payment. Even if the case is won, execution is still far away.
可是车贩和律师出庭费是现款不赊。你要息钱不请律师，我请律师就有一种把没理说成有理的能力。我很有几位法界的朋友，龙军官不卑不亢地接着说。
However, the transportation, meal and lawyer's fees are in cash and not on credit. If you want to save money and don't hire a lawyer, let me hire one. Lawyers have the ability to make sense out of nothing. I have many friends in the legal world, Officer Long continued without being humble or condescending.
他们异口同声地说：“宁受屈别打官司，除了有心争气，不计较金钱损失的。”老张，你平心静气地想想，顶好我们和平着办，你不信呢？非打官司不可，我老龙只有奉陪。
They all said in unison that they would rather be wronged than litigate, and they did not care about the loss of money except for those who wanted to achieve success. Lao Zhang, think about it calmly. It would be best for us to deal with it peacefully. Don't you believe it? We have to go to court. I, Lao Long, can only accompany you.
老张翻了翻眼珠，从脑子里所有的账本、历史翻了一个过，然后说：“打官司与否是我的自由，反正你成不了原告。你的话真罢假罢，我更没工夫想。不过老龙你我的交情要紧。”
Lao Zhang rolled his eyes and looked through all the ledgers and histories in his mind. Then say, "It's my freedom whether to file a lawsuit or not. You can't be the plaintiff anyway. Whether your words are true or false, I don't have time to think about it. But our friendship is important, Lao Long."
似乎不必抓破了脸叫旁人看笑话。你到底怎么办？慢慢的还钱，别故意耍人啊，老龙。这句话我听过500多回了，你有办法没有？有，只怕你不肯干。咱听一听，还是那句话。
It seems that there is no need to scratch your face and make others laugh. What on earth do you do? Pay back the money slowly. Don't try to trick people, old dragon. I have heard this sentence more than 500 times. Is there anything you can do? Have. I'm afraid you won't do it. Let's listen. It's the same sentence.
你有那么好的姑娘，为什么不可以得些彩礼清理你的债务？没有可靠的人替我办，彩礼也不会由天上飞下来，是不是？你看这里，老张指着他自己的鼻梁说
You have such a good girl, why can't you get some bride price and clear your debts? If I don't have a reliable person to do it for me, the bride price won't fly down from the sky, right? Look here. Lao Zhang pointed to the bridge of his nose and said,
你的女儿就和我的一样，只要你肯办，老张敢说，做事对得住朋友。你的计划在那里？你听着，你看见过孙八爷没有？不就是那位傻头傻脑的土绅士吗？老龙，别小看了人。呵。
Your daughter is just like mine. As long as you are willing to do it, Lao Zhang dares to say, do things worthy of your friends. Where is your plan? Listen, have you seen Mr. Sunba? Isn't he that stupid country gentleman? Old Long, don't underestimate people. Drink.
土绅士，人性好，学问好，而且是天生下来的财主。他有钱是他的，也许是咱们的。孙八爷年纪不大，现在也不过30上下。前者他和我说要娶一位女学生，我听过，也就放在脑后。
A local gentleman? Good humanity and good knowledge. And he is a born rich man. He has money that is his. Maybe it's ours. Sun Bei is not very old, he is only around 30 now. In the former case, he told me that he wanted to marry a female student. I heard it and put it in the back of my mind.
后来我看见凤姑娘，才想起这桩事。平姑娘的学问面貌，孙八的性格地位，我越看越是一对天造地设的漂亮小夫妇。可是我总没和你说，没明说，是过意。老龙，老朋友。
Later, when I saw Miss Fong, I remembered this incident. Based on the girl's intellectual appearance and Sun Ba's character and status, the more I look at them, the more they look like a beautiful couple made for each other. But I never told you. You didn't say it clearly, did you express your intention? Old Long, old friend.
别一句不让。老张故意卖个破绽，示弱于老龙，因为人们是可以赢一句话而输掉脑袋的。果然你愿意办，我可以去对孙八说。事情成了，姑娘有了依靠，你清了债。
Don't say a word. Lao Zhang deliberately used a flaw to show weakness to Lao Long, because people can win a word but lose their heads. Sure enough, if you are willing to do it, I can go and tell Sun Ba. The thing is done, the girl has someone to rely on, and you have cleared your debt.
是不是一举两得？现在听你的，说个数目，30万块钱。老龙，老张笑起来，别要少了啊！总统买姑娘也犯不上花30万啊，要卖就落个值得，5个童子一个，我还买几个呢？
Does it kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Now it's up to you, tell me the amount. 300,000 yuan. Old Long. Lao Zhang laughed. Don't ask for less. The president can't afford to pay 300,000 yuan to buy a girl. If you want to sell it, it's worth it. It's 5 coppers each. I'll buy a few more.
这不是卖，是明媒正娶，花红叫往外抬。彩礼不是身价。那么不写字据，这就是写，写法也有多少种。老张，咱们打开鼻子说亮话， 写卖券非过万不可，不写呢，1000出头就有商议。
This is not a sale, this is a matchmaking ceremony, with red flowers and red sedans being carried out. Betrothal gift is not worth. Then, no written evidence? This is writing, and there are so many ways to write it. Old Zhang. Let's open our noses and tell the truth. It is absolutely necessary to write and sell coupons. If we don't write, there will be discussions in the early 1000s.
好在钱经你的手，你扣我的债，哪怕除了你的债剩一个童子呢，咱买包香片茶喝，也算卖女儿一场，这痛快不痛快？你是朋友，拿过手来。老张伸出手和龙军官热热地握了一握。
Fortunately, the money is in your hands and you charge my debt. Even if there is only 1 copper left in addition to your debt, if we buy a bag of fragrant tea and drink it, it is also considered as selling our daughter. Isn't this pleasant? You are a friend, take it. Lao Zhang stretched out his hand and shook Officer Long's hand warmly.
卖券不写，婚书是不可少的。随你办，办得妥，你的钱就妥。不然，钱再飞了，咱姓龙的不负延当债务的责任。有我的女儿，有孙八的钱，有你这件人，就这么办，我静候好音。好朋友，来。
Selling coupons does not mean writing. A marriage letter is indispensable. It's up to you. If it's done properly, your money will be fine. Otherwise, if the money flies away again, we, surnamed Long, will not bear the responsibility of delaying the debt. I have my daughter, I have son BAS money, and I have you, so let's do this. I look forward to good news. Good friend. Come.
今天先请咱喝盅喜酒。若国担负茶饭，已见详书之内，龙军官无法要了些酒菜慰慰老张。太丰居会议闭幕，外面的狂风又狂吼起来。
Let's have a cup of wedding wine today. The weak country is responsible for food and tea. Seeing that the letter of surrender has been included, Officer Long has no choice but to ask for some food and wine to feed Lao Zhang. The Taifengja meeting ended, and the strong wind outside roared again.
老张勇敢而快活地冲着北风往家里走，好似天地昏暗，正是他理想的境遇。第23，王德撅着嘴，冲着尖锐杀肉的北风往赵姑母家里走，把嘴唇冻得通红。
Lao Zhang bravely and happily walked toward his home against the north wind, as if the darkness of the world was his ideal realm. 23. Wang De pouted and walked towards Aunt Zhao's house against the sharp and murderous north wind, his lips turning red from the cold.
已经是夜里1点钟，街上的电灯被风吹得忽明忽灭，好似鬼火，一闪一闪地照着街心立着的冷刺猬似的巡警。路旁铺户都关了门，只有几家打夜工的铜铁铺。
It was already 1 o'clock in the night, and the electric lights on the street were blown on and off by the wind, like will-o'-the-wisps, flickering on the cold hedgehog-like patrolman standing in the middle of the street. All the shops on the roadside are closed, except for a few copper and iron shops that work at night.
依然叮叮地敲着深冬的夜曲。间断的摩托车装着富贵人们，射着死白的光焰，比风还快地飞过，暂时冲破街市上的冷寂。这是王德到报馆做工的第7夜。
Still tinkling the nocturne of late winter. Motorcycles carrying wealthy people flew by faster than the wind, shooting out white flames, temporarily breaking the silence of the street. This is Wang De's 7th night working in the newspaper office.
校对稿件到11点钟才能完事，走到家中至早也在12点钟以后。因赵姑父的慈善，依然许王德住在那里，夜间回来的晚，白天可以晚起一些，也是赵姑父交给王德的。
The proofreading of the manuscript can't be completed until 11 o'clock, and the earliest I can get home is after 12 o'clock. Because of Uncle Zhao's charity, Wang De was still allowed to live there. He could come back late at night and get up later during the day. This was what Uncle Zhao taught Wang De.
身上一阵热汗，外面一阵凉风，结果全身罩上一层黏而凉的油漆。走的都宁愿死了也不愿再走，才到了赵姑父家。他轻轻开门，又轻轻地锁好。
There was a burst of hot sweat on my body and a cool breeze outside. As a result, my whole body was covered with a layer of sticky and cool paint. Those who left wanted to die rather than leave again, so they arrived at Uncle Zhao's house. He opened the door gently and locked it gently.
然后蹑足屏气地向自己屋里走。被屋里细长的呼声，他立住听了一会儿，心里说道：“静姐，我回来了。”王德进到自己屋里，把蜡烛点上。
Then he walked quietly and breathlessly towards his room. He stood and listened to the long and thin voice in the north room for a while, and said in his heart, Sister Jing. I'm back. Wang De went into his room and lit the candle.
李英的眼被烛光照得一动一动的要睁开，然后把头往被窝里钻进去。李英，李英！王德低声的叫。李英哼了一声，又把头深深的藏在被里。王德不好意思把李英叫醒。
Li Ying's eyes were opened by the candlelight, and then he put his head under the quilt. Li Ying, Li Ying. Wang De shouted in a low voice. Li Ying snorted and hid his head deeply in the quilt again. Wang De was embarrassed to wake Li Ying up.
拿着蜡烛向屋内照了一照，看见李英床下放着一双新鞋，然后熄了蜡烛，上床就寝。王德睡到次日9点钟才醒，李英早已出去。王德，该起来了。窗外李静这样说。就起。
He took a candle and shined it into the house. When he took the light, he saw a pair of new shoes under Li Ying's bed. Then he put out the candle and went to bed. Wang De didn't wake up until 9 o'clock the next day. Li Ying had already gone out. Wang De. It's time to get up. Li Jing said outside the window. Just get up.
昨天什么时候回来的？不用说，昨天我要没血性就死在外面了。午后出去不？不一定。姑母下午出城去看叔父。好，我不出去，有话和你说。我也想和你谈一谈。
When did you come back yesterday? Needless to say, if I had no blood, would have died outside yesterday. Would you like to go out in the afternoon? Uncertain. My aunt is going out of town to see my uncle in the afternoon. Good. I'm not going out, but I have something to tell you. I also want to talk to you.
李靖到厨房去做事，王德慢慢的起来，依然撅着嘴。赵姑母预备出门，比上阵的兵丁繁琐多了，诸事齐备，还回来2次，一次是忘带了小手巾。
Li Jing went to the kitchen to work, and Wang De got up slowly, still pouting. Aunt Zhao was preparing to go out, which was much more complicated than the soldiers going into battle. Everything was ready, and she came back twice. Once she forgot to bring a small handkerchief.
一次是回来用碟子盖好厨房放着的那块冻豆腐。赵姑母真走了，王德和李靖才坦然坐在一处谈话。姐姐，谁先说？你先说，不然你也听不下去我的。他温媚的一笑。
One time I came back and covered the piece of frozen tofu in the kitchen with a plate. After Aunt Zhao really left, Wang De and Li Jing sat together and talked calmly.